Hey guys, I'm Tim.
I'm Mike.
Yeah, it's a board rundown, and we are live from our basements. Mike, are you in your basement?
I am tonight. I am down in the basement.
Right on. Yes, we're in our basement because we cover games from the ground up. I don't know. We're still messing around. We're still messing around with that. You can tell we're really consistent with our branding, and it's working out pretty good for us. Mr. Mike Rice wasn't feeling super great tonight. I told him, take it easy, man. This should always be fun. And my good buddy, Mike G, not going to let fly solo. So he came on last minute, and we instantly improved the show. It's
I don't know about that.
I mean, crazy how easy it is.
I appreciate you, Bob, and I appreciate the comments, but I don't know. I don't know if the show is better because I'm on it, but I am honored to be back again. You guys are great, so.
No, it's awesome, man. It's like we say about the industry all the time. It's awesome just having the friends and the connections that we do, and that if you open yourself up to the hobby and to all these opportunities, you'll just be amazed at what happen. That's So I must be skipping because I got to upgrade your Wi-Fi.
Maybe.
Am I skipping around for anybody watching? Am I still on your screen, Mike?
You're still locking up every now and then. I mean, hopefully it's not me.
Okay. No, it's probably me.
Okay.
That's probably me. Yeah, Jay, I think my Wi-Fi is always under the weather. And yeah, I'm showing like stop motion video. Super cool. Very excited about that.
Who's the
we're trying out new things here.
Who's the Facebook user? Do you know? That's
always the mystery. Could be a couple of us. I say us like it's me. But yeah, who's Facebook user? Show yourself. The newest inclusion. Mike looks good. I am pixelated and skipping around. Yeah.
All right, so you.
Sort of like my energy level.
It is Wednesday, man. You got to refuel. Come on.
I can't really do much about it now that we're live, so hopefully it's going to smooth out. If it stays really funky, maybe I'll like duck all the way and come back and see if that helps. But go ahead. My kids are still awake. Everybody's probably still on the internet somewhere in the house.
Okay. Yeah, if you got a duck, I could take some questions. I can field some questions from the crowd.
So when I asked Mike to come on and to help out tonight, we were going to do our show. Mike Rice and I were going to do our shelf. We're going to pick up a section of our shelf. I got an empty hole back right there because I got a stack of games that's from that shelf. We're just talking about them. But I offered Mike, like, hey, man, we can do whatever. It's Tony.
Oh, Tony. Nice. Thanks, Tony.
But yeah, Mike's like, no, I can do that. I was like, we can do whatever you want. He just did on the full 42. Strong recommend if you're going to go back and watch one episode, go back and watch. Mike and Wes Todd did best Disney villains, and I was riveted. Like, I loved it because I'm a nerd for that stuff. Wes has so much knowledge, like into like Disney movies, Disney animation movies, like specifically.
Yep.
And that dude is like, yeah, he was just pulling out like crazy bits of information.
Yep.
It was super. I was shocked you stumped him with the, I never remember his name, but it's always Night at Bald Mountain is what I always think of.
From Fantasia?
Yeah.
Chernabog.
Yep. So the second you started saying it, I was like, Night at Bald Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what the hell that guy's name is, but the devil from Fantasia, which scared the hell out of me as a kid.
Yep.
Super cool. And what a ballsy representation from like a 1940s cartoon, like animated feature.
Yeah, it was so
But
it was so unique at its time. Like no one had ever seen anything like what they were doing. It was pretty
yeah,
amazing what they had pulled off. And there's such iconic moments from that movie that are just timeless, right? Like the Sorcerer's Apprentice and yeah, they're the hippos like will just scare the living shit out of you. But that and like I remember the first time I watched that, and the same thing with the Horn King. I remember the first time I saw those with those beady eyes on the Horn King. Those red eyes were just stuff of nightmares. It was just and Chernobog.
yeah.
So, and the fact that very Cthulhu-esque, where he's not a villain that was vanquished or disintegrated or death, right? Like he's still there.
No.
He's kind of lying in.
He's just ambivalent. He just like I'm going now. I've done what I like doing, and you're just totally at their mercy.
Yeah, and just waiting to come back and get you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Horn King would have been one of mine as well, because that's a nice deep cut, like genuinely scary as well. So
yeah, I mean the Black Cauldron it's classic. It's got that. It's 84 or 85. It's just got that feel to it. And then the Horn King is just demonic.
Well, the crazy thing is that it came out at a time where Disney was kind of still trying to figure itself out. You know what I mean? Like rejiggering everything. And, you know, because it wasn't until like Little Mermaid in the early 90s where they got it to like click again. And then they just rattled off like a series of crazy great moves. But I think that those 80s, that spot in the 80s there really gets overlooked for them taking some chances and trying some stuff, because you had to compete with like just weren't big dogs anymore. You had like the Ralph Bakshi movies coming out, you know what I mean? And like Heavy Metal, you know, and all that stuff. And so, you know, I can go on about movies and animation for hours, but
it was awesome.
West,
the knowledge that he has, the trivia knowledge that West has about that side of things, that being that knowledgeable about Disney facts, right? Like going back to the actress Cinderella's stepmom
and Maleficent.
Yeah, like the same actress and the whole tuberculosis, like all of those things. Now they're like, I hope they come up on a trivia night because they're going to be stuck in my head for a while. But just to have the knowledge and to be able to, so it's like talking about Star Wars. Like when you start rapping with somebody about Star Wars, and you start rapping with somebody about Marvel, or you start rapping with somebody about like the Cthulhu mythos, and you just vibe in that kind of way. You have all the knowledge to share back and forth. It's not just a one-way street. And West he was awesome to talk to, great to play with, and I believe it's a record because we were on for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh wow!
Yep.
Here's the thing, though, is it's like guys like you and me, and I definitely include West in this, and Mike. It's like you get us going on something that we're excited about and passionate about. Yeah. And time is all meaning. Yeah. You know, like it doesn't matter what's going on because you just get caught up in the conversation, in the hang, you know, and it's amazing.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how the Full 42 started, right? Like when I had Chris on the show during COVID to talk about the Kickstarter for, hey buddy, for Asking for Troubles, we just ended up like talking out afterwards. Like I just thanked him for being on the show and being the guest, and then we just started talking about stuff, and we found out like we could talk about stuff. So when we started thinking about maybe we do a show, and we just started talking on the show, like he and I had right in the beginning when we started. My mom was like, oh, how long have you known Chris? And I'm like, 3 hours. Like I never met the guy. Like I just said, hey, you want to come on the show? And then we just start like you and I, right? Like when we start talking, you find those people that you connect with on so many different levels. And Chris is one of those people that like if we had not connected in the way that we did, probably wouldn't have the show, right? It wouldn't have.
Right.
There was other stuff going on. It just happened to be like we have so many different things that we love that we want to talk about that it just made sense to start something. And same thing with you guys. Like we have the industry to talk about. We have drinks to talk about. We have Star Wars to talk about. More like anything. You find those people that it becomes very genuine and very natural. And that's talking with West off camera when I first had a conversation with him. and then talk to him at Gamma, and then talk to him at Origins, and get to hang out with him more at Origins. You just find those cool people that are doing cool things in the industry that have a lot in common with you, and you just want to talk to them more, right?
Well, I mean, sometimes it's like you just meet somebody. It's like, I want to hang out with that dude. Like, I want to hang out with that person. Like, they're just awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I want to soak their vibe. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to pick their brain. I want to argue with them. I just want to debate and dig in what we love and get excited about. It's the best feeling. I love it, especially when you click immediately. The best,
right? Like Death 3, it was just cool to like play and hang out and talk, and like anytime you get those people to talk to, like Sam from BA, it's just super fun to talk to people like that. What's Mike got?
Yeah.
Oh, you got it, man.
Yeah, feel better, Mike. There's no this show should always be and never be burdened. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, you know me. If I'm available on, if I'm here and I'm not in a meeting or I'm not doing some sort of something for whatever I do, I'm always available to come on the show and talk to you guys.
Yeah. You're the person I reached to. I was like, sometimes what I'll do is I'll set out like a blanket, like, hey, first one, you know, that answers. But I was like, I'm just gonna ask Mike first because he can do it, he will do it. And then if Mike can't do it, I'll figure something out. And if I had to do it solo, I would have. But it was more fun, and it was good to have you on, anyways.
Always.
So
if I can do it, I'm here anytime.
But yeah, hell yeah, man.
Yep.
Hell yeah. It's too bad Katya retired from you know, doing shows. Otherwise, we would have had her on. I'm just picking on her. I know she didn't retire.
There's always
on you. We don't like. We're guess.
There's always something going on, right? Whether it's a show or QSCon Tuesday or Prototype Sunday or development for 3WS or figuring out Gen Con or figuring out Origins or figuring out like, do I have to make grilled cheese or mac and cheese tonight? Like one of those things. There's something always going on. But when you have an opportunity to come and talk about games in the industry and hang out with cool people, I'll make time for it anytime.
Yeah, and David, technically not solo, right? Yeah, Chad is everything. Chad is what keeps this show off the rails. We're right where we like it. So, all right. So you've got some 3WS stuff you want to talk about before we jump into our shelves?
If you'll let me. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm here for it. You know, I love that stuff, anyways. And let me just say one thing, or just before we talk about anything else. I'd be fine if Mike did, but 3WS has never paid us a penny, and we're big fans of them. We go out, Robert and Shirley, out the publishers that we love and the designers we love and are excited about. So, anyways, I'm excited about 3WS because we love Stuff a Legend and Mission Control. We can't wait to see Charcuterie. You know, so
wait, the stuff that we have in the hopper that's coming out. It's some of the most fun stuff I've gotten to play around with on the industry side of things, but they're games that I'm not sick of, right? Like I just want to play them genuinely. So we have a lot of stuff coming. And throughout the rest of the year, we'll make announcements and, you know, post on the Discord and post on the website and do all those things. We'll have stuff to show off at Gen Con. The next game that we have is Charcuterie, but the game after that will be there. So if anyone's stopping by Gen Con, we're 151. I have some secret shit that I can show you if you're interested in what's coming down the pipeline. But to go off what you said, we appreciate you guys so much in the support that you've given us, the showing off Mission Control at Origins at your booth, the reviews, the talking about us, the letting me come on here and talk about it. So I figured, and I cleared this, I'm not going to get in trouble for anything that I'm going to say tonight, which is good. I feel good about it. I was going to do it anyway, but I did get approval, so I'm fine with it.
Sure. Don't lose your sweet gig there, right?
I do not.
Not on account of us.
Yeah, I don't want to piss them off. They're good people. I love them. It definitely feels like a home for me, so I would not want to jeopardize that. But I did clarify that I'm allowed to say what I am saying on the show and show what I'm going to show. But
nice.
I wanted to give you guys the first look and the first announcement of something that we're doing at Gen Con that's extremely limited, and which sounds cliche, but you'll see why. So I'm gonna share a couple things, because actually not only do I have it with me, but I have pictures of stuff with me. So
Nice.
I'm gonna build up to it too. It's all around mission control. This is all around mission control. On Monday with Chris at the 42, I have something else that I'm gonna say, but this is all about mission control.
All right. I'm here for it.
First things first. Wait, why can't I share? Oh, you gotta let me share. You gotta, on the bottom there, you'll have a
let's see, guess. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Add to stream. Bing bong boom.
Right. So the first thing, on Friday and Saturday from 11 to 12, you'll be able to meet Donnie and Corey. They'll be there. The game's going to be for sale. It was at Origins as a pre-release, but it's going to be for sale at Gen Con. And they're going to be there. They're sweethearts. They're friends of mine. They've been supporting me from through QSCon from day one of QSCon. They're just good people. So if you're around, come say hello.
I recommend buying Mission Control, and then, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Donnie and Corey sign my player sheet where they are on it, because I'm right there. So I want them to sign under their artwork, their images. I recommend everybody go and do that. That'd be the best place to get them to sign your game.
Yeah. The back, they're on the back. They're actually in the game, but they are on the player screen. So they're the two characters in the game. They are on the player screen. All right, so that's the first thing. Can I share? Oh, I gotta stop sharing first. Okay, fine. All right, so the other thing, and this is kind of a twofer. I don't know if this is Friday or this is Saturday. I can't read it. It's too friggin' small. Whatever. We're gonna do this one first, and maybe I get it right. I did. Oh wait. No, that's the right one.
The Designer Rescue Challenge? Yeah.
So Friday at 1:30 and Saturday at 1:30, there's two different groups. Benita, Grant, and Mark are going to try and save Corey in the game. We're going to be playing in the live simulator. Corey will be the Ethernaut that's running out of oxygen, and these three fine humans are going to play mission control and try and save Corey. In traditional gaming style, we are going to pit them up against 3 other people.
Yes.
So on Saturday, Danielle, and West will be trying to save Donnie. And we're going to post who had the best time remaining, and they'll have bragging rights on whatever channel they want to do it with. So if you're around at those times and you want to hear some chaos happen, it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, I can Grant, I'm going to meet Grant in person for the first time at Gen Con, because he's going to come by and do an interview with us in the booth, I think on Sunday. But I reached out to him totally cold and just said, hey, you don't know me, but I'd love to meet you. Would you want to come by and do a thing? And super nice, like, just like everybody in this whole industry, which a thing I love about it is almost everybody is so accessible and very generous with their time and very kind. But yeah, it's like super cool, very quick. I wish I knew him better, because I would almost love to do a Between Two Ferns style of interview. Have you ever seen? You seen that, Mike?
Yeah, that would be
just be like really horrible to him, but like somebody quick on their feet, which could just fire right back.
Yep.
I won't do that because I don't know well enough. And so things like that on the internet tend to backfire because people don't realize it's a joke. At the time. Like, but and David, I'd love to get Grant on a.
If you go into it and you know it's a joke and you play, like Grant would play along with that right out of the gate, it would make it awkward for people thinking, does he know? But he's a sweetheart. He's a great person to talk to. Super fun, has a great character. He's good.
He's good. What I want to do is get to know him at Gen Con a little bit, and then have him on for a Whiskey Wednesday. And like the first 20 minutes is just being like a dick to him. Yeah. In a way, like we're the idiot, because that's what Zach Galifianakis always does so well in the Between Two Ferns, is that he's the idiot, that's always getting everything wrong and bad and rude. Which is the brilliance behind that thing. It's
Yeah.
like why Mel Brooks is so good. Like Blazing Saddles, all of the racist people are jackasses.
Yep.
So they're so it's not okay that they're racist, but it's okay that they're racist because you're lampooning them so hard.
Sure.
Anyways,
Sure.
I didn't mean to digress, but I'm
You're fine.
nothing against Grant or Corey, but I'm kind of pulling for West's team just because of West. I know West as well as you. So sorry. Come on, Donnie, you can do it. Hope you
Yeah.
win.
I don't
Hope
know
they
who I'm,
survive.
I'm not going to announce it yet because I still have to mull it over. But I think I have a front runner and who I think is going to win. I don't know if that's the person I'm going to pull for,
Oh,
but I think I know who's going to win.
okay.
So we'll see. Because
Okay.
Grant, Mark, and Benita, it's going to be a strong team. They're going to be hard to beat.
Uh-huh.
And will the both Danielles and West? I think it's going to be it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be like a dramatic difference, but it also depends on how Donnie does as the Ethernaut and how Corey does as the Ethernaut. So there's a lot of variations going on in this game.
And the designers only have themselves to blame.
It's very true, right? They designed the game, so it's on them. All right. So you ready for the big thing? This is where I think you're going to lose your shit.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm so ready that after you show me, I'm going to try to bop out of here and pop in and see if I can make my edit any better. But I want to see this with my own eyes first. I don't want to delay this anymore.
So
because you still haven't revealed what hidden.
Nope. It literally is right here. So at Gen Con,
yeah,
we're doing a special, a limited special. There are only 100 of each available. And right after the show, I'm going to send you the link and open up pre-orders. And we're only taking a limited amount of pre-orders for pickup at Gen Con for this thing. It will not be it again. It's the only time you're going to be able to get it. I know it sounds like it's a bunch of bullshit, but legitimately, this is the only time you're going to be able to get it.
Mike, you better stay awake long enough for the show to end.
All right. All right. So I'm going to let you pick which one I'm going to show first. You pick either red or blue.
Oh, I got to go with blue.
Red pill or blue pill?
What?
Blue?
No, I'm going with blue. Blue's one of my favorite colors. Let's just do it.
Here it is.
It should pop up. I think I changed the settings so it'll pop up. Did it not?
Not yet.
No. Oh, okay. Here it comes. Here it comes. What is this? Oh, what is that? Is that a bag, some dice, and there's the pack with the difficulty card? Oh, look at that bag.
Yep. All right, so here's the rub. You ready? This it's going to be game. It's going to be the Ethernaut resupply pack, which is the thing you showed off on your show. There's a luggage tag. There's a pin. There's the 3 new boards with an event deck that's going to be revealed released at Gen Con for the first time as well. 3 special dice, upgraded dice that have the Saga logo on the 6 that you can only get in the bundle. I believe the dice might come out after too, but the bag. So there's the blue bag and there's a red bag, and I'll show you the red bag in a second. But the bag, like, it's not a small. It looks like it's small. It's not a small bag. I'm gonna stop showing so you can see it. So the bag is multifunctional. It has the shoulder strap, the big shoulder strap. It's got the little duffel carry-on, but it also, in the back of it, has. You can make it a book bag, like a backpack.
Oh. What?
Right.
That is crazy.
Like, it's solid. Like, it's a solid bag. It's not. I don't have anything that I can like put in it to show off on camera, and it might look small on camera, but the thing is legit. But it has.
How did you guys come up with that?
Right, because Mike and Dave are just geniuses when it comes to this kind of thing. They're just. The team is so solid when they think of like how they can make the experience even. Look at the simulator that they did, right? This big 10-foot round simulator with these dry erase easels, and did a biggie size of mission control. Like, when they get their heads around how they can make it special and how they can upgrade all the stuff, they're unstoppable. So they did this. It's got the Saga logo, it's got the flight crew, it's got the icons for the different things, it's got the Mercury 3. And then I'll show you.
That's crazy.
It's ridiculous. They're beautiful. And they literally showed up today.
Oh, wow. What time?
They showed up this afternoon. So when you reached out and you're like, oh man, this is the right thing to do. Like, let me share this with them for the first time. So there's the red one.
And that red one sharp looking too.
Yeah, the red one's sharp too. The red and the white with the Mercury 3 logo.
Dang.
And the logo.
I almost like the red one better. I don't know.
I know.
I think it's just the way that Saga pops.
Yep.
On there.
On the red.
Yeah.
They're pretty
Man,
crazy.
it just pops. Man, it's too bad that other people don't get that link until after Mike Ross and I get it. That's way too bad.
Right? Yeah, so it's crazy. It's got the side thing over here for things. So you can put, I mean, obviously Mission Control will fit in it, and you can do things, you can do those type of games, right? You're not going to fit Stuff of Legend in here because it's massive, but
right.
This ends up being, it's like you could just take it anywhere. It can go, you have your duffel, you have your to-go bag, you have your backpack, you bring all your games for bar night or game night or whatever, they all fit in this thing.
Well, and you know, and it's what's crazy though about it really though is if you're an undercover nerd and you're not like trying to out yourself to the world, you're like a board gamer, nobody would know that that's a board game backpack. That's like a deep cut. Like if you're walking around, because you know it's like because I've done this when you go to a convention and you find like the deepest cut funny T-shirt you've got, right, where you know like 5 people there or at the whole show are the only people that are going to get it, but when they get it, they're so excited. Because they get it. That's what that bag's like. That's what because that bag just looks legit like, man, that bag looks nice. That looks really nice.
I think I'm with Donnie. I think I'm team blue just because I like
Man, you showed me the blue one now though, and I really like that. God damn it.
Yep.
Man, Flight Crew. God, that looks good.
And they're both the same. I mean, this also says Mercury 3. It also has the Flight Crew. They have the logos for the cities. Like everything is still all there. But man, the red on the blue is just solid.
Man, both of them look. Those are awesome.
Yep.
Damn it.
All right, so I'll show you the blue one again. So all the things that are going to be available that we're releasing at Gen Con. So obviously Mission Control is out, and the resupply pack are out. The game's 40. The
and people have been posting pictures. Finding Mission Control at Barnes and Noble, which is awesome.
Yep.
I want to go to mine and see if we got it in ours, and then I want to jump in. I'd rather jump in on that wave than the selfie with a shelfie. Nothing against those, but I would rather just do that selfie with a shelfie at the Barnes and Noble with people that I liked game on the shelf right there, right?
Sure.
But
yeah, so the bundle. So like I said, there's limited amount that'll be available for pre-order for Gen Con pickup only, and then there's 100 of each color made. That's it. So once they're gone kind of thing. But it's $100 for the whole thing.
That's not bad for that bag. The game, the pro boards. That's the only way you're getting the city boards.
So no, you can get the extra boards.
It's the only way you're going to get the bags and the dice and the pin and the tag, the luggage tag, right?
Yeah, the pin will be there. We had the pin offered already, but we're going to throw it in. The dice will come with the bag. The luggage tag, the keychain, that'll come with the bag, with the bundle, I mean. But then the other stuff, it's all available. So if you've already gotten Mission Control, like if you picked it up at Origins, or you got it on when we did our pre-orders, you'll be able to buy the extra stuff as well. I don't know if that's not going to be pre-orderable on the site, but you'll be able to buy the extra stuff you don't have. But for pre-order purposes, the whole thing, there's a limited amount that we're going to release for pre-order for pickup, and then there's literally in my garage right now there is 100. I
love it.
99 of each color right now available.
That's awesome, man. It's awesome. You are kidding.
Yep.
It's pretty damn exciting, dude.
Yep.
And those bags look good. They look really good.
I'm bringing them wherever I go. Like every time I pick it up, I find something new. Like when I zipped over this thing, like it's a gray insert. It's a gray inside. But yeah,
because I feel like if you were one of the very cool people that has already bought Mission Control, buy this anyways, and then you give somebody. Now you've got a new and shrink Mission Control to give somebody as a gift for a birthday, Christmas, whatever. That's what will end up happening with me. Uh, man, that's sharp looking.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for a good bag too, like a good, that's good.
They're good. They're good. Like you could fit a basketball in here. I wish I had something that was like that I can show off on camera that makes sense. Like it's deep. It's deep. I don't even know what can I put in here that make it be like, oh, that's how big it is. I don't even have anything that would. I mean, Chris's maybe. I know I can't fit Chris's game in there.
You need Chris's collection of Mandalorian helmets.
Yeah.
Like, look.
Yeah.
Look,
I mean,
this fits in there.
So here's one of the big. That's the giant Gizmo.
Yeah.
Like put it here in the bag, right?
There's room. You could still fit mission control in there.
Yeah, like there's
Right
all
on.
that top there. It's the bags. It's solid. It so far. I mean, I haven't really. I've geeked out about a lot of things over my years. This bag is just. It just looks amazing. So,
Dude, that's awesome. I'm gonna go and calm down. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna pop out of here for a second and see if I can't make my internet work like this much better.
do your thing.
But I'll be right back, and then I will. Let's see what happens. Maybe.
Yeah, hopefully it works.
Dip out of here. I'm gonna try something.
I wonder if it'll. I hope it doesn't cancel the stream if he leaves because he's technically the host. It'd be really weird if all of a sudden. Oh no, because that happened on the show once. Chris bounced, and one of the early ones, we were just stuck with nothing to do. Like I can't close the show right now either. Yeah. So how's everybody doing? Makes it a hair. Yeah, Dave, I agree with you. Having the three colors. I mean, there is the dot on the red, technically. But, I mean, the red and white just, it stands out so well. But the blue, the red, it just looks.
Mike.
Oh, yeah. It's 100 for
It's
all
it's
the
$100.
Yeah. The dice, the resupply pack, the game, the keychain, the pin, the new boards that aren't out yet, Crisis Command, and the bag in whatever color you want.
I'm gonna try something else real quick.
Okay. Oh, Trevor. So, right after the show, which I don't want to put it in the chat just in case, but right after the show, I'm going to send the link to Tim or Mike, whoever does the behind the curtain kind of stuff, and they're going to put it in the show notes. And then I'm going to dump it over on my QSCon Discord, on the 3WS Discord, and on the Full 42 Discord, the show that I do on Mondays with Chris. So the link will be posted in a few different places. I'm sure Tim will drop it in the Board Game Rundown Discord as well. So it'll either be on these show notes once this is posted, or it'll be in one of those you'll put this, Tim, in the Discord, right? The Board Game Rundown Discord?
Oh, hell yeah. My goal is to make these sell out before
Perfect.
Gen Con. That's my goal.
I mean, that would be ideal. Well, we're only going to release a few for pre-sale because we do want to have some at the show.
I want all the pre-sales to be gone before Gen Con. That's my goal.
Yeah.
That's
so
my
Trevor,
goal.
it'll be
just because I'm excited about it.
It really is. It's beautiful. It's really. I know I seem biased because I'm on the team, but the thing is, it's solid. It's really, really cool.
Well, I mean, Mike and I have to say this all the time is, I mean, I've only talked to Corey and Donnie in person at Gen Con last year, but I've had messages with them off to the side. Hey, excited about your game. Love your stuff. Thank you so much. And they're both awesome dudes. Really like them. But like,
they are,
and yeah, we're friends with you, but at the same time, like, I say this all the time. If I didn't like your shit, Mike, I'd just be like, I would owe it to you as a friend to just be like, it's not for me, man. Yeah. I see what you did. I'm excited for you, but it's not for me. But like, you guys will see when that Mission Control review goes live. I sent it to both Mike. I sent it to Donnie early too, because we were just kind of texting back and.
Oh, he buffered. I did see it. I watched it. You sent it when I was on my way to game night last night, but I did watch it. It's just a fun game. They did such a bang up job on that game. Like for those that know the history of that game, like it started out as a online only, remote only play where it was easy to download and print so you can play it. It was submitted over COVID so people could just play it, print it and play it. But to see what Dave created and what the graphic design has come out to be and what Mike DeVito has done, I mean, it's something special. It really is. And to see, like, to be at the gathering, to have the case come and to let Donnie and Corey open it and they had their hands on it for the first time. It's really something. It was just something special all around that happened with that game. Like the IP is great, the story is great, but the gameplay, what it does, how it plays, it's just a solid game.
Yeah, it's awesome. David, what topical James Brown song are you thinking of?
Topical.
I can only name like 3 James Brown songs. Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, I Feel Good, and Living in the USA.
That's the one.
From
got
Rocky
a brand new
IV.
bag. Gotta be.
Oh, it's got to be, right? Holy shit, I said it without even thinking about it.
Yep, it's got to be that one.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited, man. And thank you so much for sharing that with us. Like first, holy shit, that's very cool.
That hasn't been like we've shared it internally. Like other people know about it, but we haven't revealed it. We haven't announced it. We haven't. It's
Listen,
not.
I didn't believe Donnie when he commented in the chat like, "Oh, what can it be?" I know better than that. But no, very cool, man. That's exciting, and it is. It just goes to show that if you're a rabid enough fan and you keep pestering the people that make stuff you like, sometimes they might show you stuff early.
You do not. You are not. None of you are pesterers. Like at no point do I ever feel pestered by you guys. I just you and I'm genuine. Like this is honest. It's. I could have. This could have been on the full 42. This could have been just a social media posted. But you guys have been tremendous supporters of ours. Not only the full 42 and me and Chris and Katya when she was on, but of 3WS in general. Like just talking about our stuff without being prompted, without really having anything to do with it. You guys have been tremendous supporters, so why not drop it here first? And it just made sense.
I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome.
It's just that Mike's not on because Mike.
I know
lost his shit.
Mike is at home with like a very big headache, just like, yeah, freaking out. I know he is. I know he is. He's gonna be so sad.
Mike can go away. Maybe he feels a little better now.
I know, right? Right, Mike. You know how to get on here if you're feeling better.
Yeah, who knows?
It'll just be like a dark room with like the hoodie pulled up, and like scrunched, so you just see his eyes barely.
If he shows up with just 2 red eyes, I'm bouncing. I'm out.
Me too. Me too. It could be the Horde King show. I'm out of here. Oh, well, damn, that was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah. See, Mike he can exclaim with his fingers how excited he is about it.
It literally showed up. Like there's the 100 of them are coming in the boxes, and 3 of the boxes came today. So I was taking pictures and I was sharing it with the team. And you had said, "Hey, Mike's not feeling good. You want to come down?" And I was just like, "I'm announcing this tonight if I'm on the show." So I was talking to them in the chat, like, "I'm gonna drop it on the show tonight. Is that all right?" So then I just wanted to make sure I had the numbers right, and we got the link done and the images. DeVito just finished the images today. So
is he gonna be at Gen Con?
Yep, the whole team will be there. Dave.
So because I think you're the only guy from the team that I've ever met. So it'd be good to kind of meet everybody, right?
Yeah. Well, they were there last year, but last year at Gen Con was such a whirlwind of what the hell was going on. And we had just met for the first time there anyway.
Yeah. So. Yeah. That barely counts. It barely counts. It was a great way to sort of like start the relationship, but it's a whole different thing now than it was, a year ago, what I mean?
100%. So yeah, it's neat. And I don't know if anybody, and you could fanboy about this at the show if you'd like. But if you're playing Diablo 4, which I heard is this little game that just recently came out, like really tiny.
somebody in the chat is playing it, but I couldn't remember who.
So one of the guys on 3WS, Dave Rodriguez, has worked on Diablo 4. So
nice.
Like he does narrative really well. So to have him on the team to create, if you're familiar with Mission Control and the IP that has been created, the narrative that's been created, that's Dave. Like that's a lot of back and forth, but that's really Dave. Like he's the narrative genius of that thing. Like he does narratives so well. So he'll be there if you're
that's rad.
Kind of cross the streams on that one.
That's very cool.
Yep.
That's very cool. Yeah, again, you just never know who you're going to meet and like what other people have been involved in, and worked on. It's just, I just love this hobby, man. I love this hobby.
They're great people. They really are. Like, I'm very lucky to know as many people as I know in the hobby that come by the booth at a convention and want to say hello for no other reason than to just say hello. Like they're very genuine people. And like some of my best friends, if not all of my best friends, are just con people. They're either fans or they're in the industry and they're publishers or they're writers or game designers. Like when you're in it and you get to hang out with these people. I wish I could hang out with them more, right? Like I wish everyone was just closer. It's nice to go to the conventions and spend time, but then you're in the booth for 8 hours and then you're grabbing dinner and then it's like, all right, we got to do it again. So there's always too little time to hang out with everybody, but they all mean something special to me in my journey in this industry. And you guys are included. Like to know you guys, to hang out at Origins with you guys was
Yeah, and Gen Con's just going to be that again. You know what I mean? Like Origins was amazing. Gen Con's going to be that again. And it's even better now because we've already done it with Origins like a month ago. You know what I mean? So it's like just pick right back up where we left off. I mean, it's awesome.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Can't wait.
It's the best. It is the best. And I hope anybody that is going to Gen Con swings by both of our booths. We're basically polar opposites because they knew that if they put Mike and I too close together, we wouldn't get any work done. So they got to spread us apart.
It's so true. Yeah, what are you, 1900, 1938, 1946, 19-something?
1931. And you guys are like 3 digits, right? What'd you say, 131?
151.
151.
Yeah, so the journey over, because I'm spending some time in your booth to talk about our stuff and to just rap with you guys for a while. So that journey from 100 to 1900 will be fun to get through that main aisle and all the big backpack. See, that's the other thing with this is it's not one of those giant backpacks that are going to affect a bunch of walking around either.
Yeah, you're not that jackass that is got the thing and he's like bumping into people as they're turning and.
Yep, I agree, David. Yeah. That's how I remember our booth number. We're the same last year, but 151 Bacardi, right? It's a good proof. You can light it on fire if you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah, you could take a Bacardi 151 Amaretto, light it on fire, drop it in a beer, and chug it. Tastes just like Dr. Pepper.
It sure does.
Yeah, flaming Dr. Peppers. Used to do them all the time.
Yep.
Bobby, you tell that supervisor, kick rocks. Come back over the day shift, buddy, and then you can just be on the show with us. It's even better.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Bob, absolutely. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, flaming Dr. Peppers used to be my jam 20 years ago.
I mean, yeah, they'd have a different effect now, I think.
Yeah, they definitely hit different.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we could get around to our topic for the night since we're about 45 minutes in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mike's hair will grow back by the time he makes it from 151. Mike's hair.
I gotta cut it again. I definitely gotta cut mine again. So.
Yeah, so you guys at 151, that's where you were last year, same spot?
Yep, okay. Right across from Lucky Duck. We're right up across from Lucky Duck.
Yeah, okay. So I think I know if our booth is where the game store owner that produces our show, I know we're going to be like basically the same depth as you, but like you just got to find a good aisle and go straight across.
Yeah, if you got a good straight across, there's that one main aisle, but they make it so mazy at some point.
Yeah,
where they kind of get lost. So
it gets hairy in there. Oh shit, a flaming Moe, man! I used to love the I still love the Simpsons, but that was back when I never missed an episode of the Simpsons.
Yeah,
funny story, real quick, since we always stay on topic. In high school, I did radio class, and we'd have to do a radio show for a half. We do a live radio show, and then we do record one. So basically we had like an hour because it was a half-hour long show each. So we'd have an hour hours worth of work, and they let us out of school at like 11 o'clock to go downtown to do radio class at the education building. And so that's like 4 hours, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so 1 hour was like, we needed to work. Well, my friend and I would goof off, make a show, blah, blah, blah. And then everything else was just sitting in this room watching VHSs of The Simpsons or like playing weird records that our radio teacher had. And like, that's all we would do is just watch Simpsons and listen to like really weird records, because then we would take those records and splice little like bits together to make, you know, funny little bits and bobs, you know, but we had to do it reel to reel. So it was crazy. That doesn't even exist anymore. But yeah,
that's a group from the 80s, isn't it? Reel to Reel?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, now we gotta.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I mean, it was great meeting you guys. That video that you guys cut of playing is still like, we still use it. I used it for training, like watch the game being played kind of thing. Like, it was great that you guys had the opportunity to do it. You did it again at Origins. Like you've been from then, you've been tremendous supporters of ours. Like it's been a great journey.
I mean, no joke. I was working at the DV Games booth at the complete opposite of where you guys were, and they were like, "Tim, when are you done with your shift?" And I'm like, "I don't know, 2 o'clock or whatever." And they're like, "The minute you're done, you're running over here to this booth, and it's right by Lucky Duck. I'll never forget it." And they're like, "You're running over to this booth. It's a real time roll and write." I'm like, "I don't like roll and writes." So they're like, "Trust me, you got to see this thing." I'm like, "Okay, cool, whatever." So we run over there, and I say hi to Katia real quick because she was like kind of right by you guys, and so I said hi to her real quick, and then I kind of come around the other side because you had like Stuff of Legend set up on the one side, but then Katia was kind of like facing the wall, so I was like at the wall, and then came around the other side, and you had the thing there. Because then it was like Lucky Duck was here, and then the booth was here, and then you guys had like your counter and your Stuff of Legend stuff. Like I remember it clearly. Mm-hmm. And but we were just, we were psyched anyways, because we're just game to get weird, and get like, let's just get into this, let's see what happens. And and the way you guys like built it all up, made the badges. And then we go into that thing, and then the way that they explained it, we're like, this is going to be awesome. And it did not disappoint. I still have my Mission Control badge somewhere. But you guys created such an atmosphere for that whole thing. And the way we played that game and had so much fun. And it was like the story that we told all year. We're like, we can't wait for this game to come out. We cannot wait for this game to come out. Like legit. There was, I know Tabletop Tycoon, Starling Games, like I like them, but and I know they had like a big tree in their booth. That's cool, and I know it's Upper Deck has had like the walkthrough Matrix thing, right, for their legendary encounters. I think that's Upper Deck that makes legendary. Anyways. That was fine. You walk through this little hallway real quick and then you're done. I'm like, okay, whatever. But we went into your booth and into that simulator, and it was like, this is bananas. This was so cool. And it was legit. Like, I know, like, I don't say this just because I love you guys, because I do, but it was legit like the booth of the show for us. It was like, that was the story. I mean, what's the story you keep telling? You know what I mean? That's how it is when you go to convention, right? It's like, what was the game we kept playing and that you don't ever stop talking about, And 9/11, where they were when Kennedy was shot, and then my first sight of Mission Control. It's clear as day, man. I'll forget what I had for lunch today, but I can tell you how I walked up and approached that Mission Control booth. It was nuts, man. It was such a good time. Well, it's true,
right? You want to create. It's the same thing with going to a concert, or the same thing with going to anywhere you go, like a park, like Disney or Universal, or whatever. You remember moments. You want to have that experience, and we wanted to. We always. That's something that we're gonna do, like moving forward. That's just something that the team just wants to do. But the extra little thought put into, all right, well, yeah, why don't we have them in saga suits? Or why don't we make it more of an experience? Like they're the training captains that are taking you on your training simulator and they're in a saga suit. Cool. Well, what if we got you a badge that like showed that you did the thing? Like, okay, then that's a thing.
Right.
But wait, what if we put stickers on the back? And if you did some things, you got these stickers and then you can complete your badge. And then we had the printer that we took a picture of your face and put it on the thing. Like all the
Yeah.
little, they all matter. And I'm touting us because obviously that's what we're talking about. But those companies that take the time to do the extra little thing, they stand out. Like it really makes a difference, right? Like you said, like the Matrix, I don't even remember that booth. We were talking about it. Was it on the 42? Who were we talking with? Was it Petrie? It might have been Michael Petrie. I don't remember. But they were like, oh, yeah, Upper Deck did Matrix that year. And I'm like, I didn't even see the booth. I didn't walk through it. I didn't recognize it. Like, it didn't stand out to me. But what did you get from that experience? Like you said, you walk through, and that's cool. And then what? You're on to the next thing. But if you can create the moments, like when you're at a concert and they drop the song that you're waiting for,
Right.
well, like we were just, I just went to go see Dave Matthews back, and you can tell that somebody's, especially Dave, is in the moment when he starts telling his little stories about like things that have happened to him. And he told a story, two different stories, and it's not going to make any sense, but one about pissing on a fly and one about taking mushrooms and being really good at darts. And those moments, like that will last in my memory forever because it was such an iconic moment in the concert that you will remember. And
Right.
having those experiences and be able to talk about them, it's going to be a year later that you're still talking about that booth or this booth or that experience. Like it goes a long way when you take just a little bit more time to do something that's like.
Well, and now I'm not West by any means, but like my family, we enjoy going to Disney. And one thing Disney does on their rides very well, like while you're waiting in line, is they build up the mood and the atmosphere and the, that ambiance, you know what I mean? Whether it's characters or just things that are going on while you're going through the queue, right? And that was, I mean, that's what you guys kind of did. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, we're going to have this like little immersive bubble right here in the middle of this busy ass convention. And, I mean, we're all wearing masks, and it's like not always the most comfortable, especially if you've been wearing one all day. I'm not like, no judgment on masks or anything. It's just after 8 hours, they start to hurt a little bit, unless you've got like some good clips or something. I didn't. But just to go in there and be able to do that. And it blew us away. And again, something like that. And now you just made a whole bunch of new friends also. Like who knew, right? Like something stupid like that.
Right.
Because you guys did this amazing booth, and then you take 10 minutes to talk to us the next day about it. Because when we show back up to talk to Corey and Donnie on camera,
Yeah. But that's the thing. I think that goes along with the industry, and we've talked about this. What drew me to the industry, what drew me to the hobby, is the fact that you can sit at a table with strangers and forget about shit for a while, right? You get to live in the fantasy world, or live in the space world, or live playing Star Wars. Whatever you're doing, you're taken away for a little while, right? You go on you're sitting at a table with other humans on Earth, but you're not there, right? You're somewhere else.
Right.
So why not create that experience? Like, yes, it's a selling show. Yes, people buy a lot of shit. Yes, people go out of their minds to get 20 copies of something that's available at the show, and they're unhappy when they don't. Like, why didn't you bring 21? Like, I get that.
Right.
But why not create that experience across the board, right? That's what you're doing. That's what's bringing people to board games, right? Maybe not. Maybe some people are more into it for the strategy or for the whatever, but I'm in it for the creativity. I'm in it for that thing. And this team just does that right. Like, they just make sure that it just carries over.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
That's a good movie.
That's Fighter. Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a lot going on. We'll see.
You guys nailed it. I'm excited. I'm really hoping. This is one of those things where it's like I showed a bunch of people over the weekend because I was playing games at my in-laws, and it was like the first time we played games together since Origins, and I'm like, we're playing Mission Control, and we played it a couple times, and I played it with my in-laws and some of their friends that were in from out of town. I mean, technically they're my friends too, but they came to visit them and stayed at their house. But anyways, it's like, I know they'll love this, and so like I got my niece playing it. We're all into it. We're all having a good time. And it's like,
great.
It's like anything where it's like, when you really are excited about something, you're like, everybody should know about this,
Yeah.
and that's what, Stuff of Legend. I can't wait till we haven't done our Stuff of Legend review yet, but I like Stuff of Legend. I can't wait to play more. It's really good. I know we keep talking about Mission Control, but that's the one we played the most. And I don't know how you create a Stuff of Legend experience when you're not at like a furry convention, or without it turning into like a booth full of furries potentially, which is fine.
That would be a little weird. Yeah.
But you could have some killer cosplay. Like that game lends itself to cosplay like crazy.
Oh my God, yeah. We have some fans of our stuff, like Charmed and Dangerous. If you go back on the either Instagram or Facebook, you'll see some pictures of some cosplayers that dressed up as one of the characters from there. Yeah, like they do it well. Like we've seen a Jester. The Jesters come out pretty good. It would be hard to do like Percy and Quackers, but you could probably dress up as Max pretty easily. I think the Mayor would be really cool to see as a cosplay. Homer would be really neat to see. But Jester's
the one.
Jester's, yeah, I'm Team Jester always. I'm always. Where's Jester? Where is my Jester? Did he fall? Where's Jester?
Uh-oh.
He was just here. I saw him.
Mike stole it.
No, he was literally just sitting here. Oh, because I knocked it down at some point. That's why.
Oh, okay. I was swinging all the bags around. Yeah.
Yeah, Jester's the man. Like Jester is the one.
Well, and the other thing that I thought was really cool is when people started getting their hands on their Stuff of Legend and they were posting in your Discord them painting the minis.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's a whole other aspect of that game that people can get into and get excited about and be like, what's that mini from?
Yeah.
I mean, components wise, that game's freaking great.
It's awesome. And the idea that you can do, like I have the resin ones. These aren't from the game. These are ones that were prototyped. But when you get into the boy and the toys on the bottom, and then you look at the boogeyman and you have the skulls of the toys on the bottom.
Damn, like that's good.
Yeah, like the detail that they put into this, they really just pay attention to stuff, and I think that's what I love about them so much is they just pay attention to the little things that make a big difference.
Yeah. Well, again, yeah, I can't wait to see Paul again at Gen Con too. It's gonna be a good time, man.
Yeah,
but you're right.
Paul's got something special over there with.
Gempire. Gempire. Everybody needs to go check out Gempire. We'll be talking about it. We're gonna have a video of it and stuff.
Yeah.
I've got it's somewhere over there. I think my Gempire dice tray, which looks totally badass. Paul, are you giving away any of those at Gen Con? I'll put you on the spot.
Yeah,
I hope you are.
Yeah, no,
hope you are because they're good.
Totally random, but yeah, definitely check out Gempire. Like Paul's got something good going on over there. It's fun. It's good.
I mean, he won a major award for it.
It was a major award. Yep.
It was no leg lamp. I don't think he got a leg lamp, which is too bad. But
no, although he could. I mean, you probably have one made with a little plaque on it. But we have it was Mike and Paul and I played on. It was one Sunday afternoon, I think we played. So you have in your repertoire, in your catalog, if you go back on YouTube, the Board Game Rundown has a live play of that game.
Look at that. I don't know who this Facebook user is, but he's waiting on West to get his butt back to the test table.
Oh, nice.
Hey, and TK, TK's got a nice little game coming on his own. So that's high praise there, Paul. You should feel good about that because Galactic Cruise ain't no joke, man. The hype around that game is getting insane.
Yep.
I was standing at another booth and somebody was talking to Jeremy Howard, and Jeremy was like, "Have you seen Galactic Cruise yet?" And I was like, "That's a good game."
Yeah,
I saw it. I wanted to be like, they were in my booth all day that day, but I didn't want to like try to big time Jeremy Howard because he's 4 feet taller than me, and I'd like to have him on the show sometime.
Jeremy's a good dude. Jeremy's cool to talk to, great to drink with.
I really enjoyed the episode that he was on, the full 42 when he was on with you guys. He's
the reason we went and sought after Comic Hunters.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
He brought it up to us, and then we were lucky enough to like Alan had gotten me a copy when he came to QSCon, and then eventually got the other co-host copies. But he's the reason Comic Hunters was even on my radar when he brought it up on the show. Like,
God, I love that game. Yeah, so I heard Arcane Wonders. So, well, that's not a secret. Arcane Wonders is reprinting it. They've got the rights. They're going to be doing it.
Is it Arcane? I thought it was under Dice Tower. So they're doing
Well,
the Dice Tower Essentials.
Dice Tower Essentials through Arcane Wonders, right?
Yeah.
But what I've heard is, because I thought they would switch it over to the Sentinels of the Multiverse IP because they own that IP now too, or have access to it or whatever. But no, they're sticking with Marvel. Now they might have to change some of the covers that they use based on like deals with artists and stuff. But that's fine. If you give me the same game, I would own 3 copies of that game. I'd have my Brazilian version, I'll have the American version, and then give me the DC version of Comic Hunters, or give me give me the DC Marvel Image Dark Horse like crossover, right? Like give me all. I want all them badass old comic books, like thrown into one. I mean, just take my money. Take my money.
They're
are you? Oh, go on.
They got to keep the license because they're working with Spin Master.
Oh, okay. That's how.
That's how they got the Marvel license. And there are a couple, from what I understand, there are a couple comic covers that they're switching up for reasons. But yeah, the speculation was that they weren't. The reason why it wasn't in North America was because the Marvel license, like
correct
those other things. But they found a home. They're going to republish it, and it's going to be in English, and it's going to be Marvel. And I think there's got to be someone out there that can port that over to DC and do comic covers. So the thing with that game is, again, with the details, it's in the other room. But if you look at the spine of look at the spine of that game. This is what I talk about with details. Like when a company pays attention to details, it goes a long ways. Just the spine of that has the golden, the silver, and the modern age of the character in that splay. Like it's so fucking brilliant what they do. Like when you pay attention to shit like that, it's just, the game's great. Having the comic covers, knowing I have the comics, upstairs, is really cool to play that kind of thing. But the side of that game is what it really makes it that much. Little details make it.
I always make sure that's the side that shows when it's on my shelf, because that side of because the other side just has Comic Hunters. Yeah, like that side, that's the side I want to see. Like when I'm looking. That game is really good.
It's just a nice little detail, right? To have, because when you think about comics, you think about the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Modern Age. Like that's just kind of comes with comics, right? You think of Golden Age Superman, Golden Age Batman, and to have that, like even the display of Captain America on the bottom of that, like it's a detail. If it was just a solid character, but the fact that they did that and it looked like volumes of a graphic novel, like it's just great.
I love it. Oh, TK holds the record for winning Gempire with the smallest city. That's very cool. Very cool.
Very cool.
Now, are you my next door neighbor was from Brazil visiting a few months ago and knew us into board games. Texted me a photo asking you if you had it. What you do is you say no, so they bring you one. Yeah, then you give it to somebody else or get another copy. If you didn't have it already.
It's language independent. I mean, obviously you have the rule book, but the cards, the icons, the way the board is set up, everything is language independent. So as long as you download the English version, I mean, you play the game. So if you can get your hands on any copy, whatever, the game is.
It's brilliant. Yeah, it's so easy. The ease of teach. It's easy to get to the table. The arts, all of the art is just banging, 100%. Yeah, it's freaking great. And I'm a comic book nerd, so like it checks all the boxes and a few extra for me.
Yep.
Oh, okay, sure. Wayne. Good deal. Good deal. Good. Well, that's it. Yeah, that's very good, man. That is very good. Excellent game. I love it.
To go and add to the collection. Sure.
And again, sometimes it's like when that game comes out, I already have it, but it's like, no. I want to support that game. Yeah. Because that game is so good. Yeah. I don't have any affiliation with them. I don't, I don't really know anybody from Arcane Wonders, that well. I'd love to, but I don't. But you know what I mean? It's like, no, they put out stuff you like go out and talk about it. That's what I want to do.
It's because Robert's great. What Arcane Wonders is another company that the games that they have their name on, right, the logo on, like I trust what they're bringing over and what they're putting out. They're good games. And Robert's also he's a good dude.
Even better, right? It's always better.
Yep.
Reed, let me talk about Reed real fast. So Reed is a designer, and Reed has been sort of a friend of the show from way early on, and he will always have a place in my heart for that. And then it was great to get to play games and hang out with him at Origins, which is always super cool. But Reed, so he's made Vigilante and then his new game, Catnip Auction House. And Catnip Auction House got a lot of mileage over the weekend because, again, so easy to teach, great art, funny cats, on the boxes. I think we filmed our video for Catnip Auction House over the weekend. We did so many videos Sunday, I can't even remember which ones we did. but anyways, Reed, Dynamite Game, 10 Robot Games. Look up Catnip Auction House. You need to find it. That's a strong recommend. It's a light, fun bidding game, but it does bidding in a way that's a little unique than other bidding games, and I really, really appreciate
Nice.
really appreciate that game. It's a good time. So,
Did we play him with Reed?
Did you play what?
Stuff of Legend with Reed? Did he play with us?
Reed played. Yeah.
I know Reed. Nice to see you, Reed.
Oh yeah, Brian. There's Brian. Brian was one of my friends from out of town that was playing games with us. So he played Mission Control. He played Catnip Auction House.
Nice.
And we played
Cool.
a ton of games. We just banked through a bunch of them. You ready to dig into our shelves now that we're an hour in? I was about to do it like 20 minutes ago, but then we got going on convention stuff, but I don't care.
Yeah, it'll happen. I noticed I didn't plug my computer in and I'm at 19%. So either the computer's going to die on me at some point, or I'll just bounce and go get the control, the
charger. Yeah, that's fine too. Fine too. Whatever you got to do, man. Cool. Do you want to go get it now? I can BS while you run and grab it. If you want to grab it, I don't care.
I'm going to wait because Luca isn't crying. And if I go up and he sees me, he might lose his mind again. So I'll wait as long as I can.
I hear that. My kids are past that stage. Well, Clark sometimes, if he sees me, might be like, "Dad, what are you doing?" We're like, "Back down."
Yeah, go back.
So I totally get it.
Well, my mom's in town, so my mom is hanging out with him at the moment. So,
but again, if he sees you,
yes,
Grandma's not going to cut it. Yeah. I get it.
Yep.
I totally get it. Because depending on the kids and the age, that's totally a thing. And sometimes the day of the week.
It all where the moon is, or like anything. Yep.
All right. So the real reason we are here.
I'll do that. I'll wait till Tim buffers and run up. It'll be a challenge. The next time Tim buffers, I'll see if I can go upstairs and come back with the plug
before I come back. Sometimes it's like when I start buffering like that, it's like, can I run up and get a snack and get back down before
a refill?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I keep that handy. That's always within arm's reach.
That's smart.
I bring down extra ice.
I do kind of wish we can just reach up into the ether up here.
Oh, I know, right?
That would be nice.
But yeah, we're gonna go through. I just picked like a section of my shelf. So this section of my shelf has 2, 4, 5 games on it. I pulled the whole section out. It's that empty spot right back there. I could have just grabbed the one cube that is all just Ankh and talked about Ankh all night because I love that game.
Yeah, I feel like it had to be something with a little bit of variety, right? Because any one of these up here would be just Marvel United, right? I have that's all Battlestar Galactica. This is all Merchant's Cove. This is all Century Emerson's games. The Century lineup, the behind this. This is, I don't know if I've ever shown this on the show. This is from Charles Wilson. He did the art for Stuff of Legend, but he did Star Wars. He did a little Star Wars chibi kind of thing, and he was selling them. It's a one of his art, but
that's awesome.
Isn't it great?
I love unique art like that. I've got a buddy that does, like, a local guy that does like really fun art, and it's like anytime I see stuff like that, I like to I want to pick it up because I think it's cool and I want it in my house, and then B, I just get you just want to support people.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, are you a fan of Mystery Science Theater 3000? You know what that is?
So there's a local guy that just came up from Arizona who's a diehard fan, and he's trying to get me back into it. I used to watch it with my father. we would get a big kick out of it. But I haven't followed them since they went off air and they're doing all the riff tracks and everything. I haven't really.
I haven't gotten back into them. Like I'm a Mike and Joel, guy. Like I watched when it was Mike and Joel, but I got something cool to show you since we're going to be doing that. Hold on.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I used to love it. I know it's all scripted and all planned, but the way that they do, the show is it's just funny. They do a really good job.
I will say the Mac and Me one that they did on Netflix, I was crying, laughing so hard at some parts. But I was also familiar with Mac and Me because I'm a child of that era. But my buddy Colzar did this. So it's a Star Wars crossover with MST3K. He did some Jawas.
That's so cool. Even with the two sons, the little sand crawler, that's neat.
Yeah, he's a Star Wars nerd anyways. But yeah, he's got Tom Servo, Crow, and then you got R2.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then all the Jawas. He's got like a very stylized, kind of approach.
That's cool.
But I love it. It's not as cool as yours, but it's pretty cool. I'm really glad I got my thing.
It's neat. They're both equally awesome.
They're just unique, right? They're just totally different. There we go.
Tune in to Monday's show on the 42 because there'll be an opportunity there's something. The other thing that I'm going to announce.
Oh, right.
With a one-on-one possibility. So
nice.
I can't say anything yet about it, but
yeah, Reed. There's no gonk droid in there. Nobody's perfect. We get it. Do you have a gonk droid?
No, I don't think so. But I think the reason I liked it so much, obviously, it's got all the iconic characters. It's got a little Death Star. It's got Chewie, but sitting on Jabba's head.
Is that Salacious Crumb?
It's
Salacious B. Crumb.
Salacious B. Crumb.
Oh,
why was I going into that? Oh, because Century was behind it. I wanted to show you. Whatever.
I don't know who the Facebook user is that's hanging out with West, but I am excited to see Claw in a few weeks.
He's bringing it to Gen Con. We're gonna play it.
Yeah. He's bringing it over to our booth too. So.
Also, I know you watched the show on Monday with West, but he's coming to QSCon.
Oh, he's a dirty bastard.
Just gonna let you know.
Dirty bastard. It's the. I work 1 weekend a year. 1 weekend a year. There's these guys. They do. So this. I'll just go in this story real quick because I'll give you the fastest version of it I can. 13 years ago. Yeah, that's true. These are all just excuses. 13 years ago, my wife and I were trying to get married. We're paying for everything ourselves. We're just, we're going on the cheap, but we still want to do something kind of nice, but nothing crazy because we're paying for everything ourselves. And my brother-in-law is a graduate of Notre Dame. It was like his, what would it have been? 20th high school reunion. And he needed help. He was class president. He was organizing the reunion party. And Notre Dame will do this thing where they'll have this weekend where it'll be in increments, I think, of like 5. So so class of 90, class of 95, class of 2000, whatever, right? Like all those, they all have their reunion parties like the same weekend. And so my brother-in-law, they rented big old tents and, and had like a dance floor. And there was a guy from their class that was a DJ and, there was a guy that was a DJ and there was a guy that was in a band. So they got the band and then they got the DJ for when the band wasn't playing. So they did this party up like big and crazy. And it was like a whole weekend thing. And my brother-in-law is like, hey, you and Kelly are trying to make money for your wedding. I will pay you to, cause I was not that far removed from bartending at the time. He's like, I'll pay you to bartend and just kind of help out and, lug shit around. And I'm like, yep, I'll do it. So I worked that whole weekend. We made some good money, all went right to the wedding. And then the next year, my brother-in-law calls me and goes, hey man, somebody from class of 91 called and asked who we used for our party. Do you care if I give them your name? Would you guys want to do that again? And I'm like, well, yeah, that's fine. So then we did it again for them. And then we did another party. Well, then this class of 91, they don't always do like the big reunion party like that, but every year they host a tailgate at Notre Dame. They pick one game and everybody just shows up for their tailgate for their class reunion every year. So they pick a game. And so they asked me and my buddy, like, hey, would you guys want to do this for our tailgate? Like, you just, pour drinks and like, just cook hot dogs and like keep the beer cold, run and get more beer if we need more beer, run and get more ice. You guys are welcome to anything we've got, this and that. You want tickets to the game? We'll probably get you tickets to the game. So we started doing this, I don't know, years ago. And I now every year, like when I start at like 6 a.m. on that Saturday, we go out, we set up the tailgate, we put it all up, put it all together. And I'm out there till like 2 a.m. When we finally tear it all down and like pack up and go home. And
you still do it now?
Yeah, I do it every year for them. They're like, hey, you coming back? It's like, so every year at the end, they're like, Tim, okay, so this year our game's going to be the Ohio State game. So don't make plans. I'm like, all right, I'll be there. And so that's what happened is the Ohio State game is the weekend of QSCon. And I'm like, oh, and I make hundreds of dollars doing this because between people tipping, because I'll put out tip jars and then I always charge these guys like, I don't know. I try to charge them like 10, 12 bucks an hour because I like them. And they're all super cool dudes. I eat for free, like all day. And they like cater in food, and then we grill and do stuff like that too. But they always pay us more than what I asked them to. And then we put out a tip jar and then we always get like stupid amounts of tips because we're pouring drinks for people, and you got guys. I mean, I am not Notre Dame money, but we are catering to Notre Dame money. And there's people that got money. They just don't even know what they're doing with at these tailgates, especially when they get like 7 Bloody Marys in. So, and that's no joke. They go to the game to sober up. But what I'm trying to do is get my wife to take a trip to New York with me. And then I can just like swing through Syracuse. Be like, look, I need this dedicated afternoon because I got to go see some people about some stuff.
Anytime. Open door. Let me know.
I got to get up there. I got to get up there on your turf and take advantage of your hospitality. And I'm not bullshitting. QSCon 2024, like legitimately very good chance. Like legitimate. Like I'm gonna say 90%. Like I'm like.
Yeah, but then the schedule comes out for Notre Dame, and apparently money is more important than friends. I get it. Pouring Bloody Mary for people are more important than hanging out with all of us that'll be in Syracuse. That's fine.
Let me tell you, Trevor, I could not host a tailgate for QSCon. I'll tell you why. It's because I would want to be inside playing all the games. Nobody's going to be hanging out with me in the parking lot. Trust me. I got to play games so people hang out with me. I can't, tailgate ain't going to cut it.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I really can't wait to get up there for QSCon because there is, and I think you guys touched on this on your show on Monday a little bit, but there's nothing better than like a small convention that you can just kind of dip into, and it's so personal, you know what I mean? And like you just kind of by the end of the weekend, you kind of feel like everybody because you've at least seen all their faces. You've spent 2-3 days in a room with them. Maybe it's a bigger conference, like hotel conference room kind of thing, but still you recognize all the faces because you've been looking at them, whether you play games with them or not, and then you really do feel like, oh, hey, I saw you at QSCon, and then immediately now you've got that thing in common.
Yep.
The small conventions are my absolute favorites. Now, if I got to keep going to Origins and Gen Con so I can hang out with my con friends, I'm going to keep going to Origins and Gen Con. But when you can get them little conventions in, like we used to see, and this is, I wonder if, because we used to go to Geekway, and then Geekway got bigger, and then my wife kind of had a bad experience there because of somebody was a dick to her because we had bought a copy of Wingspan, and there was a Wingspan in the Play to Win, but people were like camping on it. And so this guy yelled at my wife and her sister because we had a copy of Wingspan sitting on our table, and the guy's like, "It's people like you that nobody else can get a hold of that game." And we're like, this is our copy, like, and I wasn't there. I'm really glad I wasn't there, because I would have gotten myself in trouble for somebody speaking to anybody that I care about like that. You know what I mean? Like, but anyways, so she hasn't really wanted.
98% of the people are genuine and supportive and friendly, and you definitely want to hang out with them, and you'd hang out with them anywhere, anytime, right? And then you get a person like that can just ruin an experience for somebody.
Right, exactly right. So I'm wondering if I can be like, hey, let's go to a guy I can talk to. They'll have a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's definitely it's a lot of what I try and do at QSCon is to keep it that intimate kind of feeling, because it is a community, right? Like the board game industry, whether you're on one side of the curtain or the other, it is a community, right? You're a community of designers, your community of publishers, your community of game designers. Like that's a big community. And then the game designers and the people that play the games, like the board game industry is a community from whatever side you're looking at it. And when you get to play around in your backyard with your literal community, it's just it's different, because they are people that you see. You might see them at the market or whatever, but then you get people that come in from out of state to attend the convention, and that's the community isn't just in your backyard. It really is. Like Alan came from Costa Rica, right? And shit, it's amazing.
Yeah. How flattering is that? Like when stuff like that happens. I haven't seen him on tonight. I
didn't promote any.
Like,
I didn't have the link and says hi. Yeah. Well, I didn't send the thing out, so maybe he might be late. But yeah, Alan came from Costa Rica by himself. And then there were two other people it was last year or the year before that had come from Oklahoma and Kansas, I want to say, just by themselves, saw the con, either had family in the area or like went to SU and like, oh, they're like, I want to go back and visit kind of thing. There's two guys that come from Connecticut. One guy went to SU. So they're like, it's humbling when walking the con, when I go from like the registration table up to do the trivia or up to do the panels, and I just see people that I see on a regular basis. Every Tuesday we have the game night at the brewery, and I see them playing with people that it's their first time there. Like Diana's in the chat. Dave and Diana came to QSCon. It was their first con experience, and then that was in October. I think the year they came, it might have been the October one. I think it was the November one. And then randomly, all of a sudden, I see both of them at PAX walking up the aisle. And I'm like, what the hell? Like that, I just spent time with them in Syracuse, right? And they're from New York, but it was their first con. And then it hooked them to go to more. And then we were hanging out with them at Origins, right? They were playing games with us at Origins. So those small communities, small cons in your community can really light the fire that this hobby brings. And it's really cool to see. And to be on that side of things, right? That creates those moments for other people. Not only do I love those moments, but then I get to see that what I'm kind of working on is creating those moments for other people. Like that's just, there are no words for that at all.
It's just something about being able to create such a nice and welcoming and safe atmosphere, you know what I mean? Where people can just come, be themselves and have a great time. And everybody's there for the same thing. They just want to play games. Everybody just wants to, like, I'm excited to play games. You're excited to play games. Let's do this. Let's hang out. I love that stuff.
I met them at the first QSCon in 2019.
Yeah. I have so many friends because of this hobby, like people that I would just lay down in traffic for, that I love, because of this hobby. It's such a great hobby.
They really are some of the most genuine people I've met. Really are. Like there are some that are not. But in all the things that I've done, the overlap, the Venn diagram of people in this industry that are genuine and supportive and friendly and honest and all those positive words, like based on everything else that I've done, they are some of the most. I can't find anything that would compare to the amount of genuine people in this industry. Seriously. Oh, hey,
And
Matt.
there's Matthew. What's up?
Matt's
NV
gonna
Board
be on-
Games. Oh. I got my mind
Yep,
of
Matt's
business
gonna
right
be
here
on-
handy on the draw.
That's gonna be. I got that too. Did you get both copies with so you could play with more people?
You mean like this? Is that
Very
what you
good.
meant? Did I hold it up the wrong
Yep.
way? The right way? I did hold it up the right way the first
No,
time.
you had it the right one. Yeah, Matt's gonna be on the show on the 31st, that Monday before
You better
Gen Con.
You better watch it. Matt's been posting some pretty racy Facebook reels. That's pretty
Oh, the
hilarious.
dancing with the fanny pack. I love
with
it.
the fanny
It's awesome.
pack, yeah.
Mhm.
I called him a thirst trap. I was like, "Uh-oh, does this cross the line? Is he?
Oh, it's great.
That's
doing
hilarious.
it,
I
Matt.
love it. He's
I've
crushing
seen part
it.
1, part 2. I haven't seen part 3 yet. So
Yeah, I haven't seen 3 yet either.
yeah, I'm looking forward to the show too, buddy.
But again, just random people you meet, like.
Yeah.
And I only kind of know Matt because, gosh, what was it? We did when he was with a previous company, which I won't name, but it was God, what was that game? Mob, the Big Apple. Where's it at? It's in my M's. It's probably over there somewhere. It used to be back here, but then I moved my shelves around.
Wait a minute. I have a question.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Your game shelves are alphabetized?
They are now. Not like
That's-
100% perfectly, but like all my A's. So like all of my
Okay.
games tonight are E's and there's one F because of like where the shelf went.
Okay. Interesting. That's good to know about you. I didn't know that.
I just started it after Origins. I bought like some new bookshelves and I put them up, and then I was like, my sister has all of her games loosely alphabetized, and I was like, that's a really good idea. I should do that one day. And then when I had the new shelves and I was trying to figure out how to like get it all to go, I was like, maybe that's what I need to do. Because I did have like all my Eric Lang stuff in one spot and all my Martin Wallace stuff in one spot, and like a bunch of other CMON stuff in one spot, kind of thing. All my Peterson games, like in one spot.
Sure.
I was like, well, I'll just bite the bullet and try to alphabetize it. The nice thing is all my Star Wars stuff is still in one spot because I just like Star Wars Imperial Assault, Star Wars Rebellion, Star Wars, whatever, the deck building game, but
That's good.
so I haven't finished. I've gotten to T, which is, so A is over here and it wraps all the way around. The T is over here because I've got shelves that go all the way around. And then I've got like a shelf over here of like some small games and some prototypes that I still have, that I've gotten over the time of doing the show. And then I got a kids game shelf so that my kids just come over and pull whatever game they want off of there and we can play it.
So Dave just hit on my next point. So the way you were describing it, it's like I remember when I was with Blockbuster, getting new titles and fitting them in the shelf was just atrociously awful. So when you get
I might have to kill myself after Gen Con because I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really don't. Because what I have done though is there's times where it's like I don't have room for this game, or like I'm trying to, and I'm like, you know what, I'll just get rid of that game. I'll give it away. I got a stack of games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games from this that I'm just giving away at the booth at Gen Con. We got like a little prize wheel we're gonna spin.
Nice.
So, because I just want people to have games. It's fun to win a game, even if it's like a shitty game you don't care about, or you're like, I don't want this game, but it's like, hey, I won some at Gen Con. Like I sell some games, but like I don't know, it feels weird making money off of games sometimes. Like I don't know.
Good. You're giving.
I'm
you're
not
giving
greedy. Yeah, I'm getting rid of I'm donating my garbage as well.
Yeah, you're pre-garbage. It's not garbage. It's not like it went from the can to their shelves.
Oh,
it's
right.
Yeah.
Dave's got a question. Yeah, Dave, I don't know what I'm going to do when I buy new games because I already know I'm buying new games because I haven't bought Stuff of Legend yet. I'm buying that at Gen Con. I'm going over 25th Century Games and buying Mutton Bustin' because Dave was talking about, or it's not Dave. It's is it Chad? Who's from 25th Century Games? Chad.
Chad, yeah, he was showing it off on the show
Or is it-
last week or the week before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I want that. And then I'm gonna probably buy Resurgence.
I can't recommend it enough. When you're over at 25th Century, get Splitto.
Oh yeah, I got to get Splitto too, because I
Yep.
keep hearing people talking about Splitto.
Yep, get it.
Oh,
Good.
Dave. You gonna be at Dave? Dave? You're gonna be at Gen Con? I'll give you game.
I don't think they're going. I think they're bound.
I thought they said they weren't going. Yeah, I thought they said they weren't
No?
going. I remember them saying that in the like in the Discord or something.
Yeah.
Well, Dave, you might already have it, but we are going to be giving away a copy of Stuff of Legend and a copy of Mission Control, 2 separate giveaways. Thanks to that guy. Where you at? That way. Thanks to that guy, we will be giving away those. The Mission Control video is filmed. We just haven't posted it yet. So when it posts, our rules for those giveaways: you don't have to sub, you don't have to be a subscriber, you just have to comment on the video. We kind of joked a little bit about because usually we try to have something on theme, right? So if we were giving away, let's say, Comic Hunters, be like, well, what's your favorite Marvel comic, right? So when we were doing the Mission Control one, we're like, what's your favorite space disaster? Wait a minute, bad idea. Let's not do that
would be, that's kind of brutal.
So I think I just said Space Mission or Astronaut, and then it might have even devolved into like Space Movie, like.
That's cool.
So we wouldn't do that to Corey and Donnie or you guys. We'd be like, so which one was better, Discovery or Challenger? Which one was your favorite one that blew up? Like.
Yeah, that's a quick way to get rid of friends.
Yeah. I mean, we're assholes, but we're not dicks. I don't know. One of those is worse than the other.
Sure.
But there's always gallows humor at the very least. But no. So we're trying to come up with a fun one for Stuff of Legend. It might be like your favorite graphic novel. We're trying to go like on theme, something like that.
You should do your childhood toy, maybe.
Because oh, that's a good one too. Your best childhood toy, your favorite childhood toy. That's a good one, Mike. Yeah, we might have to use that. We'll give you credit.
Whatever.
But yeah, that's all we do. That's all we do with our giveaways. You just have to comment on the video. So we'll make that happen.
Well, let me know when the video's out, because then I'll promote it on the 3WS thing and the QSCon thing and all that stuff.
For sure. I think the giveaway, the Mission Control giveaway, is just in the can, waiting for the description and the title to get updated. Kind of like the review as well. Just have a couple million copies of one game makes sorting easy. Yeah, you're right. Unless
you can give them away and not miss them. That's good.
Unless they're numbered copies, then you got to get them.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not that anal. I would want them all facing the same way, but it's because I work in retail, like for my day job. So I would want like the facing to be good, but
sure, for sure.
But I don't think I could get in there and be like, oh, well, 131 is somehow ahead of 120. This is not right. We must fix this.
Do you put your cash in your wallet? Did people still use cash?
I bank face all my money.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of it. My wife goes nuts. She's like, no, the bank doesn't even bank face their money anymore. But I had to cash out.
A lot about you tonight, Tim.
I had to do. Oh, we got a guest. I had to do a cash drawer for years and years. Oh, there's our guy.
I wish I could make StreamYard in dark mode.
That's all right. How you feeling?
Oh, you're killing me.
Mike's
sorry.
One of the mics is
right. Daryl's calling me. Daryl, if you're not watching the show, like I'm on the show right now. Sorry.
I like to give my friends a hard time when they try to reach out while I'm on the show. It's like, why aren't you watching the show? Why are you texting me? You know I'm on the show right now.
Mike, how you feeling?
I'm on the couch. I'm comfortable. It's dark, but I can't do StreamYard in dark mode, so it's killing me here. This super white screen here.
Oh, I know.
It's gotta have a dark mode, right? Everything has a dark mode.
No, just
Don't
put
look
your
at
brightness
this.
of the screen down.
Yeah.
All right.
And don't look at the screen.
Yeah, I'll mute you guys and watch on YouTube. At least it lets me put it in dark mode. I just kind of figured I'm gonna be fairly low energy for obvious reasons. I just kind of figured if I'm gonna watch and type, I might as well watch and talk. So you got me chilling on the couch. I'm literally a viewer who is on the show. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just go snag the camera and run with it.
That's great.
I got my shelf picture queued up, so there you
Oh,
go.
nice. Yeah, well, I guess we might as well
Oh,
do this.
Mike, you jumping in for the shelf talk?
Yeah, I'll jump
I mean,
in
it's
for
only an
shelf
hour and a
talk.
half in. We might as well get to it. We might as well get into it.
Like I said, I'm gonna be a lot more low energy tonight, guys. So
That's
I
all
have- I
good.
have-
Andrew,
chilling on the couch in viewer mode here. So pardon me.
Well, now you're a participant. You're no longer a viewer. But I
Oh,
I
yeah,
have a
that's
major question, very important question for you.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Are you going blue or red?
Oh, blue. Team blue. Oh yeah, I'm with Donnie on that. It's not even close.
Okay.
Man, it's a coin flip
yeah.
for me. I like them both. It's like
look,
whichever one Mike just held up
Cubs.
is the one that I'm like most excited about.
The blue and red,
Cubs.
it
Like-
matches your wardrobe really
Like
well.
he held up that blue.
Colts, Pacers. It's deep, man. It's deep.
Oh God, Pacers. Ugh.
That blue
Well,
does
you know,
match.
I like my
The
hoops,
blue
man.
does match my
I'm from
Bears. My
Indiana.
Bears stuff.
I like my hoops.
Jesus, that's brutal.
Andrew, are you back from Florida? I see Andrew's in the chat now.
Yeah, there he is. He's got my
Yeah,
back.
there you go. Team blue. I'm with you. I think the red and white is it's sharp. I mean, that white is sharp on that red.
Man,
It is
both
nice.
those bags
tell
look
you,
so
man.
good.
Yeah.
I'm a blue guy, but I'm really liking that red. That red looks really sharp. I'm not gonna lie.
The red's good.
Yeah, it's funny you say this, David, because I call my downstairs the game cave. So you're literally getting a totally different angle of like where I stream. You can actually, this is so hard when it's reversed. You can see one of the lights I use back there, like right there. That's like one of the lights I normally use. So I usually stream way over there. So anyway, whatever.
Oh wow, Dye's team red. Okay.
And
And
yeah,
I'm-
Paul, that's the Andrew
I'm-
we like.
And yeah, Paul, that's the Rossi that needs to play test your games because they only play
Mhm.
test winners, I guess. So I was like, oh, you play tested that? That game's awesome. Oh, you play tested this too? That game's also awesome.
Andrew, I need to buy Campy Creatures. I really like Campy Creatures. And yeah, apparently the Rossi test, like they're in on all of the play testing. Any game that's a game, they're in on it.
They only play good
I
stuff.
got to figure out how to get my name in a game for as a play tester. I think I might qualify for one that we can't talk about for a while, but thanks to Origins, because I was there. If that ever happens, I
Oh,
was there for that.
yeah. There you
I
go.
was there.
Sure.
I was there for the
I had a
metamorphosis.
few rounds in there.
Yeah, but
You
you dipped
sure
out
were?
early, you punk. I just, I'll pick on you
I
while
knew
you're
that was
down.
coming. I knew that was coming.
We play tested that game for 3 hours though. Like we developed it and ran through it, and like I was 3 hours that were epic and one of my favorite memories from a convention. But we did play that shit for 3 hours, so I don't blame you for bouncing.
No, it's all
No,
good.
no,
I should have.
it was cool to see the evolution of it. It was really neat to kind of
Yeah.
partake in that.
Yeah, it rocked. Really good.
Oh,
We'll see.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
thanks, Chris. You're an angel. Glad you're.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I know. Who's that guy chilling on his couch in the dark?
Yeah, at least you're not. At least you're not stop motion animation. All my stuff cleaned up though.
I did.
I had to dip out
Dream-
like twice to make it work, but
Your hamster woke up.
StreamYard doesn't have dark mode. How everything
Yeah.
has dark mode now. Come on.
Just put the brightness down on your screen.
I'm working on it.
All right.
We're there.
All right,
I'm
I'm
just
down
here
to
to distract
5%, so I'm gonna go get the
oh,
char-
go get your charger.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will- and now you have a guest. You have a guest on your own show.
Well,
right?
that was the whole point there, Mike. Somebody had to cover Tim's buffering. He's doing it so much that. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, look at this though. This is good.
I like that one.
Yeah, it's like Michael's whistle blowing on some big corporation. We gotta hide his identity.
Where were you on 8/4/2022? Well, I was in the Third World Studios booth demoing Mission Control.
You sure were. Spreading the word.
Shout out.
All right,
you need to show us, Mike. Will you show us where the Saga technician touched you while you were in the Mission Control booth?
That's how rumors start, Tim. That's how rumors start.
Mike, get that doll back. I can show you.
Get the jester out. There we go.
Lower.
Little group.
Lower.
It's the magnet one. The one that you can put the magnet on your thing. Yeah.
Nice.
That's so good. That's so good. Oh, Mike, can you believe those bags, dude?
Oh, I know. Man, I get ridiculous glare just perfectly of the screen. This dark mode's killing me. Non-dark mode's killing me. Yeah, so yeah, the bags are amazing. And yeah, considering I know. I should have done more with my settings, David, before I hopped on so I could really, really scare people. But yeah, spectator slash content creator here. This is funny.
Mike, you can answer this question from Matthew because you created this.
Matt, so we have a couple things going on. So what you're looking at behind us is actually, it was originally a shot of our studio where we film our reviews, top 10s, and all that good stuff. But we had some AI program make a variation of our studio. So the table is laid out and the chairs, and you can kind of see the mics a little bit.
Yeah, I could see the mic
whiskey
on one
bottles
side there.
and everything. Like that was literally AI created. That we normally have shelves in those pictures. So yeah, that is an AI generation of our studio. And it came out great for this. We got a bunch of versions of it that all look pretty cool.
Is it weird that Mike's chair is moving without? Oh, okay. I was like, why is Mike's chair moving, but Mike is not there?
Luke is trying to hop in the chair and take over. Nice. And of course, yeah. Also, speaking of man cave, yeah, that's where I am. Welcome to the game cave, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go.
Yeah, Matt, I want to drink there too.
I know, right? Hey, we know that that's Evan now.
We know that that's Evan.
Figured that out.
That is Evan.
Yeah, and for those that were wondering why I look like the hungover guy on the couch, it's because I'm recovering from a migraine. Didn't think I'd stream, so I'm keeping it dark and low key. There you go.
Let me just say, Evan's one of those dudes who him and his co-designer After the Empire started commenting on our After the Empire video that I wasn't in. I had never played it, but Bob and them played it, and it's like, well, they love it so much, do a thing, for it. Because it was like a weekend I wasn't there, and they started commenting, and then you just like, hey, do you want to let's meet at Origins? You're gonna be at Origins, we'll be at Origins, and then you meet Evan, and clearly that dude's never met a stranger, and it was just so much fun to hang out with. And then the next thing I know, I am playtesting or playing one of his prototypes, with Mike. And then that turns into the 3-hour dev session, right after that, because our little group morphed into your group, Mike. And then it was what a night, dude. And then it was awesome. It's just so cool. And I met Evan actually 10 minutes before he came over to our booth, at your booth, Mike, because I popped over to say hi to you, and Evan was over there chatting with you guys.
That game
so we'd already kind of
that game you played at Evans I like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Too.
Yeah, Wildwood. I look forward to that.
It's a good one.
Because I've never played anything like it. and that's always interesting to me, right? I've never played anything like it, and I can't think of anything like it, and my brain still keeps coming back to that game, like, oh yeah, man, how did that go? And
the way the card play works in that is really, it's neat, and it's quick, right? It doesn't overstay. It's a
it's fast.
Very good one.
It was fast with
Jason's
the teach.
Bringing the puns.
Yeah, cues.
Well done.
That's what you do, Evan. You pretend to be a nice guy, and then you're like, oh well, here, how about this game? Mm-hmm. Oh, you can't have it though because it's not out yet. I'm like, you dick. It's not true. He doesn't have a mean bone in his body. That dude's so nice.
He's great. I love Evan.
All right.
And apparently he sings too. So we need like a rundown karaoke meetup somewhere. I'm in, brother.
I'll back your play anywhere, Mike. You know that.
I'll be at the bar drinking. I will not be singing, but I'll be drinking.
Oh,
all right.
We used to do a thing called pirate karaoke where we would go out to do karaoke. We'd drink and hang out, but then people, there was this one bar in South Bend, and you had to walk by the kind of like too close to the people doing karaoke to get your drink. And so inevitably you're there long enough, you're doing a bunch of songs and stuff. And Eastbound and Down, the theme from Smokey and the Bandit, was like one of our go-tos, my buddy and I. Well, we walk up to get a beer, and we're coming back, and the person singing like puts their arms around us, right? It's just because we're walking by. And so we start singing with them, and then we take over the song. They just left.
What?
Oh, and there we go. No, that's all right. They just left. And then my friend Denny and I basically had the mic, took over their song, and then our song was next. So we stayed up there. And then so we started calling it pirate karaoke, where if we could like sneak into other people's song and then like take it over. But not in a rude way. Like it's got to be fun and natural and everything. But
sure. That's a challenge.
It's a challenge because you've got to do it and still be cool, and they want to hang out with you afterwards. Like it resulted in a lot of free beers for us because they're like, oh, you guys are awesome with all that, and so it's like, as long as we kept that vibe going, rock and roll. But
shit.
But Mike, are you familiar with Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
I am.
Did you ever see? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Rice there, Mr. Informant over there. He does a killer meat wad. It's amazing. I don't expect you to bust it out while you got a headache, but your meat wad is incredible.
There's actually, I was talking about the last
meat wad on camera.
You don't want to see his meat wad.
Please don't bust your meat wad out on camera. I don't want to see it.
And then Evan's right. We'll sing to you.
Yeah. So at my last meetup here, we had an all-day thing. Upstairs, we had Rock Band set up. And so after most of the group left, me, Spencer, Dan, and Bob literally jammed out to Rock Band for like 2.5 hours, just rotating roles. And then after after Spencer left, then me, Bob, and Dan played like a game of Punk that started at 1 a.m. So it was pretty epic.
I hope Paul's still here. Dear Diary, today I received the greatest compliment of my life. That's an inside joke for when Paul was on because he kept taking notes in his book, and I started making.
I remember the diary. Yeah.
I started making cracks on him about it.
So yeah, if you want, I can actually do Detroit Rock City in the tune of Meatwad. So
you mean Meatwad in the tune of Detroit Rock City. I'm still here for it.
Something like that.
Okay. I now want to play Rock Band and Guitar Hero with you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. I'm just going to go out on a limb, Mike, and say that you want to do whatever you think is fun with me and Mr. Rice because it's going to be a good time.
We don't mess around. Has Mike gotten to do Fairy Tale Campaign Trail? I don't think he's.
I wasn't going to expose him to that tonight because we were doing so much other stuff, and we haven't even gotten to the topic yet. We haven't even gotten to the topic. It's almost 3 hours in.
I know what it is. I watched it. It was not last time, but whenever one of your shows you had that on. I haven't been subject.
I do love the
Fair.
fine people at Parakeet Griffin Games, and I will promote them to the ends of the earth because I think they're
It's a
awesome and I
blast.
love their game. And I'll say that even though they're probably not watching, I'm going to shame them. I'll be like, I was talking about you guys yesterday and you didn't even comment. Yeah,
He definitely
Nick's,
shames people.
I do. Yeah, almost 2 hours in.
2 hours.
You never know who's watching though, because we were talking about 25th Century Games, and all of a sudden Chad popped up in the comments.
Yeah, right.
Last night we were playing, Monday night we were playing Mantis Falls, and I apologize, I forgot the company's name, but West had said it multiple times, and then he sent me a message, like I thanked him for being on the show, and he sent me a message, and he's like, they were watching the show, like the company, the people that own that publish the game, they were watching it up until a certain point where we got to a certain level, a certain area in the game, but they were watching, so you never know who's watching, right?
Nice.
2 hours in, a guest appearance, and
That's
still
true.
haven't gotten to the topic.
It's my fault.
I
It's
know.
what I do. I come in and
Like
I just everything.
Tim goes into mutton busting, and I just happen to have like longboard sitting behind me in my honorable mentions when they were watching. It's like, wow, how crazy. So
Yeah, Jason, you're not wrong. It is the long and winding road. But again, like this is you guys just watch us hang out. I mean, that's kind of we're hanging out with you. You're not just watching, you're participating. We're hanging out with you.
I'm literally hanging out and participating. I decided to stop typing and start talking. And yeah, Bob, this is my Diablo chair.
Oh, see. Did you now, Mike? You heard that about Diablo, right? You heard
I
QSCon Mike's. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
And you know, if I didn't have to download the new patch, you may not even have me on. Just kidding.
I have nothing to do with it.
I know. That chair is the devil. Yeah, right. Literally.
Yeah, the
As I
Diablo
try to
chair.
rid the world of Lilith. All right.
All right. Are we getting into our games? You want me to go first? I'll pop the cherry on this thing. My first game will be the weirdest one, and I don't know if anybody's even heard of this game. What were you gonna say, Mike?
Tim, I was just gonna say oh wait, we don't have numbers. Yeah, we don't. We're all gonna have a different number of games, so never mind.
Yeah, I've got like 5, 2, 4, 5.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna be a proper segue all night, but just because I like to make it look somewhat professional, I just got to do this.
Somewhat.
There you go.
You're one pixelated image over your face away from this being a Dateline episode, and you want it to be.
That's amazing. Okay, so my first one I'm going to talk about is a Stronghold game. It's by Friedman Freeze.
The topic, Evan. We just picked a section of our shelf, and we're just going to talk about whatever games are in that part of the shelf. There you go.
Yeah, so I've got like cubes. Most of mine are like Kallax style, right? So like I just grabbed all the games out of a cube. It's that cube right there, that black hole right there. That's where all these games came from. And so yeah, this was a game that I heard about and I thought it was super goofy and funny, and I really wanted to try it. And so I just bought it, and it is called Fast Sloths.
Wow. Nice.
And it is you're basically playing as these sloths, and you're trying to hitch a ride on the backs of other animals while you go around this little amusement park or this park. So different animals have different movement, carry you different distances, and you're trying to get to like checkpoints and stuff. And I don't know, it's the theme is fun. You know, it's an easy breezy game. I enjoy it quite a bit. I've probably played Fast Sloths a few times. All of these games, that's the least played game on this list. All these other games I've played more times than I can probably count. Well, we got a little bit of Fast Sloths love. I know Bob played it with me, so I knew he enjoyed it. But Jason, thank you. So Fast Sloths is my first one.
David's coming.
Put that sloth in a blue shirt. Looks just like Mike.
We're very close. Let me get a big smile.
Hold on a second.
You have your hand out.
Hold on.
Oh, and if I take my eyes off, you should. My eyes.
How about
if I take
now?
my glasses off, you should be able to see the.
Yeah, that's good.
You should be able to see the bags under my eyes too.
Jesus.
Does it look better?
That's hilarious. Hey, good night, Evan. See you soon, buddy.
I was gonna say, Evan's in Portland. I mean, it's what is it, like 7 o'clock
7
there?
p.m.
Yeah, he'll be back. Awesome to see you. Thanks for popping by, man.
We're gonna be on for a moment.
No shit, I am screwed tomorrow.
It's Mike's fault. It always is.
Listen, I know what's up when I ask Mike on because I like hanging out with him. I know what's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen.
We'll see. We'll see. I might have to go relieve.
No, yeah, that's fine. This
otherwise this would turn into a
we got to talk about all the shit we wanted to talk about. Like everything else is extra now. So
sure.
Well, I got to see those mission control bags. Yeah, just getting to the topic. Mm-hmm. Mr. Rice, you want to go next, or you want to make Googs go next?
Yeah, I guess I'll go next because we're going clockwise and numbers don't matter.
Yeah.
So I didn't grab all of these, so I'm just gonna show you the picture of what I picked, which I kind of spoiled earlier, and I'm gonna go right to left. Maybe from yeah, I'm not gonna say worst to best because that's not entirely true. So Path of Light and Shadow. This is a very interesting take on deck building and territory control by Jonathan Gilmour, published by Indie Games. I actually acquired this game at my first JuliaCon, which is Tim's sister and brother-in-law's con that they run once, sometimes twice a year, which I got to go to for the first time last year. And it's just amazing. 3 days of just nonstop gaming, incredible food, great people. And they even arranged a buy-sell geek list beforehand. I'm like, oh, there's some games I want. So I bought Path of Light and Shadow and played it 4 times last year. I thought the concepts were pretty cool in this game. Like, yeah, you're deck building and you're doing territory control. And there's like some really neat components in that game where it's actually got like miniatures for these towers that are built in each territory, and you're using your deck to attack these territories and whittle the structure down piece by piece. I'm actually probably going to end up selling or trading this game, and my reason why is because I taught this to some people at one of our Meeple meetups, which is our local like monthly gaming thing that Bob and Tim help organize, that we do at a family we do it at game stores. And I tried to teach it and it just went way too long with 4 players. The combat is extremely fiddly. I mean, you're just like, okay, let me take the card value, plus I got to add the base strength of the tower, plus I got to subtract my highest card, and then I got to also roll dice based on how many cards I played. And it just trying to get that across to new players makes it pretty challenging. It's a very fiddly combat system. It's very long. And what's a little weird about the deck building in this game is you don't have a market of cards and you just use recruit to buy cards. It's, oh, you ended your turn in this territory, then you get to draw from that deck, which gives you a random card, but that deck is the odds of drawing specific cards are higher in this region. This region has more combat focused cards. This region has more recruit focused, not recruit, but call focused cards. And so you don't have complete control over the deck you're constructing. That bothers some people. The combat can bother some people. So it's unique and it's worth playing. After 4 or 5 plays, I unfortunately don't think it'll stay in my collection though. But check it out.
A pretty fool like Spidley.
Mike, have you played that one?
I have not, but that is one of my co-host's favorite games is Path of Light and Shadow.
I remember hearing him say that not long ago, and I'm like, man, it's got some cool ideas. I'm not sure that necessarily works for me.
I actually don't. If you're getting rid of it, we might have to talk because I don't own it.
Yeah, we can definitely talk.
And if Chris loves it so much, I need to at least play it so I can shit all over it next time he talks about it, right?
Tell me what you think. Like, I'm reading the rules and like I'm playing it the first couple times, and I do like how like it forces you down a certain path. It's the path of light or the path of shadow, and they play very differently. One is very attack focused and culling your deck focused. And the other one is more like recruiting a whole bunch of cards and not attacking at all. It's 2 totally different strategies. But yeah, it's a cool game to try for sure. I'm not saying don't try it at all.
No, I have to because when I want to mouth it, I have to at least know what I'm talking about.
There you go.
It's only fair.
Only fair.
It is fair.
I get so. Speaking of Chris, I'm gonna pick this shelf right here.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this is the way the box should be, just so you know. This is the big box for asking for troubles.
Nice.
I love it.
Every one of the characters in the game. And the big box came when they did the Kickstarter for the 2 expansions, Troublemakers, which is that one, and Companions, which is that one. And they fit all nicely inside the box, big box, which is a round board and has this really cool insert.
Oh, wow.
And as you can hear, these really amazing metal coins. The blue, the orange.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they're weird shapes.
Yeah.
Those coins are killer.
Yeah, the blue is just solid. I love it with the orange. So for those that have watched the show or know, I don't really talk about this game. We mention it on our top 5s or on the show, but since obviously I'm a little too close to it because Chris is part of the 42, and Chris is the reason why we have the 42, because when this Kickstarter was coming out, that's when I reached out to him. But I don't talk about it nearly enough, and I think I mentioned it last time I was on the show. This is always going to be in my top 5s for anything because of the way it plays, the introduction, how you can teach new people this game. It's super fun. And I've said it on the show, like this I still love Lords of Waterdeep. I'll play it anytime as long as they're playing it with the Skullport and Scoundrels expansion. But this, if I had the choice, I would go to this immediately. I think this, with the bumping mechanism that it introduces as a worker placement game, creates such an amazing choice for the players, because when you go to a place that has a ship, so playing Waterdeep, when you go to a place, the place is locked, right? That's it. You might have an ability or a shop that lets you like use a place that already has a worker, like fine. But typically, like you can really get backstabby there where you're oh, you need white? Oh, I'm going to go to the plinth. So now you can't get white. There's no way you can get white this round. And with Troubles, the places are never locked because you bump people out of there. But by bumping somebody, they get their ship back, which means they get another action before they have to recall all their ships. Because once all your ships are out, then you spend your turn pulling back all your ships. And that choice of, I really need that space carrot, or I really need those space slugs. But if I go there, Tim's going to get another action. And do I want Tim to get another action? Because that could be giving him another turn, which gets him more points. And that mechanism, which is not hard to get your head around when you're playing a game, that choice in this game, and I love player choice in games. It elevated this immediately. The first time I played it, that version over there, that's also the right way you're supposed to store the box on your shelf, just so you know. That's the original version before Breaking Games got it when it first came out.
Oh, okay.
It was one of the first games that I'd backed, and I loved it. And I loved it because it was the highlight of the orange and blue and being in Syracuse, as you both know, because I'm sure you're both Syracuse fans. Orange and blue are the Syracuse colors. So when I saw that Kickstarter come out and with the round board and the orange and blue, I fell in love with it. And then I met Chris through this Kickstarter. So it'll always be there for me. Yeah, and that's part of the shelf that I'm going to talk about. So why not?
Yeah, that's like another game that like I almost bought it at Gen Con last year, and I'm like, man, I'm probably buying it at Gen Con this year.
And the expansions are good. The expansions are good. The Companions adds enough. It adds more to the game. The Troublemakers adds more to the game. You don't need to add it. I think the base game, it gives you a lot of gameplay and fun in the game itself, because the game's always going to be different and the strategies are going to be different. The way the end game triggers with the city cards that come out that give you your end game scoring along the way will change. And I think that's really, really clever. And Chris and Aaron did a great job in how that mechanism works in the game. But then you have the added expansions that you can add new stuff to at your leisure. So it's
for me, the expansions were all the extra ships and the style of the ships. And it's like, well, I kind of want the TARDIS that's not the TARDIS, or I want the DeLorean, or the, like.
Yeah. If you're a fan of anything sci-fi, anything like that, and Chris will add that stuff in there. And it's obviously not, it's more in the style of,
yeah.
I mean, come on.
This game has been on my radar for years, and it's because I've always heard that it is a, kind of has similarities to Lords of Waterdeep, and it's entry level and it's easy to teach. And I have found that I love playing games of people that I know or have met. I like finding out like the cool ideas that the people that I know have come up with. I'm fascinated by that. Like, especially since, hey, what's up, Cody? Especially since, like, I met you and I want to play your game. And like West is working on a game and I really want to play that. And that was Justin that was in here earlier. Like Evan, and I really want to play After the Empire now. I just think it's so cool to play games with the people that make them, or at least play games from people that I know. Like we had a meetup at my house where Sam Stockton was teaching us all Forges of Ravenshire for the very first time, right here, right behind me on this table back here.
Yeah, I got to play it before. So that box looks familiar.
That was so cool. But yeah, I really want to play this, Mike. I understand why you don't bring it up on your show. That's obvious. I'm glad you bring it up on our show.
Hey,
there's so much more to it too, that like, if this was let me get one that makes sense. So this is eerily similar to a ship you might know, or formerly known as Slave One.
It'll always be Slave One.
If this is your ship in the game, right? Those 6 locations that are around there are 6 locations on the board. And when you go and you get to enhance, you get this, one of the locations lets you upgrade your ship, basically. And when you go to those locations, you get this little tile that you can put at any one of these, and they have a max of 3 you can put out. But then when you go here, you get whatever's there plus whatever you've upgraded at the location. So you become better at going to different spots. So you can really strategize in the space slugs or the space carrots or the whatever by like, maybe this spot doesn't give you what you need, but you put a little enhancement here that now when I go there, I get this thing. So I don't have to worry about going to a location to bump you. I can get what I need as long as I've upgraded my ship properly. So that mechanism was one of my favorites in addition to the bumping mechanism. But then
Well,
it's just
again,
side-
like you
great.
improve two things now on Waterdeep. You're able to customize and basically upgrade your lords, right? As you're
Yep.
placing your workers, and the
Yep.
bumping mechanic, which the bumping mechanic is awesome. And again, I was excited about that push and pull of when do I give you an extra turn so that I can get this resource? Is that resource going to give me enough points
Yep.
to justify giving you that extra turn?
Yep.
I love it. It sounds so good.
I
So-
can't recommend it enough. And I know, I mean, I'm not affiliated with Breaking Games. I don't get any of that stuff. Obviously, Chris is a dear friend of mine. So I am a little close to it. But even before, and I would have said this before the show, somebody had mentioned that I have 2 copies of it. So that's the original one from Kraken Games. Then I have 2 copies of the base game from Breaking Games. And then I went in and got the all-in again.
The big box.
Yeah. So I have 4 copies of the game. But right. Because I have a con, so I have to have library.
Oh,
copies,
right.
Mike,
Right.
it sounds
Well, yeah,
like
you do.
we've got a trade made here. I get Asking for Troubles, you get Path of Light and Shadow. It's a done deal.
I have, yes, I'll do that. But
I was gonna,
Seriously?
there's one caveat, and we'll have it on camera, and you have to stick to this.
Ooh,
You
we
cannot
have to review it.
You cannot play Troubles before you play Batman.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm still trying to get my
Oh.
hands on a copy of Batman.
I know, right?
I will give you a copy of Batman. You just have to come to Syracuse in September.
Oh shit.
This year.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
No.
Mike, do you know that 3 weeks after Gen Con, I'm going to be in Alaska for 2 weeks? This is
He
the
does not
problem
care.
with the
Mike,
QSCon
Googs
2023.
doesn't care. He's a
I
New Yorker. He doesn't care.
I have 5
That's a
copies
you
of
problem.
Batman right there with the expansion. 2 of them will have your names on it if you come to Syracuse in September. I'm just saying.
Oh my
Dude.
god.
Um,
That's worth the drive.
we did talk about the little details in games and what makes them special, right? The side of Comic Hunter, stuff like that. And one of the things that stood out in the beginning of this was on the back of the rule book. Chris and Aaron put that how to teach.
Oh yes. How to teach.
Nice.
Even
Right.
better.
Not even a player aid. It's just like, hey, we're teaching new people for the same thing, like, or for the first time. This is how to teach it. Like, this is how to go over it. This is going to make sense during setup. Do this. This is the theme. This is how you win. This is on your turn. Go over the locations. Like that little attention to detail. It just makes the games that much stronger when your first experience to it. And then it's just obviously when you get to know them, they're just also stellar people. So.
Hey, Trevor,
All right.
I'm Earth. Have we
Yep.
met?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, even if I buy Troubles at Gen Con, I will play your game first. I'll say
Better. You
I'll
better.
say that.
No, Jonathan, we're actually just getting started on the tour. We barely just started the list.
Yeah,
so-
Jonathan, you only missed one game. I talked about
trust
fast
me.
slots. Mike talked about
I
Path
had-
of Light and Dark, and then Mike talked about asking for trouble or looking for trouble.
And I'm
Yes.
live trying to work a
Asking for trouble.
deal of Path of Light and Shadow for Asking for Troubles. Because
It's
I
done.
at least
It's a
get the
done
name
deal.
right every time.
It's a done deal. You just can't play it until you play Mike's
Ah.
game first.
All right.
Okay,
well, you
so-
better bring it and teach me at Gen Con so I can play Troubles.
Here's what we
sometimes,
do,
You know.
Mike. Here's what we do. You and I are riding to Gen Con together, right?
Hey, there he is.
Oh, Corey, I don't
I'm
even
a
know
blue
that.
guy, Corey, but I'll tell you, I love the look of that red bag. I do.
The red bag's nice. I have 5 copies. I forgot. I have 2 copies of the Kraken edition right here.
Oh, look at that.
Well, I
So
guess
here's
it's
the
up to
thing.
you to decide
Mike.
which version I get.
Oh,
Mike.
you want a first edition or you want a Breaking Games edition?
I don't even know the difference.
2-hour tangent. Yeah,
Yep.
thanks,
How
Trevor.
115 minutes is the exact time they list on the Scythe playtime box. Literally what it says. Anyway.
So Mike, what I was saying is you and I are riding to Gen Con together. How about we just swing through Syracuse first? It's not our problem if Googs isn't there to give us the copy. We went to Syracuse, then we'll go down
Right.
to Gen Con, and we'll be like, dude, we were
Yes.
there, so you still owe us. We met our level of obligation.
Hi, Tim. I'm Earth. Have we met?
It's on the way.
Wow.
Right on the
Holy
way,
shit.
man. You just got to go right down 80, 90 and then get off on 20.
And then
Anyhow.
back up and then down. And
Yeah.
all right. So we're going to go to the next game on my shelf.
Do it.
All right.
I love it. No, like I said, Mike, I'm really glad you talk about that game on our show.
Yeah.
It's a great
for
game.
real. For
Yes.
real. It just makes me want to get it even more, which is awesome because I already wanted to get it. I wanted to get it before I even knew Chris, kind of. And then now that I even kind of know Chris, like I want to get it more just to support a guy that I like. And then, and now, like, I keep only hearing amazing things about it.
Just make sure.
Oh,
just
go
make
on.
sure you store it this way.
Right, because that's the right side up.
Right, and if you have orange Post-its, do an asterisk, and then you have your own Trouble's asshole.
That's so good.
And then you too can have this edition in the back, and Chris will lose his mind when he sees it. It'll be great.
Every time. I love it. That's
yes,
so good.
yes.
That will. I'm not joking. It's going to go up right where it's like in view every time, because then I will be like, I will have the Aqua joke, and then I will have the Troubles joke with him.
Yeah,
it's gonna be the best.
Oh, I love doing it. Paul's already caught me with Gympire behind me on a stream, so I love
nice.
doing it.
So yeah, my next one you might be able to see in the shot. Grand Gamers Guild. This is a game. I love difficult co-ops. This is a very difficult co-op. Endangered. They did a thing where a lot of the money for this game, like extra money for this game, went to help a good cause. But I mean, in Endangered, you're trying to save the lions, or not the lions. Shit, too many whiskeys.
Tigers and bears.
The tigers. No, what's the other animal that comes with this one? Is it the otters? No, the otters are in a different expansion. Let me open this up real quick. You get two different types of animals you're trying to save.
The pandas?
Let's see. Those are tigers. It is otters. Look, those are otters. Little sweet little otters. But yeah, in this game, you're trying to save the otters or the tigers, and lions, tigers, bears. Oh my! And there's a few expansions for it that I don't have. But I just really like a very difficult co-op. You're forced to make different and difficult decisions as a team because everybody's got a different role. And then you've got to kind of vote on your actions, not as severely as you do in Stuff of Legend, which is an awesome way to use that mechanic. Again, what an awesome way to use or to implement a unique mechanic in a game that I'm not talking about. But yeah, Stuff of Legend, it blew me away when you had to do that in Stuff of Legend. But yeah, Endangered, really good, very difficult co-op put up by Grand Gamers Guild. Mark Spector from Grand Gamers Guild taught this to us at Gen Con. He was very tired, but he was very kind to spend some time, or not Gen Con, a Geek Way to the West a few years ago before it was out. And it was enough for my wife to be like, yeah, we should back that. And I'm like, okay, done. And never looked back. Really good. Really enjoy it. Yeah. Thanks, Trevor. I'm not that drunk. Look at the orange people. Are those tigers orange?
I'm not even trying to drink tonight. Maybe that's my problem.
Yeah, maybe. You can do better. But Endangered's really good. I enjoy it quite a bit. And again, like I said, I really like difficult co-ops. And that like hits the mark right there. And it's really brutal when you got to like, oh, well, which tiger are we going to kill on this because this bad thing happened?
You guys and your puns just speak my language here.
Not to poo-poo. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim, I've never played Endangered. I'd love to.
Oh, we should fix that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that one-upsmanship right there. Artemis Project.
Well, because he came to QSCon. I was just going to point that out.
Oh, so really sticking the knife in.
Just letting you know. But Grand Gamers Guild, I talk about every chance I get companies that are making games that when I see when I see their name on something, I will back it. Like I'll get behind it as quickly as I can. And Grand Gamers, Mark's awesome.
Yeah.
Artemis Odyssey just showed up today.
Mm-hmm.
But Oahu, I don't know how
Yeah,
you
we're
pronounce it.
Ahau.
Ahau, that one.
We've got
I-
Ahau. We're gonna play
Quality
Ahau this weekend.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
very excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited for that because I backed a How way before we even knew we were getting a copy. So yeah, I'm excited. It looks really cool.
quality. They do quality stuff.
Yeah.
Shere Khan goes first.
All right.
All right, Mike, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of picked a shelf that had a bit of variation of stuff. So yeah, that means I am going to talk about a game that like everybody knows and a lot of people love, and I'm going right to left. So it is Quacks of Quedlinburg.
Yeah. Love
I
this game.
absolutely love push your luck games, and I absolutely love bag building. And I just remember my very first group. You know, at the time I found my first group, like I was new to the hobby. I didn't have any regular friends that were playing games as much as I wanted to play games. So I literally went on to BGG and found a guild local to me and talked these guys up enough to allow me to come. And I just, I found the guys that had my taste in games. And one of those friends just said, "Hey, if you haven't played Quacks yet, just go buy it." I did, and I love Quacks of Quedlinburg. It is just so fun. I like table talking during Quacks. Like you've got the lead. You're going to get to roll that bonus die. It's like, Tim, I'm 3 spots ahead of you, buddy. Come on, pull. You already got your 3 on the board. Keep pulling, Tim. Come on. You need that bonus die this round. Let's go. Don't puss out now. That's how I like to play Quacks. It just, I love it. I love it. And the fact that luck can just make you lose, that just makes it more fun. In a game that only takes an hour, I don't care if luck's the main factor that determines winning or losing. It's just fun to see if luck can be on your side. And if it's not, so what? I had a blast playing the game. I love Quack so much, man. Like it's probably, you know, it's probably still a top 20 game for me. I absolutely love Quacks.
The only
It's
thing
awesome.
with Quacks, there comes a time when you're not winning that you have to push your luck. You can't choose not to because you just won't win. And
Right.
that moment can be a sour taste for people that are like, well, I guess I have to do it. Oh, I busted. I guess I have to do it. Oh, I busted. And other than that, the game, it just sings. It's a solid game, but it can be feel bad moments for people that are not winning, that have no other choice but to ultimately bust. And then it's like,
Yeah.
well, now you just can't catch up. So it creates more of a gap. And if that happens, it's not a good feeling. But the game is solid. The game is great.
That's what the rat tails are for. They get you back in there.
Yeah, but
they do help.
They help, but they're not real. It's an okay catch up mechanism to give the illusion that you're catching up. Like, we're gonna help you with these random rat tails, and you get to start here, but you could still just bust out of the gate with the first 6 you pull, and your rat tails really didn't do anything because Mike is so far ahead. Like, I just don't feel like I'm in it anymore. It's happened a couple times. I don't know if it happens often, but it can be.
I think for me is that I just have so much fun pulling the chips out of the bag to see what I'm going to get, that the rest of the game is almost arbitrary. Like I just have such a good time trying to make a couple of combos happen. Like, oh, if this one happens, boom. It's like scratching a lottery ticket for an hour. You know what I mean? Like, well, this time it'll be good. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay, how about this time? Well, okay, how about this time? I like Quacks for that reason, but I get it. You're not wrong. If somebody's running away at the beginning and gets a really good lead, there could be a problem. But I usually just have so much fun playing anyways that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can get it right. It's luck on either side. Like you could have bad pulls, and that's bad luck, and Mike could have good pulls, and that's good luck. And you're still strategizing and putting, like the right ingredients in your bag and doing the thing. But pulling from it could just turn out really good for one person and really bad for the other. And I mean, what can you do about it? But you're right. It's a quick, like, it does feel good. There's that tactile nature of pulling in the bag, and do I pull one more? Can I get one more out? What are the odds that I'm going to get one of the, it's fun.
I'm not one of those people that like feels the need to deluxify every single game that I buy. But with bag building games, I need those chunky chips in that bag. I actually threw coin capsules on all my Quacks chips.
Yep.
If you don't want to spring for the Geek Up bits, highly recommend coin capsules if you don't go that route. I've played with everything except Alchemist. I have not tried the Alchemist expansion yet.
Nice.
I've done them all. I like them.
The Quacks big box for the price to get the Herb Witches and the Alchemist expansion for that
It's
price.
such a steal.
Oh, what was it? $80? I think they're selling it for. Like that's just
I know. I've already paid that, and I don't have Alchemist, and it doesn't fit all in one box if I go get Alchemist. I almost have literally bought the big box and like sold what I have, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not a FOMO person, too bad. So I'm good. I'll get that third box eventually. It's probably why I haven't bought it. I'm like, well, why would I do that when a little more I could go get the big box?
Yeah, but you do want that bag.
In a Saga bag.
You do got some FOMO for that Saga bag.
Yeah, he says he's not FOMO, but if these are out,
getting a little bit of. I'll go to the Third World Studios booth. I'll make the trade with Mike, and then I'll put my new Asking for Troubles with my new Mission Control in the Saga bag and march all the way down back to 1931. That's what I'll do.
You just got to make sure you pre-order it, and you got to pre-order it early. Otherwise, you're going to end up with that red bag that you don't want.
Don't forget that link tonight, Mike. I'm holding you to that. I will make sure it's.
What is
for sure. I'll definitely send it to you. I have it.
There you go. Big Quacks fan. Love my bag building games. I do want to say real quick, since I just reviewed it and I loved it, I just played Resurgence and reviewed it on Friday. It's Stan Kordonsky's bag building worker placement game. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. That is one of the best new to me games I have played this year. I was blown away by that game. Super, super good. Also, he's going to be in our booth. We're interviewing him at Gen Con, so stoked about that.
Yeah. Very cool. You've had some good guests at the booth. You had Eric Lang at Origins. You had Evan at Origins. You had Martin Wallace at Origins.
Yeah, we're killing it, man. I still got to update my sell sheet, but yeah, we're gonna have some promoting of who all is gonna be in that booth public very soon.
Cool. Just spell their names right.
I knew that was coming. I actually was gonna. I was gonna cover it before you got to it, but I'm like, no, I'll let Mike get his chance here.
Yeah. Why not?
You know what's funny is
I'm not saying what it was. I'm just saying make sure they spell the names right. That's all.
I copied and pasted it from our original schedule. I don't know how the second G disappeared. I'm still trying to figure that out. I blame Tim. He's the one that put that interview in the schedule.
It helps with pronunciation, though. It does.
I'm missing something.
He sent me a preview of the thumbnail, and he's like, and then I saw him. They were just missing the second G from a name, so
I don't know how.
Pay attention, whatever.
I know how to spell his name, and I copied and pasted. I have no idea. Anyway,
well, it looks right because you don't pronounce the second G in the name, so you wouldn't think to look for it when you person it.
No,
Dear diary, today Mike misspelled my name in a promo pamphlet that is yet to be published for Gen Con. Worst day ever.
Thank you, Andrew. You're the man. And thank Andrew for the only picture that exists of all 6 rundown hosts in one place.
Nice.
That he is in the
not
only
all
picture
6
that exists.
5 of us, because Andrew with sleeves or without sleeves wasn't there.
Oh, true.
Or does he count?
True. Well, he definitely counts, but we definitely don't have a picture of all 6. No, I have not, Jason. And as much as I've been chatting up Stan lately, I better.
And Andrew got a free copy of Kapow at the booth. It was funny because I'm like, here, take this. And he goes, really? And I go, no. It's like, don't ask, just yes. If I hand you this and say, take it, man.
You can get yourself in quite a lot of trouble by doing that.
Well, fair, but it was a board game.
Sure.
This time.
I knew that was coming.
This time. Yeah, put it in the South Bend bag.
We were talking about Kordonsky's Rurik, which I have not. I've heard great things about that too. Okay. I've heard great things about his Lockup, which Thunderworks published for him, and that's one of my favorite publishers. So a lot of his games have been on my radar for a while.
Hey, Andrew, welcome back from Florida. Thanks for popping in, man. Glad to see you. I missed you last week, but I'm glad. I knew you were gone for a good reason. So
I'm sure you had signal in Florida. That's no excuse.
Oh, damn.
Oh
we had better things to do.
Come on, Bob.
Bob's got them third shift jokes.
Bob's a vampire because he stays up so late at night.
He does. He calls us all day walkers because we work day jobs.
I like that. That's good.
We're trying to get him to switch shifts to first because now his company won't let him be on the phone. So his work is literally tanking our show. We've lost 2 viewers a week because of it.
Yeah. We lost Jazz and Bob.
Yeah.
Awful.
I know.
It's terrible. But we picked up the Rossies, so it's a pretty good trade, but I'd rather have everybody.
All right. Quacks was mine. Mike, what you got?
Oh, right. We're doing a show.
Yeah, we're back to you, man. I know. We've literally just been shooting the shit for
this is what I love about Wednesdays, though. I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm hanging out with everybody in the chat. You guys are. Oh, listen, this might be a first.
What's
Andrew.
Up, Andrew.
I have
not seen Andrew.
I have been totally listening to Tabletop Submarine. Is that right? Did I get it right? I'm drinking some Elijah Craig. Is what I'm drinking.
Boy.
Mr. Mike got me for my birthday. I don't have the sophisticated palate that Andrew does. I could never pull it off as a sommelier or anything like that. I'm a meat and potatoes, light beer, and bourbon guy. That's it. Nice and easy. Just give me a drink. Give me a gin and tonic, a bourbon on the rocks. I'm good to go.
Good.
Yeah, I actually
agree with him.
Mike, you drinking Screwball again over there?
I'm not. I finished mine. I left the glass upstairs and I went up, but it was Jack Daniel's Fire.
Nice.
I like the Jack Daniel's Honey quite a bit, or the apple.
The honey is my favorite.
Nice.
And if I that's the first thing I ask for when I go. If I'm drinking Jack, that's the first thing I'll ask for at a bar. If they don't have honey, I'll go with Fire. Both of them mixed with ginger ale, amazing.
At the same time, or either one?
Either one.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
ginger ale has
ginger ale. That would
become my favorite whiskey mixer for sure.
Ginger ale is a very good mixer especially for whiskey. Yeah.
To further answer your question, I'm not drinking because I have a migraine. Didn't think I would stream, hence why I'm in the dark on my couch. This is not where I'm usually at. But thanks for tuning in and catching me chilling on the couch.
We lured him in, not only me being on the show, but us talking about games. We'll usually do it. But then I started showing off something that I know he was going to love. So we kind of lured him from the dark cave.
We did. But while Andrew is here, and this is no BS, I met him at Origins in the middle of the night. Dude rolled up, was a freaking rock star in that 3-hour game session we talk about. I saw him the next day, kind of sort of reintroduced myself. He was very pleasant, very kind. And then I started listening to his podcast that he co-hosts with another gentleman whose name I will not remember right now. And that's not a detriment or a dig on that person because he's also great. But Yeah, Andrew's going to be on the show. He's going to come by and do an interview in the booth. I'm very excited about it.
Yes. He
but-
is coming on at Thursday at 3:30, right before Matthew Ryan will be on.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, and Luca's here.
schedule.
The show just got even better. What's up, Luca?
Say hi. Say hi.
Buddy.
Wave. Say hi. You want to say hi? Say hi. Say hi. Wave. Say hi.
Ah.
And
You see,
take
girl?
it.
Very good. Hi.
Josh Bowman. Yeah, Andrew, just so you know, your co-host Josh is a rock star also, man. You guys do a really nice podcast. I listen to podcasts all day at work. So that's no me blowing smoke. I really enjoy good podcasts. I don't just listen to board game podcasts. Actually, most of the podcasts I listen to aren't board game related. So you guys are one of the few that I do listen to. I really enjoyed your Origin show that you guys just did. Thought that was really fun. Really sad I didn't get mentioned. Just kidding. You didn't know who I was.
Calling him out.
I just played. He did not know who I was. They don't know me. But anyways, I really have started listening to their show since Origins, and I really like it. And yeah. So shout out to other shows that people that I think do a really good job. So not unlike Mike and Chris on Full 42. Andrew, looking forward to getting to know you more, man. It's awesome. Really excited about
Andrew's
that.
great. I was introduced to Andrew from Daryl at Gen. I think Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Gen Con last year. And
okay.
Conventions, and Andrew and Josh both have games that are worth looking at, depending on what type of games you publish, or also play test some of their things too. Great game designer, great person. So get to know them. Listen to the podcast is great too. They have amazing guests on, as we all do, because there's so many amazing people in the industry. But yeah, doing good stuff.
Well, and again, and I told this to Andrew, and I said this, I think I said this to you too, Mike, because I was like, who is that dude that just rolled up late and then just started like having these fireball ideas that were great for that game that we were in that dev session for? And to be fair to everybody at that table, everybody had ideas. They were all tried out. Everybody tried everything. I felt like everybody had an equal shot at contributing and everything. But Andrew came in and was kind of like, well, what about XYZ? And I was like, what am I doing sitting at this table? Because this guy knows what he's talking about. And as we were implementing stuff and trying things out, it's like, dang, like he is nailing it. So yeah, he was crushing it. I was very excited because I was like, clearly this dude knows what he's talking about. And I never want to be the smartest guy in the room. I always want to be surrounded by the other smart guys in the room.
I don't have to worry about that, Tim.
Thanks, Mike. You got my back.
Yeah, no, that way it was pretty amazing because obviously you were there and you were there and you were there and you were there. Evan was there, Andrew was there, the Rossies were there. But we had quite the motley crew of people that were looking into that game and playing that game, and based on everyone's suggestions throughout 3 hours of playtesting, that game, when I showed the designers that what we had done to it basically the next day, and then they came out with us and played the following day with the new rules, they started showing it off to like their playtest group and everything, and had great things to say about it. So you never know, like live in the moment kind of thing. You never know who's going to be around or who you're going to be playing games with and what's going to happen. And that's a perfect example of, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, I didn't think this was going to happen tonight, and now I'm getting my own hat shoved in my face by Luca. You think you're funny?
Yeah. Luca's the best. I mean, sorry, Mike. He's the best.
Yeah, it was last year. Yep.
But no, Andrew, again, like, I approached him, asked him if he'd want to come on the show and like do a thing with us in the booth, at Gen Con. And everybody's so generous with their time, which is your most valuable commodity, and, all these guys are so cool and so nice. And I just look forward to getting to know y'all more and everything. But I'm a legit fan of your podcast. So
I love how many people are here tonight are on this Gen Con schedule. I kind of want to run down it all, but I'm gonna save it for later.
It's nice. You got good supporters that are constantly
It's-
coming in and popping in and supporting and commenting and making sure that again, good people are doing good things.
that's right, man.
And to your point, I've met so many really, really friendly, great people doing this. It's really awesome.
So wait, so before Andrew busted in and rudely interrupted, whose turn was it? I forget.
Me.
Give
You got
each other a hard time.
When you got Luca. I guess I should talk about it.
Oh yeah.
So other than Yahtzee, I believe this is the first roll and write that I ever played.
Okay.
And if you're familiar with any of the brand games, Inca and Marcus, it's a Ravensburger game. It's one of those Alea small boxes, but I don't know if you played this. This one goes under the radar for me, and I don't really see many people still playing it or talking about it, and I think they should. It's St. Malo.
I've never even heard of St. Malo.
I've heard of it.
Really? All right. So
what are you surprised that he hasn't heard of it or that I have?
I'm surprised that Tim hasn't, but I'm equally surprised that someone has. So that's
well, you have to understand. I've always been a huge Stefan Feld fan, and so that drew me to what Ravensburger is. So
right.
yeah, I had heard of it just by association.
Nice. Marshmallow.
There we go.
Well done. So yeah, it's basically a roll and write, and you roll the dice, and then you select based on the results what you're gonna draw in the boxes in your city, and then each of the people that you can draw. And I it's been a while. There's a merchant. There's I forget the things of it. Yeah, Z likes St. Malo. The hell are they called? You do different letters. I forget what they're called. Stop, dude. Come on, man. Crates, logs, walls. Soldiers, priests, architects, merchants, citizens, and you literally are drawing letters into your thing, and then based on where they are and what's around them, you're scoring points. So this turn, do I put a merchant in because you want the merchant to be surrounded by people, different people, so they all score kind of differently and they're all looking for different things. But then, wow. Then in addition, dude, what are you doing? You're wrecking everything. In addition to it, the boards have cannons on the top, and the cannons are going to be your defense. So as you play, when a certain thing happens, you move from round to round. Pirates come and attack, and you have to have the right defenses to protect your stuff or you lose stuff. So it's got a lot of like when do I choose to put the certain things in the certain spots to benefit?
Luca's on it tonight, man.
He's definitely overtired. He's definitely overtired. Are you overtired? Yeah. And he also sees toys everywhere and he wants to play with them.
Yeah. That's how my boy would be. And he's 6.
Yeah. St. Malo as a roll and write. I don't even know what year it came out. 2013.
No.
Nice.
2013. Yeah, the game's great. Wooden dice, good markers, really fun to play. Doesn't overstay its welcome, and you have a lot of choices on how to build basically your village, your little town there with the different things. So look into it if you haven't. It's great. And
yeah,
you played it.
It sounds good, actually.
It's fun.
Like now,
I can see why this would fly under the radar now. 2012 release, ranked 2,670 from Ravensburger, who is
I'm a sucker for a Ravensburger game, though, man. They make a lot of really good games.
Yeah.
They do, and that's why again they've published so many Stefan Felds that made me look into other Ravensburger games, but they're not necessarily known for their looks. So again, a 10-year-old Ravensburger game, I see why it would fly under people's radar.
I have a Ravensburger game from Germany that I play with my kids all the time. Hold on.
Wait, I know what it is. I can't remember what it's called. He's talked about this before.
I have. It's a great game. I love it. Hold on.
He's got to find out what part of the alphabet. Oh, it must be an A. Hey, you went over to your A's by Abyss and pulled out an F.
No, because this is off my kids' bookshelf. Fluke der Mumie. Brain Games, who does like Ice Cool, they did a version of this called Pyramid of the Penguin, but it's like penguin. It's a magnetic board. One player is playing as the mummy. The other players are playing as basically a archaeologist trying to get through the mummy's tomb or the pyramid and get to these checkpoints, get the items before the mummy catches them X amount of times. Super fun game, a little bit of push your luck, really good. Love this game. I saw it being played at a Geekway, found out the name, tracked down a copy, and ordered it from Germany a la Bob style, but it didn't get that good, sweet US reprint like Bob triggers when he buys a game from overseas and overpays for it. But yeah, great game.
Like me buying Comic Hunters later this year?
Yeah, exactly like that.
All right, Tim, I think we're back to your shelf. Even though you picked something off your shelf, so now you don't get to pick. All right, my number 3.
Well, shut up. Here we go. Elder Sign. I played this game so much. I love this game. It's super hard. It's difficult. I love the app version as well. I need to get some of the expansions for this game, but I love Elder Sign. It's sort of Yahtzee. When Mike was talking about Yahtzee earlier, like, oh, it's like Yahtzee. But I even bought like this fun little like Plano thing for the inside to like sort my tokens for my Elder Sign because I played it enough to warrant that. But in Elder Sign, like it's very thematic and moody and it's very difficult. You've got these die, you're trying to roll these symbols to match monsters or things at the location so that you can unlock them and then get extra clues and things, which will give you rerolls and items and all that good stuff. And there's asymmetric player powers because you're going to pick a character and they're going to give you a unique ability. So Elder Sign, super good, strong recommend. Fantasy Flight Games. I think it's still in print. Yeah, love me some Elder Sign.
My son just went over to a shelf, and if you listen, he literally got a cowbell, and now he's walking around swinging a cowbell.
More cowbell, Mike.
More cowbell.
Hear it?
Yeah. Well, so the reason that Mike Rice is sitting in a dark room is because he's got a fever, and all he needs is more cowbell.
Only more cowbell. Wow. That's gonna be a thing. That's great. I'll make a confession that'll get me flame, but it'll segue to something I already said earlier. I haven't played Elder Sign.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you haven't seen that SNL sketch. I'm like, dude, I can fix that. I'll send that to you.
No, not that bad. I used to watch SNL every Saturday night.
I still do. It's one of my all-time favorite shows.
It's still, I don't know about now, but I
still watch it. Good and bad. Good and bad. I watch it every year because there's always something funny out of one week. It might just be one.
I realized early that I really liked mechanics, and so I dove very heavy into just Euros early into the hobby. And so I kind of didn't even try thematic games, and I'm sort of trying to make up for that now. It's always, because of that, been mechanics over theme for me. But yeah, sometimes you just want a good experience, and thematic games will give you that. Like, Stuff of Legend.
So,
just
is that on your? Wait, do you have that on your shelf?
No.
Oh,
I don't have the giveaway game, Mike, and I didn't back it, or Tim, and I didn't back it. Bob did, so there you go.
You guys are too generous. constantly
No,
mention.
seriously, it was a blast, and I'm ready to play again. So okay, my going back to mine here, I'll just go back to my picture, and it kind of spoils what's next. But this has been a free-flowing night anyway, says the guy sitting on his couch. Steampunk Rally is my next one. So confession, I backed Steampunk Rally Fusion and haven't even tried it yet, and I've had it since last year. Things happen. You start chasing the hotness when you get on a YouTube channel. Uh, but Steampunk Rally was the first game I played that made me realize I absolutely love racing games. I don't give a crap about racing in real life. I really don't, which is funny because I work in the auto industry. And yeah, I like cars, but racing, I couldn't care less. Indy 500, never been there, and I live in Indiana, you know, but I love me a good racing game. And Steampunk Rally was that first racing game that really hit home for me. I absolutely love it. And I just love to say this. Steampunk Rally is an engine building game about building an engine. You're an inventor and you're just attaching all these random parts to your cockpit, hoping to use steam power to power you across the finish line before the other inventors. And these are real famous inventors. You can be Alexander Graham Bell or Nikola Tesla or Amelia Earhart, you name it, famous people from history. And really, it starts with a draft. Pick a card, attach it to your cockpit, hand the rest of the cards to the next person. Once you've drafted 4 cards that you've either attached to your engine or you've discarded to get dice, then you move on to the race phase where you're rolling these dice simultaneously with everyone else, plopping those dice onto your cards to activate them, which give you moves or rerolls or allow you to get those dice off of your cards. Because once you put a die on your card, it's stuck there, and you've got this vent mechanic where you got to lower the pips down. A cog lowers the pip value by 2. You got to get it to 0 to get that dice off, and then you can attach more dice to that card and use it again. It's so fun, it's so smart. I love that it scales to 8 and doesn't add a whole lot to the playtime because it's simultaneous. It plays in a little over an hour. Yeah, I'm a big steampunk rally fan. Love it. Love it.
It's a good one. I backed Fusion too, the cowbell again.
More cowboy.
It hasn't stopped. I backed Fusion too because I like the first one so much. So hopefully it adds enough to it and makes it more fun.
Yeah, it seems like it adds more dice. That's good. It adds more inventors. That's good. It adds a whole new track that's double-sided. That's great. Yeah, I just haven't had the chance.
I've only played this game like once. I played it with Bob, and I did not like it.
I love it how some of our guys know our history here of me being not at Origins while you guys are filming Mission Control because I had to work that day and I'm racing to Columbus, Ohio, so I can join in on the fun. You guys are great. Yeah, the chunky fusion dice, man, I tell you. I also just absolutely love rolling dice. I would rather roll dice than draw cards any day, not that close. So yeah, love Steampunk Rally.
Mike, you got 2 games on your shelf that I don't like.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. We're getting there.
Yeah. I'll get killed for it, and that's fine.
Oh, I know. It's all good. All right, Mike, what you got?
He's got Luca in the wild. No, it's all right.
Well, cowbell. He's all right.
Well, he doesn't have the cowbell, and now he's got a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm having a ball just figuring out what he's going to grab next.
I'm having a heart attack trying to figure out what he's going to grab next. Oh, there's the cowbell.
There it is.
That's great. All right.
I'd buy that for $1.
Sorry.
Hey, Andrew. I don't know who.
Yeah, I'll look. This site makes it hard for us to see who you are.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm coming to find you though.
All right, it's on the shelf. This company, DPH Games, is local to Syracuse. You'll find him at conventions. He wears a bright yellowish green shirt with a tropical kind of bucket hat. And he's got a bunch of games that are great, but on this shelf it's a prototype copy. This is before it came out. The game's already out. Called Usurp the King.
Okay.
It's a card play game where there is a certain there's a certain order in which things will happen to determine who the winner is, and it's based on a track like that. So like the usurper will win if that happens, and the king will win if that happens, and the queen, right? So there's certain things that you check down to try and make happen, and along the way you're playing cards, poison, antidotes, swords, whatever it is, shields to protect stuff. You're playing them at different locations around the round table, basically, to try and either poison people and kill them, or murder them, or save them, or whatever. And the gameplay of it, that's really weird to see the board game rundown in the chat on the board game rundown. Just want to point that out.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
It's infinity screen.
It's really neat. It's surreal. But yeah, you have the art's really cool. I love the art. I love the art direction that he took with this. Like the artist is just phenomenal. But the different cards that you get to play, there you go. The different cards you get to play and how the game plays through. You're bluffing, like you might be bluffing what you're putting into a certain thing, right? Like, why'd you play there? Do you want to, is it a protection or is it a poison? Like all those kind of things that come in those like hidden role kind of games play out in this one. But then there's this book that you can put certain items in that'll trigger after certain other things trigger. Like it's just really, really cool the way that this game plays out in the court, trying to sabotage what's going on. It's really neat.
This sounds like my kind of game.
Right. You had me at bluffing, and I've never heard of this game.
Grab it. It can't be that hard to. No, don't do that, dude.
DPH Games.
DPH. Yep. Dan is the owner. He there's a bunch of games
there you go.
That catalog. There's some that are definitely cliched and easy to play. Like there's a geocaching game and a cats game, and they're not my style. They still play and they still do really well for them. But there's Madoshi, which is a really cool 2-player game. This one, he just finished up a Kickstarter. He just finished up a Kickstarter one. But yeah, Usurp the King, when I first played it, I fell in love with it. I think it's my favorite of his line. But that's not to say that anything else he has isn't good. But this one, it's really the way that the hidden information is done, and the bluffing and the double bluffing, and you can kind of table play out people. It's really good. What do you see? What is it? Is it Han Solo? Is that what you're looking at? And the Tauntaun? Yeah.
I love it. I miss that age, Mike. I'm not gonna lie, I miss that age.
Great. When I'm playing, something on Netflix, he loves Trash Truck and he loves Shark Dog. And when I do Netflix and the kids thing, and it does the Netflix intro, the dun dun thing, he does it.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, my kids used to do that with the Nickelodeon thing. Bum 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 like every time.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's a fun age. Every age is a fun age, but like now I'm at the point where I'm nostalgic for that age. Where when I was in that age, I'm like, I can't wait for this to be done.
Families behind the court use daggers, bribery, and conspiracy to vie for power.
Yep.
This is my kind of game. I'm just going to tell you, this is my kind of game right here.
I'll bring it with me.
mention I played a 21-player game of Blood on the Clock Tower this weekend? Yeah, I like to bluff.
You did. I'll bring it with me. Also, David, thank you for your comment because now I'm never gonna unsee you slurp the king.
Yeah, you slurp the king.
I'm never gonna unsee it now, so I appreciate that. But yeah, you slurp the king is he's a small publisher. He's local, but yeah, I love the way the game plays. It's just a really solid. It's just a solid bluffing game.
Now, I've talked about this on the show, and it's not. There's differing opinions on this, right? But like sometimes the box art on a game will make all the difference between whether I pull that game off a shelf at a game store or if I see it like while I'm scrolling through a website, and whether I stop or I keep scrolling. That box art for me is a stop and look at this. Like, what is this? I really like that box art, like quite a bit. I think that's very cool.
The final box ended up being a magnetic clasp and it opens up kind of thing, but he has it. Don't do that. He has it set up like it's a book, like it's a book, right? And it's got that Arthurian kind of feel to it, where there's a king and a queen and a court, and it's just really, really solid, dude. Don't.
Yeah, I love the style of that, like that what Mike's got right up there. Like that looks really good, man. I'm in. Like I would be like, oh, what's this game? Like right off the bat.
Good.
So yeah, they did a really good job there, at least for me, because I'm like, yeah, I'm in.
No, same. I think the art when he brought it out, he brought it to a QCon Tuesday years ago. I don't even know. This might be just after the pandemic happened. I'm not sure when. But when he first brought it out, and I saw that cover with the king and the sword, right? And then you're looking at even the players' shields, the crests, right? Like there's a little bit of. I mean, I'm taking up more time, but like the art of your family, crest, like, right? Like that's just.
I'm here for it, man. Yeah, that looks good.
They're just really neat.
Yeah, I like all that. I like the old English spellings. I'm here for it.
That first one was awesome. It looked like one of those Chinese dragons in the face, but then it was like a sea creature on the back. That was a really cool combination. Yeah, I like that one a lot. That's really creative.
Yeah, they're great. The art's great. I mean, it's just even the art on the character cards.
Oh yeah. And I like dark themes like that. That's really cool.
I definitely do too.
I'll bring it with me, and we'll play.
Stop copying me,
Sweet.
Tim. Gosh.
Listen, Mike, I was here first. You decided to come on with your headache and your dark cave.
I'm running with the dark theme. All right.
I'm here for it. All right.
What's
next one on my shelf? This is a game that I played a ton, and I ordered like the Ultimate Edition because I love this game so much. I constantly have to replace the dry erase markers because I get a lot of plays out of Escape from the Aliens in Outer Space. This game is so much fun. It is hidden movement, but in the way that true hidden movement can only be done. Everybody has their own book and their own markers, and you're making your own notes, and you're basically calling out if maybe you're calling out, depending on the card you drew, if you move in a space where you have to announce that you have made noise. And this game is so much fun. You don't know who the aliens are. You don't know who the humans are. Just really fun. Tons of crazy stories every time I played this game where it's like, I thought you were an alien, or I thought you were, this and that. And I thought you were over here, but the way that this game allows you to bluff and with the controlled amounts of information that you put out there, it is so much fun and just a trip every time I play this damn game. I really love it. Strong recommend. Osprey Games. It's Escape from Aliens in Outer Space, and it takes a minute to like kind of teach and for people to understand it. But once everybody understands the game that we're playing and like what you need to do and how it plays, it's so good. The turns go pretty fast. I just love it. It's hidden movement like no other hidden movement game I've ever played. And for that, I will always have a sweet spot for it. But it's super fun. I really enjoy this game, especially with like high player counts where everybody's kind of all over the place because you're technically supposed to start in the same area because you're all humans, except the aliens start in a different place, and they've got to find a way to make it sound like they started in the right place. So good, so much fun. The cells on your map are shaded, so like you might move into a quiet corridor versus a lit one. And if you're in a lit area, you have to announce where you are because it's lit. But if you're in a dark one, you can maybe just say what you want, or you're just like, I'm in a dark area. And yeah, it's really good. I really like it. Herald or Harbinger. Evan, if you really do have a hidden role game, like, please talk to me about it because I love those games.
Yeah, we
I'm all
all
about
love
it.
those games, so talk to all of us about it.
No, don't talk to Mike. Just talk to me.
Yeah, not me at all. I definitely didn't just play Blood on the Clock Tower 3 times.
Exactly. With 47 people.
I don't know this one at all.
Oh,
I don't know this.
Oh, this one's good. This one's really good. I think I heard about it first on maybe like Secret Cabal podcast, maybe. I forget who. But yeah, I mean, I love the artwork, like the style that it runs with. You know, like it's just got like a really cool vibe. You know, it's pretty straightforward. And everybody has like a spiral, map, and everybody's like, okay, we're on page 4, right? We're playing this one, or oh, we're gonna try this one out. And then on the back, what's even better is it has like all these different, all your cheat sheet, your player aid is on your board, so you can just look and see what your alien, role might do versus the human role. So it's You don't have to just be like, oh, if I was a brute alien, what would that mean? Like, no.
Like, Tim, this says 2 to 8, 20 to 45 minutes. This sounds to me like a game that doesn't sound like it would really work at 2, though. Does it?
I don't know how you play it with 2 people, but
that's what I'm wondering.
I've never tried it 2. 4, I think 4 or 5 is the lowest player count I think I've tried.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't sound like one that would really be that fun under 4.
Yeah.
I want to say, if I remember the 2-player, it's not just you against the alien. I think you're rocking 2 people that are moving around, maybe.
Maybe.
Those kind of things.
That would spruce things up a bit. Sure.
Well, I'm not 100% on that yet.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, well, I pass the turn to Mike Rice.
Yeah, I like all the ideas in this for sure.
Because humans only move 1 sector on their turn. Aliens move 2. So that also makes it tricky. So that allows the aliens to like really get around and get into some places. I'm trying to find the 2-player. But yeah, go for it, Mike. You're up.
Yeah, so this is a game I actually traded for several years ago, and it sat on my shelf of shame for several years. And then I finally got to play this last year once again at JuliaCon. So Tim's sister taught it to me. I saw it sitting on her shelf, and I'm like, hey, who's played this? And she said, oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite games. Like, wow, if you want to teach it, I would love to play Clans of Caledonia. Oh my goodness, I love this game so much. And it went out of print pretty fast because Karma Games is a fairly small publisher. Yeah, this has been out of print for a little while now, so they're reprinting it this year with an expansion. So I thought this would be an interesting one to bring up tonight. Clans of Caledonia has a lot of similarities to Terra Mystica. You're taking your player board that has a whole bunch of buildings on it, and you're trying to collect income you got to pay to put those buildings on the board. And then those boards are going to generate you income at the end of each round, or they're going to generate you goods. And then other buildings can take those goods and process them to make them goods that are worth even more. But what I like is how this money, it, you're really just turning resources into money that you use for buildings, and money is all you need to build buildings. So it's not like Terra Mystica in that Terra Mystica, you got to have workers and you got to have money, and then you got to have the right, you got to have the places terraformed, and there's steps to get there. Clans of Caledonia basically says if you have the money, you can build it, and then you're going to get that income every single round. So I kind of like how that's a bit more open ended. But to get to some of these graphics that would help prove my point, where Clans of Caledonia does trump Terra Mystica to me, is that this is also an economic game, because what you've got over here is all of those resources that you're generating with your building can be bought and sold on a variable market, exactly like Raccoon Tycoon. So, of course, as you buy and sell, those goods are going to be worth more money or less money, depending on how many you bought or sold. And man, I will tell you, it just blew me away. I loved this game. One play, it shot into my top 20 just like that. I really got to get the rest of the guys to play this. I think it's fantastic. I even have the first edition Kickstarter with the metal coins, which are amazing coins. Somebody up here using the iron clays, which that's pretty cool too. But man, yeah, the metal coins that come in the Kickstarter are great. Clans of Caledonia is so good. If you like economic games at all, or you like Terra Mystica, I cannot recommend this game enough. It is very, very good.
I agree. That's a good pick, or not a good pick because it happens to be on your shelf, but that's a good game to get your. I backed in the beginning too.
Oh man,
yeah.
It's I was just so blown away. And the thing is too is that we had one guy that was really doing a good job of, collecting income and maximizing how much he could build each turn. But the guy that won that game, Julia said she had never seen anybody win with this strategy, and he was manipulating that market the entire game to his advantage. And what do you know? This guy is literally a stock trader.
Oh,
That's
I
his
remember you.
profession. Yes, I can't remember his name now. But my goodness, there's just so many different ways to win. There's so many different types of buildings. You're trying to build adjacent to people, so that that player interaction is there. Man, really, really good game. Really good. I'm glad it's going to be reprinted so more people can see how good this game is. I will definitely back the expansion.
I like the William Wallace reference there. Good job.
Right?
Yeah. Freedom.
Yeah. And of course, yeah, it's got that Scottish theme to it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm
Flemish
Irish, so
on
they're
March.
rubbish.
Not a lot of people like that, but it's a cool theme. So there you go. Oh wow, Bob says in 45 minutes he can jump in.
That sounds right.
He's as the Night Walker. We weren't lying.
Yeah, because that'll be midnight. Holy shit. All right, Googs, what do you got?
Yeah.
What do you got? What else? You got anything left on that shelf? You got any more room?
I have. There's a couple more things on there. I got 4 more.
Oh, I got one left, but I mean, I can pull off a different shelf if I need to.
Oh, we can do one more. I don't know how much more Luca's going to give me.
Sure.
He's already just finding all my toys down here and not staying with one, just going on to the next one. So
yeah.
Right, buddy? Yeah, with your smiles. All right, I'll at least talk about one that I'd be surprised if either of you have heard about this one.
Yeah, let's go.
It's a Wolfgang Morse game.
I'm in. I'm listening.
Sold.
I happened to find it I don't even know where. I think it was at the local shop, and I played a couple of Warsh's games recently when I saw this, and I'm like, oh, I've talked about designers, companies as well, but designers that I believe in. So if I see their name on something, I'm going to trust that the game is going to be not only worth it, but like money wise, but worth it time wise, right? Like getting into it and playing it. And this one was spot on. It did not disappoint. It's called Fuji.
Wait, I've seen that box before for sure.
Right.
I brought it up on the 42 once about like games that are underrated or need to be played or something. It was on one of those shows, but it just happens to be on this shelf. So,
Nice.
It's another one of those where the art is striking.
It is.
Yep. It's just unique. It's got that Bloody Inn kind of feel to it.
I love it.
Which might be the same artist. I'm not sure. You'd have to look that up. But
Weberson Santiago.
Sure. That thing. Where are the...
You're right. That is the same artist, Mike. Good catch.
Yeah.
Whirling Witchcraft. Q.
At least once a month, I'm right about something. So that's my hit for July.
Whoa, hold on.
But yeah, like the art. I mean, it looks like the Bloody Inn kind of art.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
Yeah, it does. That's great.
Yeah, that dude's amazing.
Yep.
His art is great.
So the game is you set it up and it's got village tiles. They're square cards, and you put them out, and then the objective is to get it's cooperative, and the objective is to get everybody out because Mount Fuji has erupted and lava is now spreading through the village. So as you play, you roll your dice, and your dice are used to go onto different tiles or cards, not tiles, cards. And then you're playing like kind of like Sagrada style, where you have like this one has to be a 4 and a 6 and a 1, 2, and 3. But then you have one you can do a yellow and a red or whatever, pink or whatever the hell they call it, purple in this one, or this one you can't use blue to get through. So it's got restrictions on how you're moving through the village. And then obviously there's way more to it than what I'm explaining, but it was immediately on the first play was like, yep, we're doing that again. And that's what you look for, right? You want that game to be like, yeah, we're playing that one again. It was such a good experience. Really not hard to get your head around how it plays. The art was striking. The gameplay was great. So everything about it was just upon first hit was like, yep, I want to do that. Because you're talking, rolling your dice behind screens. So you can't really talk about what you have, but you can talk about like, well, I can get us through this next tile, but I'm screwed in the next tile or stuff like that, right? Minimal communication. Right. But yeah, Fuji. It's awesome.
Nice.
2018. It's not even that long ago.
No.
In board game years, it's 100, but 2018 is not that long ago.
Yeah, that's 5 years old. It's archaic by now.
It is.
Man, yeah, that's a cool pick because I love that art and I love Wolfgang Warsh. So,
yep,
yeah, really
for sure. I mean, it's another one of those designers like Phil Walker Harding, right? Or if you're into the brand stuff, or you're into the Knizia stuff, or you're into the Feld stuff, like once you get those design, like anything Lanius I'm playing, obviously for Batman reasons, but
right.
You just get those designers that do the right thing in games that you just feel right playing, and Wolfgang's got that thing. And then when I played Fuji, it was I hadn't played anything really like it. So yeah, it's been a favorite of mine for a while.
No, you're right. Obviously, I already brought up Quacks and love it. I love every Ganshon clever version I've played. He's a great designer.
Yeah.
Yes. For sure. 100%. 100%.
Again, and I apologize because I know some of the games that I talk about every now and then are out of print or super hard to find. I don't know how to get Fuji, but if you can, I would recommend it.
Good question. I'll look. But also, we just said, hey, pick a part of your shelf and run with it. So,
yeah.
No, this is I don't. Yeah, I mean, you could. It looks like there's places to get it. It's looking like, yeah, Yeah, heck, you could go to Card House and get it now. So
Yeah, I didn't think Fuji was that hard to get a hold of because like I said, I remember like seeing that game around. Um, we might even have it at our FLGS. I think I've seen it there before, but
Well,
no way.
I think it's great. The art's great. The gameplay is great. It's just
Tons
got
of
a lot of
copies.
those things that you look for.
Tons of copies on BGG, very cheap.
Oh, nice, cool.
Very very easy to get. I don't know about new, but all the used ones on BGG are like $10-15.
Oh hell yeah, easily attainable.
These are wooden dice.
Nice.
And they're like printed, right? Siltrine or whatever they do, but they're wooden.
Mhm.
And they have like your player color. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dice in 4 colors. And then your wooden bits for your discs and your meeple that you're running around. And like, it shouldn't be a big ask. It's definitely, if it's $10-15, that's a no-brainer. Like, grab it.
Right. For sure. Damn.
Yeah, you go get one on BGG.
There you go.
Lightly used for $10 right now if you want. There you go.
Grab it. Definitely grab it. Highly recommend that one. If you like, the other caveat is that it's cooperative. So you have to like cooperative.
Sure.
But it eliminates the quarterbacking because you're rolling your dice behind a screen. So I can get Tim's dice and be like, okay, you use the 4. Mike's going to use the 3. I'll use this. So you can talk about what you have, but you can't really talk about what you have. And no one can really, kind of like what the screen does in Mission Control, where you can't tell the person what to do with dominoes. You're rolling behind that screen, so you can't really tell people.
Yeah, and we barely like that game, so I'm not even sure why you'd reference it.
Am I on the right show?
We love Mission Control.
What? Yeah, we didn't just spend the first hour of the show talking about it.
Gushing up on it. I can't wait till that review is public.
I know. It's people are gonna think seriously
Very
we got
soon.
paid for that review. Not true.
No. We like what we like, and the people that make those things.
You got the copy of Control for the giveaway, and you got the copy of Stuff a Legend for the giveaway. But
yep. Yeah.
And for anyone that doesn't know, let's just throw it out there. Mike's the reason we have those things. So thank you, sir.
Yeah. What? 100%.
Well,
100%.
It helps anybody come and watch you guys and subscribe and hit the bell.
See, hit the bell.
Yep, perfect timing.
Luca's been trained perfectly.
Like I did it on purpose. Yeah, whatever I can do to help you guys out. You've been both the 42 and
that was amazing. Right back at you, man.
It was great.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We could continue that love fest, but I'll move it on to
nice. I love them. I love it.
I'll move it on to the last game on my shelf. This was the first game that I was playing where the designer walked by and goes, "Hey, that's a really good game," while I was playing his game at a convention. And I thought it was the coolest thing. And that was back when this game was new. This still might be my favorite Stonemaier game.
Pretty sure I know what this is. Oh, nice.
Euphoria. Build a better dystopia. They had me at the Art Deco sort of art style in the front. And then when they, the theme of it, is everybody sort of like in this weird dystopian future, but you've got to be happy. And if you're not, or if you get too smart, then you lose your workers, so your die value, you roll these 6-sided die, you've got these 6-siders and they represent like the strength of your worker basically. So when you go to a spot, depending on the pip value, it's going to determine like what you get. But the higher the pip value you have on those die could, the higher the chance you have of losing those dice. So I really kind of love that give and take, like very early, on with that. Like that was just a game early on that exposed me to some of that. And I love the theme. I love the way that it goes. It can run like a little long at times, but I will always love Euphoria. Super fun, interesting worker placement, great art, great colors, just really brings you in. And always have a good time playing it. I'll never get rid of it. I'll always have Euphoria in my collection.
Talk about old games. My goodness. This is 2013, Tim. You probably had to dig through several layers of the Earth's crust just to get to this game, didn't you?
No doubt. No doubt. I think I went to my first Geekway in 2014 or 2015, so it wasn't that. It was relatively new when I got it. Bob, you were there. Do you remember?
Man, this is another classic that I still haven't played, and I love Stonemaier games, but I still have not played this game.
I mean, now the only problem for you, somebody like you now, Mike, is that like things like this have been done and re-implemented. So sometimes when you get one of these games where it's like, oh, this is the first game I played that did this, and then now that there's other games you will have played since then that have sort of built on it. And I'm not going to say improved or whatever. I mean, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Just depends on your flavor and your style. But like, you've now played other games that do similar things. So I would say when you play it, play with the caveat that this was one of the first ones that does the stuff that it does in this way. I mean, like Scythe, it's got the stars and the, you know, and the things like that that you need, you know, to help you win. Because that's definitely a Stonemaier thing.
It's still I think Euphoria still holds up. I mean, there's definitely games that do similar stuff. Maybe, like you said, maybe better, maybe not. Depends on what you like. But I think playing Euphoria now, even with other things that you've played that are kind of similar, I think it's unique and it does things well.
I mean, it still hits a good spot for me.
Oh,
oh, look at that. Donnie's still hanging out with us. He's the best.
I was gonna go back to David's comment because this is what I was gonna say. I really appreciate elegance in games.
Mm-hmm.
I am impressed when you can take a very basic rule set and extract all kinds of thought processes out of my brain with very little rules. I really appreciate when that can be done. Don't get me wrong. I like my heavy games too, but I'm chasing after more Knizia games because that man is a master at taking these simple rule sets and creating these incredible games with great decisions.
Yeah.
So, that's why I do want to try this one. Of course, again, I like Stonemaier.
I mean, trust me, dude. Bob and I will happily play this with you. We both love this game.
I know lots of people that will. I think Jason from the Board Game Mechanics still has this game ranked extremely high.
I definitely would too. It's in my top 10 for sure, I think, or at least my top 15. Euphoria was one of my all-time favorite games for a long time.
Wow.
And then I played Concordia.
Wow. Concordia trumps everything still for me. Hence,
I still love me some Concordia. But yeah, no, something to be said for a very elegant game. Yeah, great art, great components, really fun. Enjoy it quite a bit. And yeah, Knizia is amazing.
Yeah, he is. I just keep chasing down his games, man. Mike, you talked about it on your Origins recap, how you picked up Pollen. I really wanted to try that one. I was over at that board games table, their play area, which I love, by the way. I love how you can demo almost every single game that you buy from them. And it's a great time to buy from them at the cons because you don't pay shipping, and getting it directly from board games tables is really the easiest way to get most of their games anyway.
Yeah, Pollen looks beautiful. I just played Sequoia last night. I love the simplicity of that game. Like there's so many choices and so much, like, if you really want to lean into the table talk of like, am I going to put 2 8s down, or like, you got to watch the 7s. No one's on the 7s yet. It's such it's got that can't stop feel, but it's pretty. The art's pretty, and it's repetitive, but it's still really cute. But the simplicity of the dice, the rolling the 5 dice and pairing them up into 2s, like, it's just such a sleek, easy to play, compact game that you bring anywhere. Anybody can play it. You get the expansion for the 6 players. It's just great. Wow, David. Wow.
Yeah.
Love it.
We got jokes in the chat for sure.
Pretty too. Those upgrades,
Man.
the acrylic upgrades, those
Mhm.
whatever the hell they call them. I don't know what they are. The game's pretty.
Were they? I don't remember seeing Sequoia at Origins for whatever reason.
I actually the copy that I played last night, I bought at Origins because
Nice.
my other copy is in the QSCon library in storage, and I didn't want to go get it, and I wanted a second copy, so I bought.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We can just toss that into our trade.
No. Look how subtle he is.
That's a deal breaker.
Oh man.
I like the game too much.
You push too hard, Mike. You push too hard.
All right, so let's transition to a game that is not so elegant, but we will make your former co-host Katsia very happy that I'm talking about it. And that is the next game to the left on my shelf.
I'll take a nap during this.
Yeah, Tim's not a fan, but I loved Darwin's Journey. Darwin's Journey from Thundergriff Games. No, it is not an elegant game. There's a pretty good rule set to get through here. But I tell you what this game does with worker placement, I was really, really impressed with.
It's really well designed. I just did not have fun playing it, especially if you are behind in round 2, you're done. Like you might as well take the next hour and a half and go get lunch for everybody because you're done. You're not doing anything that's useful once you fall behind in this game. Please continue, Mike.
Yeah, it's no catch-up mechanism. So yeah, you better know what you're chasing very early on. Experience helps tremendously. But man, I'll tell you, the Italians, Mr. Luciani, you hit another home run here, man. This game's really, really good. You really have to plan ahead. I like how you can customize your workers as you go.
I love that part.
You're putting these workers out onto the board, and you got some places you can go with a basic worker, but as you play, you need to build up your workers' experience by placing seals on them. So maybe the first seal you put on a worker is a red seal, and then that allows you to go to places on the board that red sealed workers can go to. Well, then as the game goes along, your workers evolve, and then they may have a red and blue seal. And then, oh, look, now there's a place on the board that takes workers that have red and blue seals, and that location is stronger than all the other places you've been able to go before. But then also you may have this like personal sort of quest you're trying to achieve, where if you get a worker that has a red seal, a blue seal, and then 2 yellow seals, you'll get points plus an additional bonus action for achieving that. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the board, you're moving this ship and you're moving a different worker and actually discovering lands and trying to learn information about animals and then publishing your research in the museum to get money for it. Oh, man, it's so good. I love the art style too. The art is fantastic in it. The components are great, except unfortunately those rubber seals. They feel good, but they get stuck together in the bag when you're trying to pull them out. That part didn't feel that great. But man, I loved everything about Darwin's Journey. It impressed me so much. Again, as far as new to me games in 2023, it's really high up there for me. I really enjoyed it.
It's very well designed. It's just that if you do not know what you're doing, you are going to get crushed so quickly, and it's too long to be out of it as early as you can be. And for me, that's it. I don't mind playing a 4-hour game if it's competitive and you're invested and stuff. But 45 minutes in, and you still got another hour and a half, and you're like, I don't even have a chance. There's nothing I can do that will bring me back into this game. like this sucks. But the design's really neat. It's very interesting. I feel like they've done a lot of really good things with it. I don't really like crapping on games because, again, I really want to stress it is very well designed. It is really well designed. And I watched everybody else exploit these mechanics to the nth degree. It just didn't work. Like none of the timing worked out for me at all. So I watched everybody else have a really good time for like 3 hours.
Yeah, and one of the mechanics Tim spoke. Oh, sorry, Mike, you haven't chimed in at all on this one. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I would argue Tim's point, I feel, is a little bit unbalanced, right? If the game is very well designed, but people exploit the mechanisms and people could fall behind and sit there for an hour and a half knowing they're out of the game, then is it very well designed?
Well, fair. It does a lot of really neat things. Like there's a lot of really good mechanics in this game that I actually really like. But the experience of playing that game with those mechanics, I did not have a good time. So that's probably a better way to say it. But I also, again, like I don't enjoy crapping on games, you know, and I see lots of really good things in there, but like for me, it still needs a little more tweaking or it's just, I just don't need to play this game. I'll let the people that really like this game, I'll just let them play it because it jives for them. You know, not every game's going to land with me.
I'll make a quick comparison along that point. Let me actually do this so the picture's bigger. There it is. It's slightly bigger, whatever. I'll make this comparison. So I love Lost Ruins of Arnak. And the thing about that one is, if you ignore the tech track, you'll lose. Mm-hmm. So you just have to make sure you warn people that when you play this game, you need to focus on taking the resources you get from the worker placement spots and dumping them into that tech track. As long as you know that going in, the game's going to be pretty close and everybody's going to have a good time. If you don't tell a new player that, you're setting them up for failure. Now, that being said, in Darwin's Journey, if knowing that, what I would tell new players is the little ship track that goes along here, gradually as you go, you got the brown ship going across there, and you need to keep up with him. Because if you don't, you kind of start losing points as you go.
Yep.
And it's very hard to catch up. I would tell all new players, keep up with that ship, number one. Number two, these tiles over here are where you're trying to get your research done. You need to collect these tiles, and you need to take those and publish them into this museum before other players do. So part 2, new players, get to this stuff before other players and publish your theories that you've learned in the museum as early as possible. As long as you know that, I think you're setting players up to be more competitive. That's really where I wanted to go with that.
Let me just, I'm going to throw this one thing out there, and it's useless for Mike because he hasn't played. But I love the idea that you can upgrade your workers and the way you can upgrade your workers. That is so awesome. But because of where I was at in turn order and where the way that those wax seals randomly lay out, I was never able to actually upgrade my worker in a useful way by the time it would come to me, because all of the seals that I could use and really needed were either spent or I was priced out of it because of the economy of the game. And so that was a big B for me. Again, that's a one-time problem that probably won't happen every time, but it could happen to somebody every time that they play the game. It's kind of like, and I'll just throw it back to that 3-hour playtest session where Evan got stuck with like a handful of cards, and he's like, this was not fun for me. I'm watching everybody else have fun. This was not fun for me. Now, granted, that was a 10-minute game, but you take that, like Evan's experience with that 10-minute game, and then you put that in for me in a 3-hour game, and that's where I was at.
With Evan's experience, though, that actually, to finish that game initially, the first time we played it was 40 minutes to come to a win.
Oh, that is true. It did. The first time did take a lot longer.
So it did exactly what you were talking about, where you're sitting there and you're not having a good time, and you watch everyone else having those moments and throwing up their hands and laughing, and you're like, "This is the worst thing I've ever done."
Right. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. You know, and again, that's the unique thing about, you know, Mike and I come at this. Mike Rice and I come at this from a different angle than you do. You know, we come at it as a consumer. You know, as like we're buying and playing these games, and you know, and you have to look at them as like, what can I sell? Who's this for? Is this experience going to alienate people, right? And you have to make the game as marketable as you can for as many people as you can, but still keep it true to the game, because you're never really going to make a game that everybody's like, that's a 10, right? That's impossible. But you have to find a niche that's big enough to support the game and make it viable, but then, you know, also still sort of reinvent the wheel every time. What makes your game different than everybody else's?
Yeah, you're right. It's a different perspective, but I think it's just a different pair of glasses that we put on. Like, I'm still buying and playing the games, right? I'm still trying to figure out what's popular, what's working. Oh, this has a really cool mechanism I haven't seen in the game before that would really help this game that I'm developing. Like, there's still that overlap of things that we're doing, right? Playing a game and having a really good experience to it, but also you're kind of on the same side as me when you play a game and you think about how the game could have been better, or how the game could have changed, or it would have felt better. Like Mike's saying, look, if you approach it this way, you're going to give players a better experience their first time through it. Like you're that diagram, Venn diagram, because of English major, or education, actually, not English. English is different. That Venn diagram, we overlap in the same areas, right? Like, yes, there's different things that we're doing, but we're still doing a lot of the same things in this industry.
No, I mean,
Terraforming Mars, like, and I'll crap on it. I don't like that game at all. I don't. I had a bad experience with it. I never want to play it. And the best thing about the hobby, with having nearly, if not more than 5,000 games published a year, you're not going to get a game that's a 10 for everybody, and that's good, because not every game is for everybody. Not people don't like going, people don't like bluffing, people don't like Trick Taker. Awesome. People don't like Terraforming Mars, but people fucking love that game, and that's awesome that it can be that difference in opinion and still be like, okay, we all play games. Like, we all like hockey. Not everyone likes the Rangers, but we all like hockey.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're right. That's a good point.
Bob's got a Kickstarter.
Quartermasters. All right.
It's probably
I was going to say we could quickly figure that out.
It's probably Artemis Odyssey, because that was Quartermaster today. So
that is what it is. Yep.
Spoiler alert, Bob. Now you know what's
Yeah, I was going to say we could probably find that out pretty fast for you, buddy.
Or maybe not. I mean, they ship stuff out all the time. It could be Stuff of Legend if you back Stuff of Legend.
I think you just bought it. I think you just bought it at Origins.
I thought he backed it and then brought it. Maybe I was wrong. He might have just bought it at Origins. Anyway, that was my pick, Darwin's Journey.
Wow, I'm not opening this because you're going to dump water all over the place. It's not happening. More cowbell. No. If you want, we can go upstairs and get you something to drink, but I'm not opening this for you. It's not happening. You cry your ass off. No shot in hell am I opening that water bottle.
Yeah, Jason, if you like,
it's a trap.
You know, a semi-crunchy worker placement game. I was really impressed with it.
Oh, have your fit. I get it.
Mine's yeah, and that was another game where Bob and I both backed it, and it was like, okay, here's a game, and I waited so long for it, and yeah, I know people have waited much longer for games than I have. Tim, Cthulhu Wars.
But hey, that might be showing up apparently.
I waited 2.5 years for Darwin's Journey. I was so stoked for it to show up. It did not disappoint for me. Very happy with that one. All right, Mike.
Last one. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I'll talk about one more.
I'm good with that.
All right, so there's 3 on my shelf. Project L. If you haven't played or experienced Project L, no. Oh, come on, Mike.
No, you got me here.
Oh my god. I was gonna talk about a different one, but now I feel like I want to talk about Project L. Have you played Spirits of the Wild?
No, but I've at least heard of that one.
Great. One of the best. Oh my god, my micro machines just went all over the living room. Spirits of the Wild is a great 2-player game. Really, really fun. I found it in Target. It's by Mattel. Super hard to find now. Project L is a great, easy Tetris style type of game where you're selecting. You have cards. The cards have openings. You're using polyomino like Tetris style shapes to fill them in. When you fill them in, you get a bonus, which is another tile. Really, really cool game. Really easy to teach. The production value is through the roof. They have expansions to make it better. Not better, sorry, to make it different, like replay.
Yeah.
But if I don't talk about Noctiluca, I'm not doing the right thing. So
that's how you pronounce it.
Noctiluca, yeah. They're little bioluminescent microbes in the ocean.
What?
So have anything
heard of it?
No, I've never even heard of this.
Nothing about
it. Oh, it's a Shem Phillips. Okay.
Dude, so Shem Phillips just makes good games. Like I haven't played many, but I don't think I played a game that's been bad. But the way the game plays, you have this board that represents the Noctiluca in the water. And you populate it. It's a bunch of dice, and you populate it. You roll them, and you populate it with all these dice. And there's 5 in the inner ring, 4 in the outer ring, or vice versa, something like that. And then on your turn, you have your little researchers that go on the shoreline and collect the Noctiluca. And you get to pick when you play. There's only 12 spots around the board. And when you place your pawn, you get to pick from that spot in one direction, in a straight line, in one of 2 directions from that. So all those brown spots that are around there, you place your pawn there. And then you get to pick in a straight line from that direction. One in this situation, like where they put that yellow pawn on the bottom, you're going to pick that 3, 6, 4 kind of going northwest, or you're going to pick the 2, 1, whatever going directly north. But what you're selecting is all of one number. It doesn't matter what the color is. So you pick 6 and you'll pick all the 6s in one of those directions. Or if you pick 3, you'll get all the 3s in that one direction. So when you're pulling from the board, you're pulling numbers, right? You're picking a line, and all the dice of the certain number. But what you're doing is collecting the Noctiluca to satisfy a potion or a recipe or something. So then the pips have to go into the jars. So you're picking the numbers from the water, but you need to get them in certain colors as well, because you need to satisfy these things. And then those jars have either little color tokens on them, like this one you can see has yellow on it, or they don't. Some of them will have point values, or they don't. Like there's one up here. It's really hard for me to do this backwards, but this one has a point on the upper part of the card, so it's worth points. And then the person that gets the majority of the yellow jars gets points. And then you have these tokens. So when you complete a jar, you get a token of that color. And then if you have the majority of that token, you get the point value of that color. But if you don't have majority of that color, they all get flipped over and they're only worth 1 point. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the game. It's got a solo mode. It really, really clever dice drafting selection. I don't know what I would call it, but it's one of my favorites. It's super easy to teach. It does not take long. It's got 30 minutes on the box,
Nice.
which is accurate. I think maybe 20 minutes with a 2-player, depending on if you played it or not before. But the game, it's got a ton of dice. It's really, really, the choices in it are really fun. Every one of those brown spots where the researchers are going can only have one researcher. So you can always come at the same line twice, right? The one that was going directly north, you can put the researcher on the bottom and go north, but on the other side of it, you can put a researcher and come south. But then once that's in there, that line is done. You can't pull directly from that line. You'll have to come at it from a different way. Really clever, really cool choices. One of my more favorite dice games. I just played Dice Miner last night. I really like that one, but Noctiluca is up there for me.
I do love me some Dice Miner, but Noctiluca looks really cool. Like not only the theme, but the presentation and everything of it, like looks really neat.
Yep. Great game. Highly recommend it. I know I've talked about it before on the show, on the 42. I don't think I talked about it when I was with you guys last, but the game's great.
Yeah.
Phillips, it was published by Z-Man. You better snatch this up before it goes out of print.
No doubt. Well, Shem doesn't like us.
Z-Man won't reprint it.
Shem doesn't like us because we didn't like the art, the box art for Circadians or whatever that was.
Circadians Chaos Order.
Yeah. Oh well.
Wait, Shem doesn't like you?
No, well, that's a stretch.
Okay.
He liked
Andrew, Dan, and Spencer reviewed.
Spencer or Bob.
Bob.
They did a video talking about Circadian's Chaos Order and how they really liked it, and it's a Scythe killer. But their one criticism was that they didn't love the artwork, and it's Shem's brother that does the art. So initially, the video got shared on their Discord, and they were very excited about it until they got to the art part, and then they started to say that people maybe shouldn't comment on artwork because that's subjective. And yes, it is subjective, but I don't know, as content creators and board game reviewers, it's our job to talk about our experiences with the game and the way that different things affect us with the game. So if I see a game with great box art and the game sucks, I'll be like, well, the box brought me in and then the game wasn't as awesome as I wanted it to be. Or Concordia, one of my all-time favorite games, has one of the ugliest boxes of any game I've ever played. I don't care. Like, I mean, people watch because they want to talk about their opinions, right? And share their opinions. That's our opinion. I'm not an art critic, but I've literally very specifically never played Circadian's Chaos Order because I thought the box art was so bad. Every time I'm like, oh, this sounds kind of cool. I've heard some good things. And I pick up the box and I look at it and I go, nah, and I put it back. And that's for me. That's my personal taste.
And you know what? To be fair, McDonald's art, great on Legacy of You. Great on Hadrian's Wall. Just, not great on Circadian's Chaos Order.
I mean, it is what it is.
Make or break a game, right? Especially if you're looking from a consumer's perspective, right? And you're going to the shop and there's all these things to pick from, and you're gonna the art's gonna grab you. Then you flip over the back of the box, and the box is gonna get you. So the art is important, but it also matters if you're a theme gamer and you want to be in the theme. If you want to play Clans of Caledonia, right, and that has some shitty fucking board art or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. You're gonna play the theme. Then you're gonna feel like what you're playing some other game that really isn't bringing me into the hills. It's not bringing me into the fields. So it's like. It is subjective, and it's sad, but it can make or break.
And
good game.
And I get it. I get it in it because it's his brother that did the art, and it's a sensitive spot. But again, even just before we had a show, I'd be like, no, don't look at the box cover before we play this game. This game's really good. Don't look at the box cover. I would have said that about Concordia. Have said that about Concordia.
Same. Dodged it for years. I was like, wow, that just doesn't look like something that interests me.
Don't look at the box art. Just play this game. You're going to really like it. And again, there's also, I have owned and probably still do own some very beautiful games that are just like, they're not great, but man, they're really well made. The artwork's amazing. Components are awesome.
As a consumer, you're taken on both ends, right? Like if you buy a game, like obviously, unless you have an open library or you go to your local convention, or like we have Tabletop Day coming August 19th where we'll have a big library and you can try some games before you buy it, right? You demo it in the store. you go in and you're spending $60 plus whatever on a game because, man, that art looks good. Like, this looks fun, and it's got mechanisms on the back. It's got a good time slot, right? 2 to 4 players. Like, this, it all makes sense. And then you open it, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, the art looks like garbage. I don't understand it doesn't match the aesthetic of what I bought.
Yeah.
Or the other way around, like it looks like it's really pretty art, but the game is shit, or the box art looks like crap, but the game is really good. So you approach it in different ways, and it does make a big difference. Like, it can make or break a game pretty quickly.
I mean, it can be
massive difference because the first impression is huge. That is your first opportunity to draw your audience in. And like you said, Mike, you've got a lot of games out there where the art and the components are what draw people in, and those games will bring 2-3 million on Kickstarter just because of who published it, the art, and the components. And there can be like 0 gameplay videos, like that one that CMON currently has live now. There's like
Mordred.
no gameplay videos of that right now, but it's CMON. It's gorgeous. And it's already brought like almost 300K, but the reverse can be true. And that's what we're getting into now. You can also lose people with that art.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that's really where a lot of games can they can pull the magic, right? Because the art looks great, so the game's got to be great. It's not always
right. Right.
Exactly. It is important, and I think to ignore that is, well,
So unfortunately, that has become our Shem Phillips story, where we kind of got killed in their Discord for a minute. And I get it. Everybody in that Discord, they're all fans, and they want to be supportive and they want to be helpful. And I totally respect that and understand that. But I mean, I'm going to just call it like I see it. If I like the art on something, I'm going to say I like the art. I mean, there's a reason why there's a bunch of us on this show, because we all have different opinions, or maybe I don't love it as much as, Mike does, or maybe Dan likes this more. Dan's not shy about telling us that he thinks we're wrong. Andrew's not shy about his opinion when he's on, but again, cover a whole spectrum, different people, different stuff. But it can make or break. I will probably at some point in time play Chaos Order, and I'm sure I'll like it because Shem Phillips makes really good games. But when I play it and I go, oh, I love this game, but the box art kept me away from this game for years, literally. I mean, that's just a valid part of my experience. I mean, that's what it is, man.
You got to be honest, right? You're putting yourself out there. Like we do it on the 42, you do it on the rundown, right? You do it wherever you are, you're doing it. If you're like, look, I don't like the game, like people are not going to like your opinion on the matter because it doesn't match their opinion. And that's fine. Like, awesome. Go. If you don't like it, that's great. It shouldn't. If you guys hated Mission Control, you're like, look, I don't like co-op, don't like real time. It's okay. Like the art, whatever. But the game's not good. You guys would still be awesome in my book, right? And that's the benefit of this hobby is it's okay if you don't like something. It's about the game, right? It's about the experience. It's about the people. It's not about like, oh, well, you don't like terraforming Mars, I'm never talking to you again. Like,
right. Well, but here's the other thing is we also wouldn't spend 6 months to a year talking about how much we hated Mission Control. We'd be like, oh, we tried this game at Gen Con. It was interesting, like for a minute. And then we were kind of over it and it would be done. And we probably never talk about it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless we were just like dropping in, oh, we've got Mike here from Third World Studios to do Mission Control and Stuff Legend. And, and we talk about what we like, because again, I don't really have like a ton of interest in just kicking, kicking games or, what I mean? Like shitting on, especially smaller publishers. It's one thing, like, for example, Pandasaurus put out that Roller Coaster Rush game. Our video is not going to hurt Pandasaurus. Pandasaurus, they're big boys, big company. The game store that we were at left a copy for us to review. play and review. We played it, we reviewed it, we didn't really love it. It was not. I wanted to like. I mean, I literally go into every game wanting to like it. Honestly, because I'm here to play games. I want to like games. We don't like it, and we put our video out of it. But if it was either a smaller publisher or an independent person or somebody who sent us a Kickstarter, like, hey, I've got this game coming, and if we felt the way we did about that game, the way we felt about Roller Coaster Rush about their game, we just wouldn't put out the video. I just send them an email and go, hey man, this wasn't for us. Because I don't need to kick those guys, right? It's not useful to crap on those guys. Now, if Simon puts out, a new Zombicide and we go, oh, this one sucked. We're not hurting Simon, like whatever. We're not on their mailing list either. So that's fine too.
Sure.
I'll add a couple things to both your points there. So one, Mike, you talked about how crucial honesty is. Let's not forget how a channel much larger than ours got in some hot water because people aren't sure how genuine the opinions are because of the exchange of money. So I'll just leave it at that. Yep. And then the other part is that it's funny. We've gotten people that said, you guys only do positive reviews. Well, hold up.
Not true.
The majority of the games that we're reviewing, we purchased. So yeah, I don't want to buy bad games.
Or we have asked
getting
for
a lot more
specifically
copies. We're getting a lot more. But what's funny is we do have a negative review that's recent. It's our most viewed video in the last 6 months. It is a game from a small publisher. Tim, you know where I'm going with this one?
I do, but it was a game that Bob backed, and yeah, it fell flat with all of us. But
the guys didn't like it. It was Beast. The guys really didn't like it, and that's we don't like. Hey, you guys only do positive reviews, but yet our negative review is our most watched video of the last 5 months. So,
I mean, Studio Midhall's doing fine.
It's interesting. I have a question. I almost I reached out to Tim about this one. I almost made a comment about somebody because.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the idea of putting out a review on a game. So there's opinion and reviews, right? My opinion on the game is it's shit, but here's the how to play, and here's what, like an unboxing or setup, or like what Rodney does with Watch It Played, like that kind of thing is one type of review. And then there's here's my thoughts on this piece of shit. My question is, why do a review? Like this is fantastic. If you haven't played Fake Artist Goes to New York, go grab a copy.
I'm so bad at art. Everyone assumes that I am the fake artist. But I didn't,
because all you're doing is drawing a line, right? Like it's not even you need to be a good artist.
That's true. That's true.
But if I don't like party games, I don't like drawing, I don't like fun, right?
Dan,
why take the time to purposefully review a game that you don't like? Mm-hmm. I don't like party games. I don't like worker placement. I don't like deck builder. I don't like hidden roll. I don't like dice for some fucked up reason. Why would I specifically take Sagrada off the shelf, right? And take time, film, review, talk to a camera, edit the video, do an intro, do an outro, time splice it up, and then put out, I don't like this type of game, so I don't. Why would you even take the time to, with all the games that are out there, why would you even take the time to do that shit, right? Like if you're all playing a game, I would love to have a video series that we've just played the game and we're all talking about our experience. If it fell flat, it fucking fell flat, but it's genuine. Just played it and we're talking about it. But for me to physically take a game off the shelf, I don't like it. I know I'm not going to like this game, but then I'm going to set it up. I'm going to do the filming. I'm going to do some B-roll. I'm going to do a script. Then I got to put it all away and then edit the. Why take the time to do that to a game? I don't like that type of game. No sense to me. I don't understand why it happens, why people do it. There's so much other shit out there why put more shit out there?
Well, I will say in reference to what you're talking about, I don't know why they did that particular video unless I got sent the game and felt obligated to make the video. My reasoning, my logic would be I would just email them and go, "Hey man, we didn't like this game. Like, who can we send it to that, can do content for it or whatever?" But like Beast, for example, Bob backed it on Kickstarter. He got his copy in. We set it all up and we played it. And we're like, oh, we didn't really like this, but we knew it was really hot. And it's like we spent 2 hours learning how to play the game, and we already had all the cameras set up. And it's like, well, we're going to do a video on it.
Right.
But we all like those kind of games. Like, everybody sitting at that table likes that style of game. And we went in legitimately excited for that game. So it's different than what you're saying, because it's not like, oh, I don't like games where there's hidden movement, what I mean? Or 1v many games. I don't like these games. Well, then, yes. What are you doing playing it? Now, I will, there's not like many games that I hate or styles of games that I hate. There's some that are not my favorite, but sometimes it's like, I want this game to win me over. This is going to be the game that is why I'm wrong. I'll use mission control and like cartographers. Why I'm wrong about roll and rights. I say I don't like roll and rights, but those are like, cartographers is technically a flip and right, but I don't always love those kind of games. So when those games like hit for me, they're like really good and I get really excited about them. And yeah, Bob, I think somebody said that it's not really a hidden movement game. And I think, if we go in and play it, maybe if we go in and play it without that expectation, it might be better.
That's a misnomer, really.
But then, now you've misadvertised, you're not really leading with the right kind of marketing for what you're
similarly. So yeah, our thing is, if one of us buys a game or backs it on Kickstarter, punches it out, learns it, invests the time in teaching it, our thing, and maybe not every channel does this, but hey, just so you guys know, we will play the game in the studio in front of the cameras without them on, and then immediately flip those cameras on, and you're getting like a fresh right away. We just played this game. Here's our opinions on it. Like, you were getting fresh, hot takes right there, if you will. And I'm not sure how many other, channels do that, but that's the way we've been doing it since I started. There are some that, hey, if the game is deep, like, yeah, we'll play it a few times. Like, for example, speaking of misnomers, we just shot a review of Expeditions from Stonemaier. Me, Andrew, Dan. We played it one time and we went, you know what? We need another play of this. We understand how to play it. We didn't understand how to create synergies to make it feel like the tableau building game that it is. Is it a misnomer? In my opinion, yes, because it's called a sequel to Scythe. Besides the art, there's not a whole lot similar to it. Yeah, you got mechs, and you use some of the same iconography, but the feeling I got from the game is nothing like the feeling I get from Scythe. So,
well, a sequel to Scythe is not saying that it's similar to Scythe.
I know, but to me, when you say sequel, it's sort of, I don't know, it makes me feel like it should be. So that kind of like the misnomer of, hey, the Civilization game of Tapestry.
Yeah.
Or Mosaic. What's that?
That's not a Civ game.
Right.
No, it's not. Tapestry is a great game, but it's definitely not a Civ game. I love
Mosaic,
Tapestry.
A Story of Civilization, which is an engine building game with a civilization theme.
Right.
Luca.
So, yeah, it's tough.
What you're talking about is completely different, right? You play the game, you set it up, and you're like, oh man, like it didn't sing. Like, okay, fine, but purposefully taking a party game off a shelf or taking a dexterity game off. Even going and one step further, going on BGG and rating a fucking game a 4 because you don't like dexterity games. Why are you doing that? Right? Like, it's like, why take the time to go in there and do it? Oh, I don't like it. Well, did you play it? You're just giving it a 4. You don't like dexterity. You're taking a party game or a dexterity game off the shelf and purposefully doing a review of a game you don't like. That baffles me. With all the stuff out there that you could do, that you enjoy, that puts positivity back there, you're purposefully doing something that you don't like. That makes no sense to me.
That's like going to like an Indian restaurant and you got IBS and you're like, this restaurant wrecked my, my stomach and I, is ruined. And it's like, well, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
You knew what you were getting into. And then you send a bad Yelp review because of that,
Yeah,
so.
you write a Yelp review for a vegan restaurant and you don't eat vegan. Like, I mean,
right.
It makes no sense to me whatsoever. I don't know why people do it. It drives me nuts.
No, you're right.
It's funny because what it reminds me, like at Origins, West and Sam invited me to dinner with them, but they were going to some place that was like relatively fancy. And it's like, dude, that would just be wasted on me. Like, I will go eat my garbage food. You guys enjoy your very nice meal. Find me when you're done. But as much as I would love to sit there for the experience, like the money and the food would be wasted on me. So
yeah, you're looking at a guy that had to have his co-host buy him a bottle of Elijah Craig for his birthday just for him to enjoy it. So
listen, I'll drink whatever.
Exactly. But no, I totally get what you're saying, Mike. We're definitely unique, and we're unique in that we've got 6 different personalities and tastes of games that can be combined into these reviews. And sometimes that creates really interesting banner when you've got, hey, we got 2 people in this review that like these kinds of games, and 2 people in this review that don't like those 2 kinds of games. Let's see what score and opinions we end up with, and you'll get to hear all those differing opinions in one review.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no, what you're saying is completely different.
Yeah.
Well, I don't get it either.
Point. I'll argue with Ginger right now, just because they put in parentheses that Happy Salmon is a terrible game. And I will argue it's not a terrible game. I played that game with my sister, who's not a gamer. I played that game with my mother, who's not a gamer. And I played it with my cousin and I believe his girlfriend, now wife at the time. And we had a fucking blast. It was super fun. We were running around the table, played it again. I played it with people that would never play a game and created a memory for everybody at the table. Is it a solid game? No, it's a stupid party game, but and you can play it. It's not even about the sound and the noise that it creates at conventions, because you can play it in silent mode, which I think is even more hysterical. But not every game needs to be great for everybody. Like there are games for everyone. They don't have to be for everyone.
Right.
And that's a perfect example. Like Happy Salmon is not a great game by any means, but is it terrible? No, it's perfect for certain people. Like Tom from the Dice Tower. I talked about this on the show. Tom from the Dice Tower reviewed that. It was at Target, the Heinz ketchup and the mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, those games.
Like, oh, it's shit. It's not shit. And he shat all over that game. Like, the designer should be embarrassed about this and whatever. Like, no, they shouldn't, because that Jell-O game or that mac and cheese game, when he's old enough, like, that's color recognition, that shape recognition, like, they all have a purpose. It might not be great. And to Chris's point, it's taking up room on a shelf for designers that are making good games. That I get it. But to say that it should never be made and the designer should be ashamed of themselves, like that takes it to another level. That's just like, whoa, wait a minute, hold on.
Well, when I get to the point in my game collection where I'm like, well, I'd really like to buy Concordia, but unfortunately I don't have room because I have all these games about ketchup and mustard and mac and cheese. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what are you talking about? That's so stupid. That is the worst logic that I've ever heard applied.
Yeah. I'll revisit a negative review to go back to your point, Mike. Which was Kingdom Rush, Roller Coaster Rush. Yeah, if you have kids, and you want them to experience like dexterity and like marble rolling, yeah, that would be kind of cool. But like the mechanics of the game as a game, not really good.
No, it's
No,
like
the
Fireball
problem
Island.
is-
It's a toy.
Yeah.
It's not a game.
And
It's-
on
I was
top
gonna
of
say
that, it
Yep.
has a bidding auction mechanic that like can steal poster pieces from other players, and that's not going to work with kids. So yeah,
Yep.
you've got the marble rolling in there that appeals to them, but as soon as you buy one of their pieces they even want it in their coaster, you've
checked
lost
out.
those kids.
They're
So for
done.
that reason, yeah, I gave that a 4.5. So that's
I don't
rough.
remember
That's
what I
the
gave it,
lowest
but it was
score I've
better
ever
than that.
given it. Wasn't that close.
Yeah, and the thing is, and it goes, I guess, back to the point of like where this all came from, is it's your opinion, right? It's not for you. Fireball Island is not a good game to today's standards, but I had a fucking blast playing. I still have my copy, and I had a
Right.
blast playing that with my sister growing up. It was just roll. You had no choice. You rolled the dice. You went to the dumb cave, and it was never the cave you wanted to. You always got tossed off the bridge because you always got hit with the right fireball. There was nothing in it, but man, it created an amazing
Mhm.
experience and memories. Like they all do, and they all have a purpose. I can't think of a game, it being subjective. I can't think of a game that I would rate that low. For me, yes, I'd probably rate those games low. That catch up and yellow game is not for me. But to say it has no purpose, to say that it's a 4, all right, what does a 4 mean, right? Like out
Mm.
of 10 for me, okay, fine. But what does that mean to somebody who like X, Y, and Z? Like it's so weird. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing for me.
I mean,
No, I
look, it's not
understand.
really about how another channel does their reviews. We're just
Sure.
pointing out like our own review, our own experiences, and then yes, we've seen this happen on another channel. And again, the other problem is that somebody as big as the Dice Tower, like they can make or break people. Board Game
Absolutely.
Rundown is not really making or breaking anybody. Dice Tower put something out. Holy shit! Like everybody knows about it. So they also have a level of responsibility with their voice and their megaphone that they
Yeah.
have, right?
Yeah.
Board Game Rundown. We're just guys like this. Like Dice Tower has a megaphone,
I think
and
the
they've
problem
earned it.
You know what though?
downplaying that you can move the needle, that you don't have control over the industry by saying you don't, knowing damn well that you do. I think that ends up being a problem too. Like, oh, it's
No.
not gonna affect anything because who am I? Well, you're still somebody.
Well,
I
I mean,
I intentionally I'm sorry, I intentionally went back to Jason's comment because he's a regular. He's in our chat every week, and yeah, he's great. But this is a very honest and fair point. So I just wanted to highlight it.
sure, but I feel like bigger as content creators, we have a responsibility. You know what I mean? Uh, there are we have seen amazing prototypes, and we've seen some prototypes that are like, bleh, whatever, and it doesn't do us any good to let's. This isn't a good example because it's not true. But let's say Evan showed Mike and I a game that we didn't like at Origins, and then Mike and I just go on this tear about how terrible Evan's game is, you know, for 6 months. And then we're like, oh, hey, guess what? Evan got his game signed, shockingly, because it's so terrible. I can't believe it came out. And then we dog that game until it comes out, and then we play it, and then we do a garbage review. Well, that's not cool. I mean, that's just not cool.
Yeah, and I think I admitted even like, hey, if you got kids and you want to try marble rolling, then yeah, that game might work for you. And you can actually teach a kid a little bit about physics with that game. So there is a purpose there. If you're an adult, you kind of know that you can't put the big hill after the little hill. It's not going to have enough momentum to make it over the second hill.
Right.
When you're an adult, you know that. So after you've played the game once, you already know how to construct your coaster.
Yep.
Therefore, as an adult playing the game, you already know how to play. There is no strategy.
Right.
So
Well, that's the problem. Is it
again,
stops being a game.
that means it is more catered towards kids. However, with a mean bidding mechanic and stealing their coaster parts, you've lost the kids that the game was intended for, and that is why I was very rough on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
It's a conflict of what it's going for.
Yeah,
it's not consistent to me.
My argument is you purposefully pulling that game off a shelf and reviewing it, knowing you're not going to like it.
Yeah, we didn't know.
You're right, and I'm not saying you did, and I'm
I get it.
Those people that
but
I don't understand it.
It's a fair point, and it's a good example, though, right? Like, there's a difference between going, I hate this kind of game. Well, now I'm going to play it and review it. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Versus, I'm really excited for this game. Well, it disappointed me for these reasons, and you're going to talk about it.
You know, to that point, I'll add another thing. I'm not going to criticize. I won't even throw names. There was a review several years ago I watched of the original version of Roller Coaster Rush when they had cardboard pieces, and I forget what it was called. It was still designed by Scott Almes, but it was published by a different company, and they used cardboard pieces. And the person in the review was trying to roll the marbles, and the cardboard pieces were so bad that the marble wouldn't even stay on the tracks. So it's almost like they owed Scott Almes a redemption, and they made the coaster pieces out of plastic, and now it works. The marbles will stay on the track. But I watched this creator roll that marble down the track 6 consecutive times, and each time the marble rolled off of the coaster. It did not stay on the coaster. Therefore, the components are not even don't even work for the game. And then in the final thoughts, same person said, first of all, I love the components. And their justification was the first player marker.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, that just goes back to being honest and genuine. And I just wanted to tie that back in with that. That's all.
Yeah. No, you could be honest and genuine about your dislike of dexterity games, but then like why take the time to put a review out about it? That's
totally
my argument. Makes no
sense.
sense.
And it also has to do with paid content, you know.
Yeah, and that's where it starts getting shady, right? Like you're getting paid to review, and that means is that your honest opinion. It's a interesting topic. It definitely can be divisive. I hope none of that shit, because that's not the first time it's been around. It's been around. I've seen other reviewers get questioned about their genuine nature of a thing, and I get it. It's shitty, but like Rahdo does it all the time. Like, here's my review of the game. And then this is the review. This is how you play. You get the stream of consciousness. You get to do the thing. And then his final thoughts are like, look, don't listen to anything I'm about to say. This is my thoughts on my experience in this game based on what I like as a game player.
Mm-hmm.
If you like this kind of thing, great. If you don't, great. But this is what I'm going to tell you about it based on me being a Care Bear or someone who hates co-ops or someone who loves tactile, not tactile. What's the
area control? Tactical, yeah.
What's it called? Tactical something. There's a name for it. Skirmish games,
yeah.
Whatever, right? Like that. Don't listen to what I'm about to say because it's my opinion from my perspective of this type of game. That's why I love the way he does his things. But like to purposefully take something out makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it happens. And
thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
That's all right. No, I mean, these kind of things are kind of fun to talk about and address. So, and hopefully other people that watch find it interesting. Because for, like Mike Rice and I have these conversations all the time about like, because we're delving into the realm of paid content. We'll be getting there soon. And, it's having conversations very clearly about like where are the lines and what can you say. Let's just use Mission Control for example. If we're doing a paid how to play video of Mission Control, all of my feelings need to be completely removed from that. I cannot be like, well, I like this game because it does this. I cannot say that.
Nope.
That should be nowhere in there. Doesn't matter how much I love the damn game, right? Or if I hated the game, it should be like, this is what you do here. and then when you do this, X happens, right?
Yep.
You put your thing here, you do the thing, profit, right? As Sam likes to say, you do the thing, you get the thing, profit. And that is how all of those videos need to be. If you are paying somebody to do a commercial and we're like, oh, this is the greatest game ever because it's so much fun and blah, 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 and we all love it. This is a paid advertisement, just like the old G.I. Joe commercials. You know what I mean? Where all those, as a kid, I would have been just as excited as any one of those kids playing with any of them G.I. Joes in that commercial. But, you got to be really clear. But anytime the second one penny crosses over the table to our side of the table, opinion goes out the window. 100% goes out the window.
So I'll tidy this up with a couple things. So one, the BGG ranking for Roller Coaster Rush is 4.5, so I was right. Mike's like, damn those people that went in there and rated it that low. But no,
Mike
get it.
was the only one that rated it.
And then target audience does matter. Like, for example, our target audience being the people watching, and one of those people wants us to get back to games. So well, we are. Maybe we should do that.
But we're talking about games.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of there you go. Anywho,
no doubt.
We're talking about people that talk about games kind of too, but it is.
But we also
it's
right?
important for people to understand our process though too, right? So that they people know what they're in for, know what to expect. Because the minute we put out any bit of falsehood, or people start to feel like we're not genuine, because that should be part of the appeal of like I always think when I talk about the rundown and what makes us unique or interesting is how hopefully genuine we come across. Our energy level, our passion, should all show through. And when it starts to feel false and ring false with people, we're done. You're toast.
Yeah. I've said it before, and I'll reiterate. I have been in sales and sales management for over 20 years now. And knowing your target audience and being genuine with who you're pitching your product to, plus first impressions are extremely important.
Hell yeah!
Because you got to get in there before you can build a relationship. Once you get in, you can build the relationship, and
if the impression isn't there and people don't trust you, you've already lost your audience.
You're done.
Right. So. Thank you, Evan. It is interesting to talk about. I wanted to scroll back up a little bit because there are a couple things I wanted to address that we sort of skipped. There's games for everybody. Like I said, I prefer more elegant games, but that doesn't mean I don't like the heavier ones. And man, Clans of Caledonia just sings for me. But yeah, I get why people wouldn't like it. There is a lot going on for sure. And then Jonathan, aka Ginger, friend of the show, he asked me, would you say Expeditions is better than Scythe? Our review will be out soon. I will tell you, it depends who you ask. If you ask me, Scythe is one of my favorite games of all time. So you've got a lot to live up to there. Therefore, you've got a very big measuring stick there. I'd say it's not even.
Nobody that I know that has played this game is going to say it's better than Scythe.
Well, I've already heard some people say that. I've heard other reviewers say it.
How much do they like Scythe, though?
Not that much. People that are giving Scythe like a 7, whatnot. Heck, Mike, I watched your Gen Con preview show. I believe it was Danny who said she liked Expeditions better than Scythe, and that's great. That's cool. Me, it wasn't that close, but they're very different games, so you're going to get differing opinions.
Sure.
I could go into Scythe, but
yeah, I love it. It's one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, what do you got?
But I get why people don't like it. I totally get it.
Yeah, I mean,
games for everybody.
I own
That's what's
Scythe,
great.
will always own Scythe, but I
Scythe's
do
a
have
great game.
feelings about it. And
get
it
it.
just depends.
I mean, I've played that game 25 times. I played through the whole Legacy campaign. I'd play it over again tomorrow if you asked me.
A good one.
Yeah, it's yeah, I think there's some neat things going on in Expeditions. It was decent for me, but it's not one I'm like chomping at the bit to go buy and put in my collection. I'll put it that way. But our review will be out soon.
I
That was
love
a
it.
me, Dan, and Andrew review.
Going down. Okay.
I
Bye.
love it.
There you go.
Well, I'm gonna start drawing this to a close unless you guys have any other hot button topics we want to jump on for the next 30 minutes.
No,
I'm
dude.
just gonna I'm gonna throw this out there. If you guys want to jump off, go for it. I got this 2-hour nap before I jumped on the
Oh,
stream
you got
tonight.
energy. Yeah.
And then Bob said, "Hey, I'll be home around midnight." So let's see. I want to see where that goes. I might message him, but no, you guys segue off and just pretend I'm not even here. Just don't hit end broadcast. I just want to see what happens.
You're just gonna hang out and hope that Bob comes in, and we're just gonna leave you alone in the dark in your cave.
Oh,
Yeah,
Michael, hang out in the comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, Mike, I wasn't sure. Is it spelled with a C or K?
Evan's got it right. Luca.
Gotcha.
What did Jason say? I just bought a copy of Fuji from eBay.
Darkness Comes Rattling didn't disappoint. Yeah,
Nice.
Man, I really want to play that Darkness Comes Rattling. I've heard good things about it.
It's an under. It sucks. It sucks for like it not being more readily available or talked about. But Kevin did such a great job with the pivotal moment in that game of deciding to go into the rattlesnake's mouth as the player. Like it's such a cool game. The lore is great. The gameplay is fun. It's really cool. Are you tired?
That's awesome. I've only heard good things about it.
That's good. Weird. Okay. All right. We're gonna say bye. We're gonna say bye.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I put the cup.
Jason
dare you.
requesting a Bob appearance.
I put a cup inside a cup. He's losing his mind. Just do this.
Yeah.
Now it's out. Now it's out. See? Now it's out. It's all better.
It's easy for me to miss that age because as soon as I sign off, I don't have to deal with that age. But I do miss it. It's adorable. But it's so much fun to watch them develop.
I taught him this. You ready? Can I have that? Can you get this one? Get this one. Here, cheers.
Looking at the hour and the little man, yeah.
Look at that.
You guys want to segue off, go for it. I got people requesting a Bob appearance and Bob's tempted, so I'll run with it for maybe 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, see if Bob hops on while you guys are going.
Whoa, that was wild.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was weird. Mike, you search control.
Well, I didn't do shit.
Yeah, no, this was great. Thanks for asking me on, even though Mike ended up on anyway.
I know, right?
Yeah,
he doesn't like sharing the spotlight. He got jealous.
Yeah,
we're having too much fun.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to clean up, but Jesus Christ Almighty!
Thanks for coming on with zero notice, dude.
He loses his mind. If I tuck that cup into this cup, he loses it.
That's it.
Okay, there you go. You gonna say bye to everybody now that we're up here? You gonna say bye? No. I watch him all night, so.
Bye.
Bye, Luca. Awesome. I love it.
Say sorry for screaming so loud.
Bye.
Love it. It's the best.
Bye.
Well, you guys made my night. Thank you so much. Thanks for everybody that watched. Hang out and continue to watch Mike and see if Bobby hops on. I'll be jumping over to the spectator side while I try to doze off so I can go to work tomorrow. But
nice.
Great time tonight, man. it only took us an hour and 45 minutes to get to the topic. I mean, that might
That's all.
be the fastest that Googs and I have ever gotten to the topic.
It might be. It might be. And I think this might be the longest show too.
Oh, we
I
go.
don't know
Oh,
about that.
this one will be. We went like almost 5 hours that one night, so I
Yeah.
mean, we could be there.
I
We
went
got
over
work.
5 with West on Monday.
Wow.
I've talked about so this week alone. It's already Wednesday. Monday and Wednesday alone, I've talked for 10 hours about board games, Disney and board games.
Man,
Yep.
you can't tell.
Wow.
You can't tell you love it, right?
Love
Man,
it. Love it.
that's awesome.
Not at all.
All right,
That is
guys.
awesome.
I appreciate you so much. I can't say it enough. You guys are awesome. It was great. Mike, I'm glad you came on. It was great to hang out with you guys for a while.
Always, man, for sure. Appreciate you hopping on.
If I don't see you before, I will see you in 2 weeks from tonight.
Yeah, you
Can't
will.
wait.
Yeah, you will. It's
Can't
been
wait.
fun, guys. Mike Rice, thanks for popping on, man. Keep it going for a little bit.
I will.
See if Hooper hops on there. Makes it a little better.
Oh, he's booting.
I know. All right, say bye to everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, little buddy.
That's nuts. I love it.
See you guys.
See ya.
Yeah, Mike. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Oh man, we still got a bunch of people still with us. So again, you got to pardon me just sitting here in the dark and being totally informal about it tonight because this headache that really still hasn't gone away. I guess the silver lining was, yeah, I came home and took like almost a 2-hour nap. So second wind here, I suppose, which is wild because I've mentioned it before how Wednesday is my longest day, and that was even before Tim and I made the commitment to stream every Wednesday night. Because I work at an auction, and Wednesday is auction day. There's only one per week, and that makes for an extremely busy 10-hour day. Yeah, thanks, Jason. That's why he wanted me to keep going. Yes, sir. All right, I like it. Also, you need to check your Discord because that Feldathon, aka Jason and Mike, hooking up and playing some games. I have reached out to try to facilitate that, by the way. But yeah, that's also again the whole while I'm sitting here and on the couch and my setup doesn't look nearly as good as usual. It may not even sound as good as usual because I'm using this guy instead of my USB mic. So anyway, bit probably lower quality than what you're used to. Yeah, so as Jason had mentioned, I got the rest of my shelf to discuss. Let's go ahead and jump into that while we're waiting on Bob. So I was going right to left. I'd gotten into Darwin's Journey. Encyclopedia. So I learned that one for the first time this year. I bought it. Holy crap, me and Bob still haven't reviewed it. Wow, that's interesting. It's funny. Better than when Tim freezes. Well, I'll pretend you said that, not me. You know what? Frankly, as someone who's really committed to trying to help our show get better and grow, I really want Tim to fix the buffering issue. We've had the conversations, and it's a really weird thing on why it even happens because he speed tests. Damn it, there he is. He's listening. He speed tests at the same speed that I do in my basement. He's getting like 250 megasecond. That's what I get in my basement. And we also have the same internet service provider. I think the difference is he has to use a network extender to get the signal to where his phone is at, and that's why he's got an inconsistent connection. I swear, Tim just needs to let me come over and troubleshoot, because troubleshooting is one of the things I do for a living. One of the many hats I wear. Anyway, back to games. Encyclopedia. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, Bob is gonna come. He said he's booting up. Encyclopedia. No. Tim, you were great after the 2-hour mark. Actually, once I hopped on. So, no, Brian, that's a fair question. Upload is obviously the more important number. Yeah, that's why I gotta double check. But again, I honestly just want to go to his house and troubleshoot. Like, I really want to fix it. He does too. Problem is, it's going to cost him a bit of money to pull it off. So I get that. We don't get paid for the show, so we just like doing it, but we want it to grow. Anywho, yeah, Encyclopedia. Um, heard all the hype. People said this is a great dice placement game. And it is. This is a really good dice placement game. Yeah, the thing about Encyclopedia, there's a lot of things I like. It's funny. It is very similar to Darwin's Journey. Well, worker placement ish and nature themed. Because Encyclopedia is literally about going out and researching about animals and where they live and what they eat and their habitats, and the environments that they live in. And so you're going to different continents and you're learning about these animals. And then you're trying to publish your research again, like Darwin's Journey. Uh, really, it is set collecting and synergizing the game. It really is. You're drafting these cards, from your dice placement spots that can give you synergy bonuses with other animal cards that have the same colors on them. Hey, every time you go here, you get money. Every time you grab one of these cards, you get points. That kind of stuff. But every single one of those cards that you can produce or collect into your set goes into your points. I was pretty impressed with Encyclopedia. I bought it used. I bought the Kickstarter copy. I do enjoy that game. It is very long when you're teaching it and it's max player count. Very long. I think our learning game, we played this, Bob and I taught it to two new players. Man, that ran like 4+ hours. And so like it's good. It is good. It is just very long. Especially with learning. I don't think it's that hard to play once you get it. But again, it's you kind of, as you're playing, you're seeing how these things synergize. And it's funny because I think it has more rules than Expeditions, but the combos in Encyclopedia are more obvious. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's really how I felt. But I liked Encyclopedia a lot. Bob ended up buying it after I taught it to him. We were going to review it. We still should. And of course, one of the other reasons I bought it is I knew, quite frankly, that Holy Grail went out of business. And who knows how difficult it's going to be to get that Kickstarter version of that game now that they're out of business. Fortunately, I did hear that Holy Grail is now actually getting Rallyman Dirt out to backers, which unfortunately is the thing that sucks when these publishers go under. You just don't know what's going to happen to unfulfilled projects. You just don't know. I mean, they were able to get all of their copies of Encyclopedia out to their backers, but Rallyman Dirt released retail. I bought it online, and just now I bought that online 3-4 months ago. I'm just now hearing about backers getting their copies. And that, man, that just those kind of situations, it's a lose-lose for everyone. I will say though, circling back to Encyclopedia, Holy Grail is a French publisher, and there's one particular, and I don't know if it was because of the translation issue or oh yeah. Brian, I'd have to refresh on the game a lot. Yeah, it's one of those. Again, I played it for the first time. You know what? That's the great thing. I'm just gonna look it up just because I enjoy having this data so much. It is why I committed to logging plays. Damn it, Bob. I swear I know how to get you in here without invites. If not, we're gonna fix that. Bob doesn't stream as much, so I thought he already had this. There we go. He's got a link now. So there we go. Yeah, so Clans of Caledonia, when did I play this? I only have one play in. My play. October of 2022. So yeah, I mean that is less than a year, but there's enough going on with this game that it's one that I'd have to relearn a lot, even just to get it to the table. It is, yeah. So yeah, when you talk about depth and complexity of the game, yeah, sure enough, it's enough where I'd have to almost totally, not totally relearn, but a lot of relearning to get it to the table. But man, I'm pretty confident at least Bob would like it. And actually, especially with Hegemony being one of Dan's favorite games from this year, I think he'd like it a lot. And anybody that likes Gaia Project or Terra Mystica, uh, I think you'd have to like Clans of Caledonia. It's got enough similarities. I just preferred it over Terra Mystica, and I like Terra Mystica a lot. But again, I did end up after one play putting Clans extremely high in my all-time game rankings. I have Gaia, but I haven't gotten it to the table yet. I do like how they took the Terra Mystica concept and made the tracks more meaningful, and I want to see that in action. And personally, I don't have a huge preference over fantasy or space themes. I could go either way with that. Um, so that's not a win. That's not one going to make me choose one over the other. I just want to see what they did to the Terra Mystica idea. But yeah, Encyclopedia is good. To go back to the translation thing I was talking about. Hey, there he is. I'll perfect timing because Bob, I was honestly dragging out the encyclopedia part. There's my man. What's up, Bob?
Hello.
I was dragging out encyclopedia because I know you bought it because of that teach at a Meeple meetup, which Bob
Yep.
organizes every month at local gaming stores, and we
Most
never
months.
got that review out. But you
Yeah.
remember
I
our
wanted to play it
game.
again before we started. Before we actually did it.
What was that?
I said I wanted to play it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I played it twice total, but I really wanted to. I've been taking it to places, trying to get it played, but
Yeah,
it's just tough.
it's deep enough. The good thing about, hey, there we go, getting some love.
Hello. I still have my
Yeah,
work
Bob.
here going on. I've been doing some laundry folding and stuff. So
There you go. Yeah, so what the heck? Yeah, Encyclopedia. It was the good thing about Encyclopedia is even though there's a decent chunk of rules, I feel like I could dive back into that game pretty easily. I don't think I'd struggle to go right back into it with very minimal rules reference.
yeah.
So I think we'd be fine there. We do need to get that review out. Where I was going with it, and then I'll let you get your thoughts in on Encyclopedia. My last main point of it was French publisher, translation may have been a part of it. You remember how when we were teaching that, David stopped in the middle of the game and said, "Hey, I played this last night, and we played the game this way." And I was like, "Oh, but the rule book right here says you have to play it this way." And it was something along the lines of if you publish theories about an animal and you remove cubes from that animal or any other animal, you have to discard the card. But then the rule book was making it sound like if you don't publish anything from that animal, you still have to discard the card, meaning you couldn't go back and research that animal later. Like you lost your shot and you had to discard all the cards, which was extremely punishing and limiting and made the
Yeah.
game much, much harder. but the way the rule book reads makes it sound like you're supposed to discard those cards even if you didn't get the research or points from the card. And so I was reading it like that doesn't make any sense, but that's how it reads. Do you remember that vaguely?
Vaguely, like I
Right.
remember the being interrupted and him saying we played that differently, and that made it, I
Yeah,
think, easier, right? So like, okay,
it
well,
did.
a little more forgiving.
Yeah. And I
Mhm.
just, to wrap that up, I just remember we froze on that because the rule book is very unclear. It's very contradicting about how it treats that part of the game. There were multiple forums about it. Unfortunately, I did find a forum where people said, yeah, we think the translation is what made this tricky to learn. So at least, hey, BGG to the rescue on that. Mr. Mascot Winston, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, he wanted some attention. He got some wet food tonight, so he's been in a good
Nice.
mood.
You know what? Real
Yeah,
quick,
he's such a
let's
good boy.
do this. I'm always trying to find
Mhm.
something fun and new to do. There's so many other channels that do like, hey, this is a recommendation. This is a Zeal of Excellence.
Right.
And I'm already queued up for this, so we're just gonna do it. We are considering giving any game we rank an 8 or higher a Winston Award.
Yeah, that's because you're so
This is
handsome.
this is what we're really thinking about putting on our reviews of games that get 8 or higher. I need to tweak this a little bit. I'm not going to call it a Winston's pick. I think we just want to call it a Winston Award,
Right.
and
That's
I'll
just a
tweak
first
the
draft.
my first draft. That's right. I haven't had time to mess with it since, but
Yeah,
if you think this
pretty
would be a
funny.
cool idea, let us know. Winston, I'm trying to really shoehorn him as the mascot of the show, and a Winston Award has a pretty cool ring to it. So
Yeah.
that's all. Figure it'd be a good time to show that part off. So, anywho,
Good
going
boy.
on, Bob?
Not much. Just working. I get to go in early, which is good and bad, right? So I have to obviously go in earlier, but I get to get out at 11 instead of having to stay until 1. So that's kind of nice.
Nice.
I miss getting it's kind of crazy to say I miss getting out at 11, but I do. However, if I wanted to go back to that permanently, that means I have to pick Fridays back up again, and I don't want to have to work Fridays. So,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Well, hey, I'm gonna let you start off with whatever game you want to chat about,
Oh,
because
okay.
man, I gotta pee really bad.
All right.
So you were saving me.
Great. Thanks.
I'll let
uh,
you even grab your game or pick whatever one you
right. Well,
want.
you guys are talking about a shelf, but like the thing is that the shelves behind me, it's a lot of like one big box per, or something to that effect, or games over here that Mike's already talked about. But over here on this shelf, I've got the Beyond the Sun. Man, I really want to get that to the table again. I got the expansion for it now.
There you go. Good pick. I'll be back in a
Yeah.
minute.
And like, oh man, Beyond the Sun is so great. I mean, if you like Tech Trees, the game, right? I mean, it's just the board is just a huge tech tree that's modular every game. You're changing out what's on there. And it looks like every other tech tree. If you want to go down one branch, you got to have all your prerequisites in line, but then the powers are getting stronger and stronger, and they're opening up like new worker placements. And then there's a little side game where you're actually like in space with your ships, and you're moving your ships around and exploring planets, and you're trying to like colonize them. And once you colonize them, you get to take the card for yourself, and they give you like side effects and abilities and whatnot. And it's just a really fun, like, I'm not sure how, I mean, besides Tech Tree the game, like, I mean, you just got this big player board that's dual layered, and it's kind of just like engine buildy and whatnot. And you have these dice that you never roll, but they're just used to manage your resources and count them up and down and whatnot. But yeah, it's that only game that guy's made. I can't remember the designer's name, but man, I think he nailed it with that one. That was a hit the first time I played it. What else do I got back here on my shelf? Underneath that's Frosthaven. I mean, I'd like to get back into that, but man, it's a lot of work. And just our timing with Mike and Dan and I being off at the same time, it's just been super tricky to do. The shelf above that is actually like my new stuff that I've just gotten that I haven't gotten to play. And I've got a Trailblazer game, which is like a I'm not sure. It's got parks and stuff on it. Let's grab all this stuff out. Yeah, that worked pretty good. Oh, and by the way, my Quartermasters package was technically Satellites and Commanders. It's the expansion for the Artemis project, which is a really good game. If you haven't played that, you're rolling dice, you're worker placing them around, but then you're kind of like bumping people out of the way. And like you collect resources based on the pips in your die. It's always going to go lowest to highest. So, you know, somebody might put a 4 there, but if you can sneak 2 2s in there and snag all those resources before they get a chance, it can be pretty mean, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, the look of Beyond the Sun, Jason, it's like, I mean, it's nothing like fancy. There's no frills. There's no like, you know, I wouldn't say anything special about it, but it's very like sciencey and techy to me. That's how it feels. Like, you know, you go into put out your science dissertation, you're not like, make sure I had a cute font, you know, and all these cute little animals and stuff. No, it's like, this is science. This is what it is. It's very direct and tells you the information you need. I think it was done really well. All right, now Bella's jealous that Winston got all the attention, and she wanted to get in the picture. Oh, Mike's gearing back up. I got Bella bombed. Let's see, how deep is the tech tree, and can you win without having to go broad? I mean, there's I think 4 or 5 initial techs, and then they kind of branch out from there, and you can just super focus because as you unlock the more difficult ones, like the ones further down, you're going to get a lot more points, and like the last one is mostly just like, you know, end game points and not so much like what it does and whatnot. So you don't have to like diversify too much if you don't want to, but it does kind of like help because it kind of like chains abilities together. We're like, oh, like my guys are going here and producing one thing, but if I take this tech also, then like now that thing I'm producing is doing a little bit something extra for me, so it will kind of, you know, bounce and play off each other.
Yeah, Beyond the Sun was a game I ranked really highly. I want to say I gave that an 8.5.
Yeah,
I really like the mechanics and the way it works. And then that was one I only got to play. No, we played it twice back to back because it played super fast. I remember, like we played it. Gosh, it was less than an hour and a half. 4 players with a teach, and so we hammered it out again. I remember that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I don't ever remember it taking very long. So it sounds about right. An hour.
It's
and a half.
fast.
Yeah,
And it's just amazing how much depth the game has for being able to play it that quick with a teach and that count. The more I thought about it afterwards, I was concerned about the replayability because there aren't that many techs in the base game. So I'm hoping that expansion would
it added some car. I have
that.
like I've got it. I opened it up and put it in the box. So it's like I get rid of most of my expansion boxes. I don't like having 8 boxes for a single game on a shelf. It's too much. So I threw it in there, but it was like 2 new companies, like 2 new player boards and some cards. So yeah, so there's more stuff.
So yeah, it's sounding like, Jason, that more cards equals more techs. Yeah, I can pull out the BGG entry too if we need. But
it's one
more cards is definitely going to mean more techs. New companies could mean more mechanics. Bob, I'm actually very curious if you just want to read off what the 2 new company abilities are.
Well, I got the rule book on the outside here. Let's see what it says.
If it's not too hard to find, or you could read, or if it's just read it off the player board and it tells you what it does. But I know it's been.
So there's a leaders module, recruit a domestic leader or military leader, one of each to start the game, and so you'll have some more asymmetry there. And the rest is just kind of rules clarification. So I'll go ahead and open this up. Yeah, it's one of the ones that keep box banded because it's thin and I can slide it in a lot of places. I don't want it coming open, but everything stays pretty put inside.
Yeah, it's 2 to 4 players, 60 to 120 minutes. Man, I struggle to see that game go in 2 hours.
Yeah. There's a solo number included in there. Solo game.
And yeah, it's getting an 8.0. The other thing that impressed me with this game is this is a first-time designer. This is
Yeah,
his
that's why I say I
now
mentioned
maybe
that.
yeah, and maybe yeah, awesome. Yeah, maybe he made some other games that are he's not accredited to on BGG, but yeah, first BGG entered game, pretty impressive.
So let's see here. The Space Privateers Collective. Once per turn, during your turn only, whenever you build a new ship, you may spend a good to build another ship on Sol.
That's not a
and
new
then-
mechanic. That's
huh?
just cool.
Yeah, not a new mechanic. It's just a new ability.
Right.
The mechanic, like I think the big mechanic was the leader thing, right? So it adds
Gotcha.
leaders. Yeah, the
Mhm.
cards. I'm not sure where the cards got mixed into. Oh yeah, here they are.
Oh.
Still sealed.
Well, I suppose it makes sense. It is called Leaders of the New Dawn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, checks out.
Looks like he got a co-designer for this
Ooh,
expansion.
and the Android OmniWeb Hivemind.
This is
Choose one of
interesting.
the 3 prediction cards and place it face down beneath your faction mat. At the end of the game, if the prediction is correct, gain the indicated victory points.
So kind of like a secret objective.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's funny they call it a prediction instead of an objective, but it sounds like exactly the same thing.
Right.
I kind of don't mind that, but
I've been waiting for the expansion for a while because I wanted more for this game because I like it. And then it was so under the radar. Like I never heard it got released or nothing like that. It's just like I thought I saw somebody mention somewhere. I was like, wait, what? And so I went, looked it up, and there it is for sale. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, so yeah, I grabbed it.
Isn't it funny how it seems like we've gotten to a point in the hobby where games on Kickstarter generate more hype than straight to retail releases do?
Mhm.
Rio Grande doesn't kickstart anything. That was a direct to retail release. So yeah, at launch, no hype.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's crazy how that works now. The other thing I found interesting was in the BGG entry, the expansion says this game plays in 45 to 90 minutes, which I think is accurate. In the original entry, it says it plays in 60 to 120, and I just don't see how it would ever take 2 hours to play that game. So
I mean, I
anyway,
guess it depends on if you got some AP or not.
yeah. Well, the thing is, a lot of times the time on the box and BGG, they like to shrink that time down as much as possible so as not to, detract players from wanting to check it out. They don't want it to go long. So
Mhm.
the playtime advertised on boxes seems to be a lot shorter than most games tend to play. You know what I mean? So I find it funny that they put 2 hours on there. But
Hmm.
yeah, anyway. But what else? What else you got? What else you got around that one? Ooh, talk to us about Catherine.
It's still in shrink. That's what I'll
okay.
say. But Julia's been going on and on about it, and she's usually
Yes.
pretty good with her recommendations and picks. So I figured I'd pick it up. She said she's willing to teach me, so I'm excited to check that out. And then this game, we gave one of these away at our booth at Origins, and that's Moonshine Empire. And yeah, and so I was walking around and I saw it, and it was friend of the show Dennis, I believe, was working the booth, and I was looking, I was like, man, we just gave one of these away. I was checking it out. He's like, go for it. I was like, what? He's like, go ahead. I was like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah. I was like, dude. And it's so funny. It's your moonshiners and you're going around the swamp, and like these bits are like, you've got the little boats with like the fan boats and whatnot, and all your goods like will fit on there. And then you have to worry about the cops, and you have to worry about alligators, and you're either giving one of them money or you're giving them moonshine to get them to go away. And like the components are really, look really neat. I think the theme is very cheeky. Like I enjoy it. Like, see, your guy can like even hold on to like your liquor. Yeah. And it's hilarious.
Whoa, way too far. Yeah. Yeah, it looks really cool. Of course, I
Yeah.
like this theme because, I like the booze and stuff.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really good, and
Yeah, I
this
was surprised by those bits and stuff like that. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is super cool." So yeah, we should get it played and check it out. This is 90 minutes in the box. Um,
yeah,
but yeah,
especially just small publisher, and I mean ranked 8,900. It is cool, and you can find these like hidden gems, and
yeah,
you find it's a good game, and you can expose more people to good games that they don't
right.
know about
Class is
for
still busy
sure.
from work.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, this
the
one
captain
this
you
one
saw,
looks super cool.
what's that?
No, that I was just my mic was moving away from my mouth. Yeah, it just looks super cool. Yeah, just looking at the mechanics in play there. Area movement, auction bidding, route building, pick up and deliver, push your luck. Man, that's a sweet set collection, worker placement. Man, you got me with all of those. My goodness.
He's in. Jason, your copy of Catherine Stone Shrink. Have you had a chance to play it yet, though? Have you played somebody
Yeah,
else's copy or no?
yeah, and of course, once again, like Bob said, that was a Julia recommendation, which again is Tim's sister, and
Right.
her recommendations on point.
Yeah,
Uh,
like
how
play a
many?
lot of
How many?
games with her. She knows games I like, and she's usually like, "Yeah, you dig this game." So,
Yeah, and I already talked about Clans of Caledonia more than once today, and that was one of her all-time favorite games, and it blew
mhm,
me away. So, yeah, anytime they suggest a game, we're gonna listen.
mhm. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Jason. Unfortunate.
Ah, yeah, she's been talking. I remember she's been talking that up since the last time we saw them. And then I looked at the box, and yeah, unfortunately, that's one I'll pull it up because yeah, this is one where the box art doesn't do it any favors.
Right. Okay, Bella, you gotta let me up, baby. There you go.
Uh,
Here's my
you
other one.
know, is that the fur baby?
Yeah, she's a sweet girl, but
Yeah,
she's in the way all the time.
it yeah, the box just
Doesn't
doesn't
do
do
any
it any
favors.
favors.
Plus, like, I don't know if you can hear that. It's
A lot
a
of
lot of
air.
empty space in this little tiny box. I mean, it's not tiny, but it's small. It's not normal
And
sized. It's
yeah, it's a pretty
below.
good sized box.
It's
That's
below.
bigger than your like standard Euro box.
Okay, it's a little bit bigger than like a Hansa Teutonica, but not much. It's
Yes.
not like a Destinies or a
No.
Cubitos or something like that. You know, like that's what I kind of consider like a standard size box.
Oh, that's your what, 11.5 by 11.5? I guess I was Karuba size box is what I was getting at, Bob. It's bigger
Oh,
than
okay, yeah,
that.
it's a little bit bigger than Karuba, a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Karuba is also a
That's
Habbo game.
well, fair.
So
But there's just a
yeah,
lot of boxes that size, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Either those square sizes, or I guess I call those 8.5 by 11.5 Euro sizes. I don't know. Either way, those are your two
So
common
I
sizes.
think you might have talked about this game once or twice recently, but this was the other game that
Sure.
was on that shelf.
Oh goodness, I did reference it earlier. Go ahead.
It's great, right? I mean, the
Yeah.
bag building, the worker placement. I love how you assign your workers behind the screen, like the hidden action selection. And then when they come out and you're looking where everybody else's stuff is at, you're like, okay, well, Mike has a bunch of dudes in the metro. So I'm going to put my guy out there first. So I don't have to pay a bunch of resources for trying to go there after Mike puts all his guys out there. And then, you know, you get the, your specialized workers that are allowing you to like change spaces and move them from one section to another, or oh, you gain this resource, gain another resource, or every time you go here you get that, or if you complete this you get another thing, and like they just kind of trigger and combo, and like you can just do a lot of stuff with like the few workers that you have. And then, you know, even like the opening up your base and like unlocking those new worker placements, because then you don't have to worry about people blocking your space. You just go wherever you want to go in your own area and do like actions that are stronger than some of the ones on the board. Like it's, you know, I enjoy the post-apocalyptic theme to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the one I have is I believe is the Kickstarter, so it has the wooden bits in it. I'm not pretty
Mhm.
sure the standard one is probably cardboard, but I mean,
Assuming.
it's still
Yeah.
fun,
It
you know.
it was super good. We our review of that will be out later this week. It's
Mhm.
funny we joke about, oh, spoilers for our review, but I mean, there's 9 people watching right now. So, uh
That's funny.
um I gave this
Wait,
game a 9. I thought this game was fantastic.
yeah.
It is really, really good.
Mhm.
And our theme that we found in this review, and we talk about it right out of the jump, is how like Bob and I love bag building games, and of course,
Mhm.
all of us in the group like worker placement games, and so that combo of bag building and worker placement was what got me interested to check this game out.
Yeah.
But then you play it and you realize the bag building isn't nearly as interesting as the engine you're building off those ability cards,
Right.
or the engine you're building off of the quest cards that when you finish become end of round income cards. Those are the two engines.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
those are
I
the
like
two
it.
engines that shine.
I'd like to cycle through the bag a few more times. You know what I mean? Like be able to
Yeah.
call a few more guys out, cycle through the bag a couple more times. I think that'd
Hmm.
be a little more interesting. So like I don't know like how they could implement something to that effect, but
Well, I think Bob, what it would come down to is really just focusing more on getting those spots that let you call your chips out so that you can cycle that bag faster. I actually did that quite a bit. Now, of course, um, I had a totally different engine built that you did, but
yeah.
there are ways that you can focus on culling the beginner chips out to cycle it faster. I
Mhm.
think that would be an interesting strategy to try the next time we play it
Right.
is go for all the chip culling spots and see if you can get all the basic chips out of your bag. That would be a fun strategy to try.
Yeah. Agreed.
Uh, I don't know how possible it would be because you start with 8 chips in the bag,
It's a
you have
lot.
a leader,
I
and then
think like
7 basic.
if you got all of like apart from missions, because there are some missions that let you call people, but there's those three spaces at the top where oh, ha, hi Dan.
Spoiling our review, Dan, that's all.
uh but there's those spaces at the top in that top track that let you call those guys. And that's really about the only places other than those quests that allow you to call it. Like there's no heroes, there's no space on the board. It's all either that top tracks, those top three tracks, or quests. And that's it. That's the only way to uh, call from the
Yeah.
bag. So
So,
I'd like a
yeah.
little bit more of that because like that's always one of my big things when I play kind of like tech builder or anything like that. Um, I like to try to get rid of all my starter cards so I can draw my other cards a lot better
Mhm.
and quicker.
Yeah, it's
The
interesting, for
resurgening.
sure. Yeah, so, yeah, I do still wanna try it, and maybe it just we weren't focusing or really looking,
Mhm.
um, we
I
weren't
feel like you did
really
a lot of
looking.
missions, and I did. Like I noticed there were a couple of missions coming up because I was looking for them because that's what I wanted to do those things. And you took one of the missions that I was going to try to get that had that on
Mm.
there, and then there was another mission that had it, and then other than that, it was those, and then like those three spaces on the tracks, and that's it. And I hit all of those. So
So, yeah, Dan, I had a migraine, and I slept a bunch after work, and Mike filled in, and I got a second wind, and by the time that second wind kicked in, Bob was home.
yeah, I got off work early. I went in early, but off at 11. Yay!
And, yeah, Dan, I watched the video. I'm not sure if you have. I didn't think anything we said was bad at all. And I think it's actually after rewatching it, I thought it was actually funny how it our fear was it would make us look dumb that we didn't realize that the reference for how many chips you draw is on the back of the player's screen and
Yeah,
not on the player board. But I think the way we discover that in the review comes out as pretty genuine, and we didn't really use it as a negative for the game.
right. We like, oh, it'd be nice if this. Yeah,
Yeah. And then yeah, the part I thought I goofed up didn't I didn't phrase it in a way that was a goof up. Oh, I think we're totally safe. And the cool thing is that this review and how much I enjoyed this game turned into an interview with Stan Bordonsky, the designer at Gen Con, which is pretty incredible. And just to talk about how stacked that day is, we have David Turksey coming in for an interview, Mr. Anachrony, Voidfall, many others himself,
Mhm.
followed directly by Stan Kordonsky. So that 2 hour spot in our interview schedule is pretty stacked. I love it. That's funny. Oh my gosh.
Is Dan gonna get on too?
He hasn't said anything, but he's certainly welcome to.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah.
That's funny.
Shoot, I got too many windows open.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my gosh.
That's funny.
There's kind of a double entendre here about what you're saying here. I don't want to go into part of it, but
Man, have
funny.
you played the Anachrony solo mode?
No.
It's actually really interesting. Like, a lot of the solo modes, like, oh, you flip this card, it does this. You flip a card, it does that. But you're are rolling these dice and you're assigning them, and the way the board works, it depending on what you roll, how many times that gets rolled, like it'll trigger different things, or be like, you'll be gathering these workers, and he's just kind of got a different almost end game, right? And so you're not going for the same type of thing. I don't know. It was really interesting. I did it one time. I played through it and I was like, okay, this is really interesting. I didn't expect that from a solo playthrough, because I played a couple other games solo and they're fine, but it's just not really my bag, baby, especially with a cat, because it's hard to leave something set up and come back to it. Although I do have Isofarian Guard set up on my table. I bought the table that was upstairs.
He bought a game
downstairs
topper
in the spare back.
Oh no, what the heck? What in the world happened there? That must be me. Wow, what the heck happened there?
I don't know. It all kind of froze up.
Well, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah,
here I was so it pulled you out of the stream? That was weird.
Yeah, everything, I got loading circles and it kicked me out, and then I had to try to join back in, and I had it kind of also going here on my iPad, so I could 'cause I didn't realize there was comments up top until just now. And yeah, everything's just froze up, and it still looks kind of froze up.
No, yeah, that one's probably on me. It was like my whole internet connection dropped for a second. I thought I was gonna have to go reset the router. It was so bad, but it came right back after 10 seconds. So I think that one was totally on me. Dan's also probably confused why I'm sitting here, and that was again because I took a 2-hour nap and didn't think I would stream, and I'm sitting here watching and typing, and I'm like, I'll just watch and talk instead. But I'm gonna do it comfy. Anyway, that was weird. My internet connection dropped for like 10 seconds completely.
Maybe Tim's hamster must have ran over to your house. Started gnawing on your wires.
I know, right?
It's a Winston in the wild. Oh, he moved. You could see him down in the corner for a second.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a creeper.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why it would have. Maybe because you're in as a guest instead of in the admin site.
Oh, that's why it booted me. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get you in that.
And now we're back.
Yeah, so I just figured it would be fun since I had this second wind to just like, oh, Bob will be home. Let's test a couple things. One, how can we set the record for our longest stream?
Mm-hmm.
2, how many people will watch if we go this late? Just curious.
I technically, on a normal day of work, I would still be driving home right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm over it. 13 years is enough, I think. I need to find something. So.
Yeah, I get it. I used to work a lot of seconds because of sales jobs, and that's when customers are available.
Well,
oh, look at that. Bob, by the way, just a side note here. You better get that Diablo patch downloaded because it's about 8 gigs, which isn't a lot, but Blizzard.
It should have done it during, because I just put my PS5 to sleep, so it should have done it while I was away.
Oh, duh. Yours is on your PS5. I had to open up the Blizzard launcher to get it up. So.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I know what else Jason wanted me to talk about. I already know. Where'd my picture go? Well, the one I took a picture of on my shelf that was farthest to the left was Container.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite auction game. And
Thank you, Nix.
What's that?
Nix.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Mike wasn't going to say it.
I did say it. I did say it, actually.
I didn't hear you. Can't find it. I see it. I see it. It's right there.
Maybe it's too quiet. Oh, there's Bella.
Yeah.
Yeah, Container is my favorite auction game. And when I realized that was when we were ranking our top 50 games. And I was like, wow, this is in my list. Wow, this is out of print. Wow, I don't have this game. And then like 2 months later, Tim's niece was selling a copy for a very fair price of the jumbo edition, and I jumped on that. And then last month I finally got to play it again, and yeah, it doesn't disappoint. The player interaction in this game is just really off the chain. I really enjoy this one. I like how the prices of goods are determined by players. You set the price. It doesn't have that constant value.
Right. There's not a number put it on a board with a cube next to it that you're sliding back and forth or whatever.
Yeah, it's hey, I'm gonna create these goods and I'm gonna produce them, and I'm gonna put them in my warehouse, and you can buy them for 3 gold. All right. So then that player buys it. Well, then they can put it in their warehouse and they can charge 4 for the same good. But then the person that wins is the person who buys those goods, takes them to the middle island, and either sells them in the auction for the most money or strategically buys those containers for the best price, because at the end of the game, whoever has the most money wins. And that dynamic of how you get to that point is extremely good. Containers awesome.
Yeah, I haven't played it.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's a really easy game to learn too. It's really not that hard. Dan wants to play War of the Ring, the card game again. How about that?
Somebody else was talking about wanting to play that. Who was that?
I never got to play that one.
No.
Oh, you know what though? I'll do a shout out real quick here. That is one of our best thumbnails.
Oh yeah.
So really
Dan with the props.
Dan pulled off with that.
Yeah.
I really liked that one.
I like doing that stuff. That was neat.
Let me find it here.
Trying to contain your excitement. Nice. Yeah, I don't know how to spell Gesundheit either, Jason. I don't know.
Oh, there it is. You know what's nice? Okay, so that's not bad. We pay attention to stuff like that. So I just went into YouTube, typed in War of the Ring, the card game. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're the 5th one down. That's not bad. Now, maybe the algorithm put it higher for me because I watch our channel all the time. But yeah, it put us higher than many other channels, much larger. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I just wanted to show this thumbnail.
Yeah,
Dan
geez,
took
you
this
doing over there?
one and then used this prop, and it was super cool.
Still
What the
looking.
heck? Oh, no, I found it. Because it kicked me out, my screen share option just disappeared on me.
Oh,
There it is. There it is. Bam. That thumbnail right there is really good.
mm-hmm.
Good job, Dan. That's a good one. Oh, don't hover, it goes away. Anyway, that's a good one. But yeah, look at that. I mean, we're above Paul Grogan's gaming rules. But again, algorithm feeding our channel back to me
Yeah.
because I watch it all the time to make sure it's, on point. But,
Yes, Dan's beautiful sword.
Mm-hmm. That's got to be the one you bought from Caleb, isn't it? It has to be.
Maybe it is.
I think I was there when he bought that sword.
No, yeah.
That same night, actually, bring it all full circle. I think they played after the they played after the Empire that night.
Who owns it?
Caleb does.
Really?
Caleb owns it, and they
Nice.
played after the Empire that night.
Awesome. Yeah,
I
remember him saying, like, there was one time I had it at a Meeple meetup, and he's like, I want to play that. Because, he's all about that,
Yeah,
castles and
medieval.
stuff. Mm-hmm.
Obviously, yeah, the guy does, what do you call them? Renaissance fairs.
Full contact, fighting.
He does.
Yeah, he walks people. He's not a little guy either.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
I think that was the same night that me, Justin, and Andrew were playing Dwellings of Eldervale downstairs at his house. So, yeah, I once again missed my opportunity to play after the Empire.
Nice, David.
Let's see. What else? What else do you have in that stack? What's the bottom one in that stack?
So this one I think that you might like. It's I want to say similar to like Hike It, but it's called Trailblazer.
The John Muir Trailblazer, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the John Muir Trail. So apparently there's a bunch of these, of all these different trails and whatnot. But it looks interesting. Yes. I saw the art and the pictures on Kickstarter. And it looked kind of interesting, so I just backed it. It's one of those ones that I just kind of backed on a whim. 30 to 120 minutes.
Man, that's a wide range.
That is a wide range. But yeah. But the other like Trailblazer games seem to be well received. So I figured, a Kickstarter version, check it out. Eventually. Like, I haven't really been like itching to play it because it's like not necessarily my forte, but I mean, I guess I do that a lot when I just like I kickstart games because they're like, oh, it looks kind of interesting. I'll back it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not crazy expensive. And
yeah.
If I like it, cool. If not, I'll find someone that does.
It's kind of wild because there were 2 Trailblazer games that hit Kickstarter either almost at the exact same time or like back to back. But yeah, 2 different designers, publishers, and everything.
Hold on 1 second. I'll bring it back.
Sure. Yeah, the other Trailblazer is the one that was designed by Ryan Courtney. He designed QE that I love. A lot of our group does actually. That published by Board Game Tables, now All Play, of course. And that one was interesting because they had like a full blown version, and then they also made that travel waterproof version. And I've heard that the travel waterproof version isn't even the full game. And I also heard it wasn't that good, which unfortunately means that you bought the small, not as good version off of a waterproof box gimmick. Uh, yeah, I don't know, not my favorite way to sell a game, but so I'm hoping that that full game is at least decent, which I haven't heard. Um, and yeah, I do like nature themes. I like them a lot because I love the outdoors. I like to hike. I like to camp, and yeah, I of course very much fell in love with Hike It because it is 100% based on the Smoky Mountains, which are one of my favorite places in the country. So
Nice. So I was pretty sure I heard this name earlier, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I have that game.
Sequoia,
Yeah.
nice. Did you get that at Origins?
No, they had a like little triple game thing on Kickstarter, right? Where it's like, oh, you can get all
I
three of
remember
these
that.
games, and they're like $10 a piece or something like that. So I was like,
Yep.
okay, that's another one of those games, like things I was like, well, I'll back that, sure. And yeah, so I got all three of those. They're all supposed to be short little games, you know.
That's good to hear. Jason, I hadn't actually watched any reviews of Trailblazers. I was actually just going off of people I know personally that have played the smaller version and just thought it wasn't that great, and then compared it to the full version that was far superior. So I'm glad to hear it is at least decent. That's good.
Yeah, when you backed on Kickstarter, you got a cool little first player marker.
Oh, nice. What? Oh, just boots,
Just boots.
hiking boots.
Mhm.
Nice. That's cool. All Play is really coming out with some fire games, in my opinion. I think they're doing really well.
Yeah.
Pollen seems really interesting. Like Jason saying here, Mountain Goats is pretty good, which our other buddy Jason from the Board Game Mechanic says Mountain Goats is really good.
That was the last game on that shelf with all those other games. It's basically like all my new stuff, like Origin stuff and whatnot, was that Pollen that I picked up.
Mhm.
And they had some of the fancy bits there. So I was like, all right, well, I can get it, like you said, without shipping. And like the pieces
Right.
on it are beautiful. Like those little
Yes.
like shiny silk screens they've got. It's super nice.
Yeah, and I think it's Jonathan, who I don't know is still in the chat, but he had asked before if they were ever going to reprint Samurai the card game, and they didn't. Yeah, there you go. Redo of Samurai the card game, right on cue. That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that's exactly what this game is, except it just looks really, really good. All Play puts great components in their games, so I'm very interested to play Pollen. Very interested.
Yeah.
I didn't get to mention this earlier, what I bought from All Play at Origins, because I don't know, I'm a goofball. There's certain things I'm a sucker for. One's an auction mechanic. I bought a game called Big Top from All Play. It's an auction where you're trying to buy talent for your circus. So you're bidding for clowns to put in your circus. You're bidding for magicians to put in your circus. You're bidding for animals to put in your circus. But if you bid certain amounts, everybody gets like a different bidding card, and bidding certain amounts on your card can trigger different abilities. And it has the Miko art, which is crazy because it's a little small box, just like the size of that Mountain Goats box.
Yeah.
But they literally used the Miko art for that game. So it's got this, I'm going to show it off. It's got this really interesting dark circus art that I freaking loved. Look at this. This is dark Miko circus art.
Huh.
I love it. I freaking love it. And again, a $15 auction game. Yeah. I haven't played this yet either. They quickly just demoed it to me. We played like one turn, and I was like, okay, so I want to find a close up of one of these clown cards. Yeah, look at that. Look at this just dark circus Miko art. I just thought it was so unique. I had to buy this one with an auction mechanic. Done deal. The only bad thing about auction games is that you do need 3+ for them to work.
Yeah.
But
Otherwise, it's a little boring.
yeah, that's not a terrible thing. 3+ isn't too bad to grab. Yeah, it is 3 to 4.
Wow.
But yeah, I want to try it. It was really unique. What else? He's got Habitats is fun. It was the game that Uwe credits for his Nova Luna Sagani framework series. Nice. Which, as Jason may remember, I finally tracked down Nova Luna, and I thought that one was a really cool abstract game from Rosenberg.
Well,
what else you got over there?
I mean, like the shelf over here, it's like half Magic cards, like all my like bulk stuff, and then I've got like games like I'm in the middle of, like Descent is over here,
There you go.
Aeon's End,
Nice.
Trudvang, which I really like, but I need to get Levi back over here so we can get back into it. But that's another like bag builder where you've got your character and you're leveling up and you're adding more, chips to your bag. And that was a lot of fun. It was tough, but like, because you would play your skill cards out, because you draw them off of your deck, and then like as you would pull your chips out, they'd have like different elements on them, and like you have to get the right elements to put on your skill cards in order to get them to activate. But the thing is, you're not just pulling one at a time. You have to pull 3, and then you have to pull 3, and you have to pull 3. So every time you're pulling, you're like, ooh, I can pull 3 bad ones out, and I am screwed, right? So it's very interesting. I really enjoyed it. I like to play more of it. And then the board is neat too, because it's got like the normal board, but then it has like a sleeve pocket on it. So like you put a card in it and it will hold it. So, it holds the card on the board. And then you can fold the board, put it away. And then as you go through the storyline, like places will change and they'll update. You swap those cards out. And so, yeah, it was super interesting. What is the rating on the 7.1? That's not bad.
Everything you've told me about this game sounds really, really cool.
Yeah.
And it's one of those that I just never looked into, even though I knew it was a bag builder, because I have only ever completed one campaign game ever.
That sucks.
Yeah, and part of it for a while was not having a regular group. But yeah, I want to revisit some of these campaign games. I would love to try this one.
Man, it'd be cool if I could get on like a day shift and then we could just pick a day during the week and then we could bang out a mission or two of Isofarian Guard, or True Dog or just something, I mean, Isofarian Guard's got bag building in it too.
Yeah, with having a regular group now, there's just no reason we shouldn't be able to bang out some campaign games now.
I mean, I managed to get my campaign games done. I'm just saying, I've played through Imperial Assault a couple of times. I've played through Aeon's End, like the first Legacy. I played through Clank. I played through Descent. Now we're playing through again on like a harder mode. Played through Gloomhaven. What else did I get all the way through? There's like one other one that I got all the way through. Sorry, Dan. Well, be awake later or pay me money to work during the day.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything I keep every time you mention this one, I'm like, that sounds really cool.
My City? I haven't played My City.
That's a Knizia game. That's one I've been curious about. Heck, I've heard of some people that just love that and just hammered it out in like 3-4 nights. Nonstop. Wow, I can't believe I'm doing this till almost 2 a.m. on a Wednesday.
So, David, faves, games in general. Are you asking me like what games I like in general? Is that what you're
I think yeah, David's asking or Jason's asking. He's prying.
Oh.
Campaign
game. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, My City is basically a simple Renner Knizia Polyomino game, except it's also a campaign game. Or Legacy. I get the two confused all the time, but you get the idea. It's the stuff that you place in your first round will affect your game in the second round, and so on and so forth. So that's pretty unique. And he just had a Kickstarter that's going to fulfill for a newer version my something. Anyway, that, yeah. What do they call it now? This will tell me. My Island. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, again, a Knizia game, and I've been, yeah, there you go. Thanks, Jason. My Island. Yeah, it sounds cool. It looks pretty easy to play. And it's a Knizia, and it's ranked 220. It's obviously a very well-loved game, and you can get it very cheap, too. And even after you beat it, you can keep playing it. So it's one of those.
Yes, guys. I don't know if you caught Dan's comment about Magic, but he has a Magic the Gathering deck now. But don't tell
What?
anybody. What?
Where?
What?
No.
What? I didn't say anything. I'm just sitting here.
Man, what are you guys all doing up so late? I didn't think we'd have this many people still watching.
Yeah.
What? Ingenious. I gotta look this up. I don't know this one at all. Oh, it's older. That would be one reason. Whoa. Whoa. Wow, is this an abstract? This looks like an abstract game to me. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, put it up here. Let's see it.
Ingenious. I'm just kind of randomly grabbing whatever these guys are talking about to keep us going. Typical Wednesday.
Yeah. Feeding off the chat.
Yeah, look at this. This looks like an abstract game. Only one.
Okay. So it's not polyomino, it's hexanomino. Is that even a word? Did I make that up?
Polyhedral? We're close. Not true. It is colorblind friendly. It's got shapes for the colors.
Yep.
Let me see. What do they say for mechanics? They basically say hand management, pattern building, tile placement. Do they even put it in the abstract category? Yeah, they do. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, it does look cool. Again, I'll always check out a Knizia. Anytime, just, low rule set and interesting decisions. He's good for that. There we go. I figured, Jason, I know you get, well, some summers off at least. So no surprise there. What else? Yep. And then, yeah, your double hexes. Oh, yeah, I have nothing wrong with abstracts at all. I mean, I played the mess out of Azul when I first got it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. And yeah, poly, whatever. Tile placement. There you go. Let's just throw that blanket over all of it.
That tile can be any shape it wants to be.
Score based on matching and straight lines out from your played piece, not counting yourself. All right. Interesting. Yeah, man. Good old Knizia. I mean, gosh. Yeah. How long's that list? Yeah, he's got a couple in there. And that's not even all of them. Not even.
I might have heard of that one. No.
He's got hundreds.
So he did Lost Cities. Yeah, I've got that game has been upstairs in like a big box full of games I was looking to get rid of.
I'd gladly buy Lost Cities, the board game. Yeah. So what you have is Lost Cities, the board game. I've played Lost Cities, the card game, And you remember playing longboard with me at Origins? We played like half of it, but then we
Yep.
jumped over to the Stuff of Legend table.
Yep.
That's a 4-player variation of Lost Cities by Knizia is
Mm.
what that is. And what you have is the board game version of Lost Cities, the card game. And Giuliano keeps talking that one up. So yeah, I'll gladly buy that one from you.
I mean, you still have that Dwellings, right?
I knew that was coming. Yes,
Mm.
1-for-1 trade, but you have to throw in
Sequoia.
if I could just remember what Luke Laurie's space version of the game was called. I'm not drawing a blank. It's late. Yeah, it's funny. Jason, I kind of do the same thing on weekends. Yeah, I'm a day walker, but on weekends I'll stay up till 3 a.m. You give me a week or two off, and by the end of it, I'll be staying up till 4 a.m. and sleeping in. What? Am I still on that screen? I am. I'm
You
getting
are.
lazy now. Oh, of course, Winner's Circle. Is that the one? But you have this one too, don't you? Or is it Dan that talks this one up all the time?
No, I have Homestretch.
That's it. That's the one.
Yep. Yeah, I played that. I think Jason brought that up one time, and we played it, and it was fun. So I picked up a copy. But that's not him though.
I backed Zoo Vadis, which was a remake of Quo Vadis, and this is supposed to have some really interesting negotiation in it. I can't wait to get this one. I'm actually very excited about a Knizia game that has negotiation in it. You have no idea. So I'm kind of stupid excited for this one. I think it's going to fulfill here in the next month or two. And I really like what they did with the components on this because the original version's kind of blah. But yeah, just some really, really
chunky bits, yeah.
wood animal tiles that you're moving around, and you're trying to get your animals to be like the king of the zoo by getting them up into here so that they can they have a shot of being crowned zoo king. But you're gradually like placing these pieces out on the board, and you're trying to take like majority of some of these areas, but where you place your guys may give you special abilities and you can negotiate with those abilities. Oh, it just sounds so cool. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one on there, but I looked at the cover art and it's not like the pictures were bad. It just seemed like an odd collaboration of art. So it's like I was like,
That's fair.
It's very hodgepodgey. Like it's not like they're bad images. Like that's a cool tiger. That's a okay, that's a bit much. That's a cool like coyote or whatever. But like it just looks hodgepodged.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. It is a little bit. Yeah, the box is probably my least favorite component. I'm with you. I like the bits. I like the way the board looks. I like the pastel colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I dig the dude in the top hat. I mean, I like me a good,
sure.
animal in a top hat.
Is that a gar?
It's either a gar or a crocodile.
Oh, yeah. It looked like an alligator gar, but yeah, an alligator or just an alligator.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a crocodile. If it's one of the two, it's a crocodile. Alligators have round, snubby noses. Crocodiles have the long ones.
Yeah, but the thing is, you compare this to like what it was re-implementing, and
oh my,
there you go, Bob.
Yeah. Well, is that one of that Mayday games? Yeah.
Yeah, and this was 1992.
Nice.
This is a 30-year-old design.
Wow.
And it's amazing that this 30-year-old design with a new look to it seems really appealing to me. So we'll see. We'll see.
Right.
Yeah, guys, I love adding people on BGG, and I've always tried to keep my BGG pretty tidy. if you guys want to add me, feel free. That's my BGG. Yeah, you can see my collection. You can see what I rank all my games. I'm no stranger to that at all.
Yeah, I don't do
In
much of
fact,
that.
some of you may have already been added as Geek Buddies to me, and you don't even know it because BGDG gives you no notification when someone adds you as a Geek Buddy. So there you go. There's mine.
Buddies.
Yeah, we're buddies. We're pals. Um,
Oh.
so yeah, this is actually, it's interesting. This, I don't know, I'm going off on another tangent. It's what we do. This whole my rankings section, um, I've had it like this since way before I started on the show. I just wanted to, I don't know, I just thought it'd be cool to rank my own games. Yeah, rice cream, like ice cream. Yep, you got it. And I spell it wrong. So there you go. Yeah, I've always done it this way. And I feel like it's a fairly good way for me personally, may not work for everybody, but me personally to rank games. Tens, I only want to give out 10 tens ever.
You gotta like his reasonable offers.
Yes, because I get ridiculous offers all the time, Bob. Because
What?
I
Like
do this
Sequoia
intentionally.
and that
For
other
dwellings?
game or the dwellings of Everett.
So I intentionally put a very large number of games in my for trade just so I get offers. Problem is that, yeah, I'll put an out of print game in my for trade, and then somebody will offer me a $10 game for it. So I get those all the time. But I think it's funny to go through there, see the offers I get, and then make a counter offer. I'm always trying to swing games. That's why you see previously owned, yeah, almost 50, and there's more than that, honestly.
Expansions, I say, yeah.
Yeah, so I like to keep them moving. If they collect dust, let's move that game for something I'm more interested in playing. And yeah, I just happened to get into the hobby with a group that was very anal about logging plays. I'm like, dang, that would seem like a really good idea, especially if I stick this hobby out. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to somebody today about your 10 years of data that I'm super jealous about. But I said, don't worry, I'll get there in 10 years.
Right. Yeah, it was pretty early on. And so, yeah, in fact, if I go to like plays, they're in here somewhere. I'll get there. Anyway, yeah, plays, it was probably like a year into gaming, I started logging. And so any game in that first year, I kind of guessed how many plays I had on it, but I didn't over guess. And so again, I'm still only talking about like a year that I guessed on. So it's not like I went back multiple years and padded a
Right.
whole ton of stats. But yeah, I totally get why some people don't want to do it. I totally get it. For me, it's just about the data. I like stats,
Yeah,
and I
and
think
for
it's interesting.
years, David, on your point, it is work, and so for years I would see like Tim do it here and there. I would see his sister doing it all the time. I would see lots of people keeping track, and I was like, man, it just sounds like a lot of work. But now, like, especially now that like I'm doing like the show and stuff, like being able to go back and like, oh yeah, what is new to me this year? Boop, like, oh my gosh, I wish I had all that information. Like it's a lot more work to not have it. And then plus, like, I have a lot of hyperbolic friends like, we've played this game 20 times already. I always win. It's like, actually, you've won twice. And, it's a great way to keep people in check.
That's so true.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I love just being able to have that data available. I really do. It is kind of fun. But yeah, of course, not being between groups and just enjoying basic games. Yeah, of course, the short games are always going to dominate. But when you
Right.
start getting into the longer games, I've played the most.
Lord's Waterdeep's not a
Waterdeep
slouch.
stands the test of time for me, as does Scythe.
23.
Yeah, and
You know,
12
man, if I
builds.
counted my digital plays of Scythe, though, I bet I have you beat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I played it quite a bit digitally.
And then, of course, 12 of those are Rise of Fenris.
Yeah, and like I'm in 8 of that, stuck in perpetual limbo.
And then, as you
Yeah.
know, no surprise how many plays I've got of Heat
Yeah.
now because 7 of those
Shooting up
are Red
there.
Origins.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'll just keep going for fun.
I have a legendary encounters, the aliens one.
Nice.
Not aliens, Predator. I think I'm gonna get rid of it. I just don't play it. The legendary
Yeah.
games, I feel like it's just more work to organize and set it up than it is fun to play.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I get that. That's sometimes how it is. Yeah, Splendor Duel, all those
yeah,
plays
shout
are
out
this
there.
year.
I was gonna say I noticed that blood on the clock tower there. You guys had a couple of big games last Saturday.
Yeah, Justin hosted that, and he had like his wife's sisters and their husbands. We had a 21 player Blood on the Clock Tower game. It was nuts,
That does
but it
sound
was so fun.
really.
It was so fun. Yeah, those
21
plays
wasn't overwhelming or too much.
I think if you were the storyteller running it, you just have to be experienced
Yeah.
and know what you're doing.
Who is storytelling?
Tom, Dan's friend,
Yep,
and he crushed it. He's a really good storyteller. Him and
Yeah,
Jesse
he is.
both are.
Mhm.
The other thing is they had 2 helpers, or what they called Gremlins, which
Okay.
were people that were walking around to hear the side conversations
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
so that they could help the storyteller help
Balance things.
decide which direction they need to push the game, but also to sort of help during the night phase and speed the game up so players aren't sitting there with their eyes closed too long.
Sure.
I think that worked extremely well. Um,
Nice.
yeah, and of course, good old Castles of Burgundy, which are all physical plays, but I have hundreds of digital plays of that one. So and by the way, my deluxe is still not friggin' here. It's bugging me
It'll
so
show up on the
much.
rainiest day of Gen Con.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be 2 weeks from now, and I'll be at Gen Con. And I
Mhm.
won't get a tracking number because I still haven't gotten one, so I won't even know it's sitting out in the rain. It's gonna be great. It's
Mhm.
gonna be great. You're right. You're right. That's so gonna happen. Oh my gosh. You're right. That's gonna happen. Oh my god. It's gonna piss me off so much. Anyway, we don't have to get back to my plays. Yeah, as a player, I didn't think it was that confusing. Ooh, did one of you guys send me a geek mail? I noticed I just got a new geek mail. That's great. I won't expose anybody's information here. I'll lose my screen share part for that. But yeah, it's definitely, yeah, you can't talk to everybody. You just got to pick the people that you think you need to talk to.
Mm.
But yeah, 2 out of those 3 games were 21 player games, or the other one might have been 18, but still, it was nuts and it was fun. It was so fun.
Gonna do this live on camera. I've had this up long enough. Ugh.
Well, we're at like 2 a.m., Bob. I don't think anybody gives a crap anymore. Hey, how about that?
Oof, greasy.
No, that's cool. Hey, the person that messaged me has RPG designer. Yeah, it says game designer. How about that? That's interesting. Well, here's the other thing is that I can look at your collection, which is larger than mine, and I can see what you have for trade as well. So I always like doing that. That is always fun. Yeah. Well, there you go. You need a fan, exactly. Oh. Let me see. I'm actually looking at your for trade. I'm literally at filler mode at this point. I'm looking. I was like, wait, it sounds like he turned a fan up. Oh, he did. It's
I'm
not.
on the
It's
street
not true.
reporting. It's really busy out here.
It reminds me. There's this clip that
What's that?
There's this clip that came out a year or two ago of this weather guy who's acting like he's fighting against the wind and it's crazy out here. And then there's regular people walking behind him 50
I
feet
saw that.
and they're
Yeah.
walking like they're not in a storm whatsoever.
Right.
Like, wait, what's going on here?
That's funny.
Yeah. It just comes back to that whole thing we talked about earlier with content creators. Yeah, you got to be honest. I know the whole if it bleeds, it leads, all that. So yeah,
I hear
David,
that, David. But if you're gonna be at Gen Con, that's a great place to meet up for a trade.
I've done. It only makes sense if you're able to trade and or sell multiple games, because yeah, if you can do a flat rate large box, you're at like $20, but you may only be able to fit maybe 2 games in that box. You take a custom sized box down and you can still get that shipping, usually under $20. But if you're going to pay $20 to ship something, you better, I want to have 3 or more games in the box to make it worthwhile to do that. And you need to be selling them at used prices. It's bothersome to me how many people want to sell games at like new and shrink prices when you still got to pay shipping and it's not new and shrink.
Right. You're like, yeah, I can just order this or get it from my game store for that same price, and I
Right.
can pop the shrink and it's all new. And yeah, I hear that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one gets me. So anyhow, I don't know how long you had in you. I'm good whenever, but it's weird. I can just keep going tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I could keep chatting too, but like, I was folding laundry, getting my bag packed because tomorrow I'm gonna get off late. I have to get up early. I want to have everything done.
Yep, I hear you.
So,
well, in 30 seconds, we're hitting the 6-hour mark.
Ooh, okay.
So I gotta make sure we officially hit the 6-hour mark so it feels like an accomplishment.
Oh, okay. Mine says 6:01, but okay.
Oh, does it? That's
yeah.
weird. Well, anyway, at this point we're there. But all of you guys that have been tuning in.
You always remember where you were when we hit 6 hours.
Right. Yeah, David was here for the whole thing even. That's amazing.
Yeah, thanks, man. That's awesome.
All of you guys are awesome. You stuck through.
Thanks for coming. I'm glad I was able to make it on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that would be the other part of Bob getting back to first shift is the potential for streaming more with us, which would be super fun.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, that's definitely going to wrap it up for us, guys. Thanks for putting up with my sort of impromptu jumping off, dealing with a migraine and
Dude, I get that way sometimes too. Like I'll wake up, I'm just like nauseous. My head hurts so much.
Yeah, it started at lunch and just got worse and worse and worse. I'm like, Tim, let me sleep it off. And I had the pretty good feeling Juliano would fill in because he usually does. So
I use Excedrin. I don't know if you ever take anything, but that usually works for me. And they don't
Excedrin migraine. I took like 4 of those babies and it did nothing.
Wow.
It was the nap that I think helped the most.
Yeah,
and,
I'm sure.
A bunch of water and crap. So, but no, all of you guys are awesome, especially if you guys stayed here this long. This is a crazy marathon of a stream, but it was a blast. You guys are great. More to come. That Resurgence review will be out at 1 tomorrow, like Dan said. That's one of my favorite games I've played this year for the first time.
Yeah, it's definitely top 5 for me right now.
Yeah, no question for me. So yeah, guys, you're all awesome. Watch out for more content from us. That's probably going to do it for the board game rundown. I was Mike.
Bob.
We'll see you guys next time.